Shen Yu, who was walking towards Chu Shuiyuan, was deep in thoughts as her mind was filled with the weak and obedient look of Shen Dongling. Both were sweet, fair and graceful ladies, both were at the prime age, both were daughters of the Shen family, but Shen Yu had an instinct that by winning Shen Dongling over, it would perhaps be of great use to her in the future. At this end Shen Yu was in total disorder and at another end, at the doors of the western courtyard, there was someone outside moving flowers. The bustle of activity was a bit lively and just as Shen Wan passed by the western courtyard's doors, he heard an old woman exclaiming, "Young lady, be careful." Shen Wan looked over at the sound and saw a young female moving a heavy pot of flowers. Most likely the flower pot was too heavy and it almost knocked against her foot. The mama beside sighed in relief, and the female turned around and smiled at the mama with a smile like flower. Shen Wan's footsteps paused. The female was wearing a greenish blue top with a pink jaded skirt, and has her hair up in a lily style with an agate hairpin. There was a thunderstorm last night and she was out and about early in the morning. She was not devastatingly beautiful that could cause the downfall of a country, and could only be considered as a graceful beauty. But the sunlight fell onto the sweat on her forehead and became dazzling like crystals. Because she was sweating, her face was a little flushed, making her become a kind of unspoken beauty. Everyone had the heart for beauties. Even though Shen Wan was not lustful, it did not mean that he would be indifferent towards beauties. There was only Chen Ruchu in his inner courtyard, and even though he was in love dearly, as the days grew longer and as time passed, one would always feel a little bored. However, today upon seeing this beauty with vivid fragrance, naturally one could not help but stop. It was like one was appreciating a painting or a poem. At this moment Shen Wan did not have any other emotions. He had always been not warm to matters between a male and female. That female seemed to have noticed that someone was watching her and turned over. Upon seeing Shen Wan, she paused in surprise before walking over. She walked to Shen Wan and was not at all shy or embarrassed but instead gracefully greeted, "Third master." Shen Wan swept a glance at her and suddenly realized her identity, young lady Chong. Chong Ziqing only saw Shen Wan once, and that was when she just came to Shen residence, and that evening Chen Ruchu brought her to old Shen Furen. At night the light was fainter, and since everyone was thinking about matters during the day, Shen Wan also did not notice Chong Ziqing. He did not expect that upon closer look she was such a beauty of a rare temperament. Thinking that Chen Ruchu had good relations with Chong Ziqing, his attitude became more cordial. "What is young lady Chong doing?" Shen Wan asked while smiling. Chong Ziqing turned back and looked at the flower terrace. "It was raining last night, so many of the flower stalks were damaged by the rain, so I am bandaging them up." Bandage. Shen Wan felt it was somewhat novel and asked, "How to bandage the flowers?" Chong Ziqing smiled gently, "Third master can just take a look." Shen Wan walked over to the flower terrace to take a look and indeed saw that on those scattered branches, some were wrapped in fabric and some was coated in some medicine, but all were placed and arranged tidily. Around them, there were some fabric and scissors, and one of the flower was folded into half but actually became connected. "You are considerate." Shen Wan sighed, "It is difficult to be willing to do it." With the thunderstorm last night, most of the flora and fauna would be injured, and even Chen Ruchu, one who loved flowers, would also throw the flowers away after pitying for a bit. Destroyed flowers are not as good looking as before, and it would be annoying to keep raising it. One did not expect that Chong Ziqing would be so attentive with these plants, and not only she did not throw them out, she still dressed them up. Plants also have life. Chong Ziqing smiled as she spoke. Since one is one who loves flowers, one cannot forget one's original aspiration upon such encounters. Every living thing has a spirit, and one cannot be a person who say one thing but mean another. To speak about loving flora and fauna but cannot even do this little thing. Chong Ziqing said candidly, "Moreover, it is just doing some stuff, and this would delight ourselves, so why not?" Such a pleasing person. Shen Wan looked at Chong Ziqing with eyes full of appreciation. Young lady Chong is truly an elegant person. It is me who is vulgar. Third master has praised exaggeratedly. Chong Ziqing said jokingly, "Everyone is common people and I too have selfish motives. If I grew the flora and fauna well, one will feel more at peace staying in the residence, since one can still do some little things." Shen Wan smiled. Young lady Chong has worried too much. Even if young lady Chong do not know how to grow anything, there will not be anyone in the Shen residence that will chase you away. Chong Ziqing also smiled along, then many thanks to third master. She suddenly remembered something and looked at Shen Wan. Speaking of which, I accidentally laid out a chess game yesterday and was unable to solve it. One initially wanted to look for Third Furen to help me take a look, but Third Furen seemed to be a bit busy today. One heard that Third Master is a chess expert. Is it possible to help give Ziqing a pointer or two? After thinking again she smiled. I can make tea for Third Master. Perhaps Third Furen had told you that the tea I boil is very good to drink. Her conduct was natural and unrestrained, and if one rejected her, it would seem that Shen Wan was rude. At the end she also used tea as a condition, showing a little wit. Shen Wan thought for a moment and laughed. Obedience is a better way of showing respect than outward reverence. Both of them began to play chess upon reaching the stone table in the garden, and when they were playing, they also casually chatted. Shen Wan was surprised to discover that not only Chong Ziqing was superior in chess, when she was talking to him, she knew about astronomy, geography, and there was no subjects that she did not dabble in. Moreover, she has a long-term perspective and could even talk a little about matters of court. Shen Wan was one who appreciated talented people and paid less attention to the beauty of a female, and only favored Chen Ruchu in the inner courtyard because Chen Ruchu was skilled in the 4 scholarly arts and was an out-and-out talent. But the only one thing bad about Chen Ruchu was that because she was from a scholarly lineage, she would occasionally put up on airs and thought herself as high and pure. It was interesting if it was once or twice, but for one who lived every day, one would inevitably feel that Chen Ruchu was too small-minded and unduly worried over minor matters. Chong Ziqing was however very different. Both were very talented females, but Chong Ziqing did not have the arrogance of a big family and was candid. She was exquisite in her candidness and was very considerate. When chatting with her, it was full of humor and wit and made one's mind calm. Unconsciously Shen Wan's gaze at Chong Ziqing became admiration, and they hang out with one another longer. Zhao Mama looked from afar and a trace of happiness appeared in her eyes. However, she quietly instructed the maids at the courtyard door to guard carefully and not let others come in. It was the case at this end, and within the Imperial Palace of Mingqi, it was also an exceptionally lively day today. In order for the Crown Prince to welcome the guests from the Qin country and the Great Liang, he specially held a banquet. The Crown Prince of the Qin country and Princess Mingyan were present, and Prince Rui of the Great Liang also accepted the invitation, and the 9 princes of Mingqi accompanied it well. Currently the Crown Prince's medical condition had gotten more serious, and this was an unchanging fact. Because of that, Prince Chu and Prince Zan, who were following the Crown Prince, had their morale shaken. For these 2 years, the Crown Prince's influence was gradually replaced by other princes. Almost everyone had tacitly consented to this fact that the position of the Crown Prince would not be sat for much too long. The Crown Prince himself most probably also realized this, so in the 2 years, he was generally less involved in government affairs, not because he did not want to participate, but there were just too little supporters. On retrospect, 2 other factions, the entourage of Prince Zhou and Prince Jing, along Prince Li's, had grown more prominent. Prince Li had been a smiling tiger and fond everyone, thus he had many supporters. Prince Zhou and brother relied on their consort mother, Consort Xu Xian. These two factions were now fighting like fire and water, and there was a number of times when the map was unrolled and the dagger was revealed. The most steady one was actually Prince Ding, Fu Shuyi. Prince Ding was also involved in the matter of the court in these 2 years, but the matters in which he was involved were relatively easy, and seemed to deliberately show that he had no ambition at all. As it was all small matters, Emperor Wen Wei was extremely satisfied with him, and also because of his neutrality and peacefulness, he was not suppressed by the Crown Prince, Prince Zhou or Prince Li. On the contrary, Prince Ding was the safest one. In the hall, the Crown Prince smiled and lifted his cup with a smile. Everyone came here from afar, so one should celebrate. Huang Fu Hao sat below the Crown Prince and raised his cup to him, many thanks to the Crown Prince's hospitality. Princess Ming'an was sitting beside Huang Fu Hao, and after being confined by him for a few days, Princess Ming'an was finally let out. She had especially dressed up today, and was making eyes at the purple-clad youth sitting across her. Unfortunately, while the dropping flowers pined for love, the heartless brook babbled on unrequited love. Prince Rui's face was half covered by a mask, and his eyes did not look over to her end. However, he also did not look at the Crown Prince at all, and just stared at the wine cup. No one knew what he was thinking. The Crown Prince asked with a laugh, "Why is Prince Rui not drinking? Is it that the wine is not of one's taste?" Prince Rui's lips hooked up, not feeling well, thus not drinking. This was slapping one's face without hiding at all. Even though this Prince Rui's actions after he had come to Mingqi were always mysterious, and no one could tell what attitude he had for Mingqi, but his etiquette was exceptional. Today, everyone present could not help but have a thought pop into their minds, that the Prince Rui of the Great Liang seemed to be a little annoyed. Everything was perfectly fine, so who provoked him? The Crown Prince looked somewhat awkward, so Fu Shuyi said, "In this case, Your Highness Prince Rui can drink tea as a replacement for wine. Someone come and serve tea to Prince Rui." Fu Shuyi spoke and continued the Crown Prince's conversation, thus the Crown Prince's expression was much better and was a bit grateful with Fu Shuyi. The rest of the princes also agreed with Fu Shuyi's words. Even though Prince Rui's background was not small, but no one was willing to be submissive in front of other countries. Fu Shuyi's words were firm yet not rude, and took into consideration the reputation of Mingqi. Huang Fu Hao looked probingly at Prince Rui, but Princess Ming'an was looking somewhat worried at Prince Rui and said, "Does Prince Rui not feel right? Is there a need to call the imperial physician to take a look?" When Huang Fu Hao heard this, his expression got heavier and he fiercely glared at Princess Ming'an. It was alright if Princess Ming'an was too arrogant and willful on normal days, but to be so lovesick in front of so many princes in Mingqi, this was letting others watch a joke. Huang Fu Hao was a male, and males were the clearest at how other males think. The gaze that Prince Rui used to look at Princess Ming'an was clearly of somewhat impatience. It was alright if this Prince Rui was one who was magnanimous, but if Prince Rui really had a bad temper and got fed up with Princess Ming'an, he would also not have good feelings for the entire Qin country, and the person who would be in a loss was him. Prince Rui did not heed her words at all, but instead looked at the person sitting right at the back across him. Everyone noticed his gaze and looked towards the direction and saw that it was Prince Ding, Fu Shuyi. Fu Shuyi was the prince that knew his place and behaved himself among the 9 princes, but at the moment Prince Rui was only looking at him, so the gaze of the few other princes also somewhat changed. Fu Shuyi was calm and did not seem to panic because of Prince Rui was directly looking at him. Prince Rui suddenly laughed and said, "Before coming to Mingqi, one had heard that the 9th prince was a young and handsome youth, and now when one see, it is truly a deserved reputation. One did not know if there is already a marriage." Everyone did not expect that Prince Rui would suddenly say such things, and their expression became weird. Fu Shuyi was stunned for a moment before replying, "Not yet." Prince Zhou laughed out loud. He sat beside Fu Shuyi and took the opportunity to pat Fu Shuyi's shoulder. "Our number 9 is the only one without a consort among his brothers. Why, is Prince Rui also interested in number 9's marriage?" The lips under Prince Rui's mask hooked up as he leisurely said, "There are many age-appropriate princesses in the Great Liang's palace." When this prince saw the 9th prince, one felt as though one had met a kindred spirit, and is determined to promote a marriage alliance. When the words were spoken, everyone present changed their expressions. The meaning of Prince Rui's words were actually wishing to be in laws with Fu Shuyi. If it was really as what Prince Rui said and he married a Great Liang's princess, it would not only mean that he has the backing of a consort but also the Great Liang. If one had a moderate attitude towards Fu Shuyi, it was because Fu Shuyi had never shown any interest in the imperial throne, but with Prince Rui's words, it made everyone else unable to look at Fu Shuyi like before. This was because once Fu Shuyi marries a Great Liang's princess, he would become the most powerful contender of the imperial throne. Fu Shuyi's hands that were holding the wine cup suddenly tightened as he quietly looked at Prince Rui. Was it truly like what was superficially said, that he wanted a Great Liang's princess to be married to him? Fu Shuyi did not think so. Prince Rui was not helping, but harming him. Fu Shuyi had always upheld the idea of keeping a low profile, and not show his cards until the last moment. Even though Prince Rui's conditions were extremely attractive, if it was really out of good intentions, Fu Shuyi would not be unwilling, but this was brought up in front of all the princes. It was just one sentence and all of the princes' eyes were up on guard, and almost pushed him to the point where the wind and waves were the fiercest. No matter how moved he was by it, it was impossible to agree. Fu Shuyi clenched his teeth. He did not know the reason, but he actually felt that this Prince Rui, that he had never met before, seemed to be brimming with hostility against him, else he would not have casually said such words and put him in such a difficult position. He started to be vigilant against Prince Rui in his heart, but on surface he smiled. Many thanks for Prince Rui's generous favor. It is just that at present this one does not have any thoughts of marrying a wife. Oh, a smile hooked up on Prince Rui's lips. Does the 9th prince admire a female, thus unwilling? This prince will never break up a pair of lovebirds, and if it is really so, one would not pressure. Your Highness is joking. Fu Shuyi cupped his hands together. It is just that one does not have such intentions yet. Seeing Fu Shuyi rejecting Prince Rui's offer neatly, the expression on every prince's then became better. But after the experience just now, they no longer feel as rest assured as previous with Fu Shuyi. Today Fu Shuyi had rejected, but who can guarantee that he would change his mind about the imperial throne? It was after all the biggest temptation. All 9 of them wanted to gamble as such. How would a saint appear in the imperial family? This is strange. Prince Rui seemed to be very interested in Fu Shuyi, and did not let him go even after Fu Shuyi rejected his proposal. He smiled but was not a smile. The 9th prince have yet to marry and did not admire anyone, so why not consider the matter? This prince see that the 9th prince is an outstanding talent. Could it be that there are no young ladies that admire you? When those words were said, the slightly rough and boorish Prince Chen laughed out loud. Your Highness Prince Rui is not aware of it, but originally in our Mingqi there is a young lady that love our number 9 till the entire court was aware of it. Is it Shen Miao? Not waiting for Prince Chen to finish, Princess Ming'an interrupted his words in a rush. Princess Ming'an had heard about the rumors on Shen Miao, and initially laughed a lot about it. So the princess also knew about it. Prince Chen was somewhat surprised. The entire Qin country know the matter about Shen Miao loving His Highness Prince Ding. It is not considered to be something bizarre. Princess Ming'an said, rejoicing in another's misfortune. As long it was a matter that could let Shen Miao be shamed, she would always be willing to take part. Correct. Prince Chen laughed. Your Highness Prince Rui may not know, but this Shen Miao is the daughter of the formidable great general, and was the one who competed with her Princess Highness on the tribute banquet. He then sighed and said, one believed that at the beginning Shen Miao was still young, and would keep on thinking of ways all day to look for number 9, and she did not know what was shame and directly spoke to number 9 about her love for him. She even did needlework, making pastries, learning to play the chin and write poetry for number 9. Gee, she really had done a lot of things. Even though Prince Chen said that, but his words were actually a malicious insult, as if he was watching a joke. However, on the day of the tribute banquet, she had some gracefulness. The one talking was Huang Fu Hao. It was two different things to hear from rumors and to hear it from an insider. Huang Fu Hao was inevitably somewhat surprised, as how Shen Miao had presented herself during the tribute banquet and in the Qin's residence was not one who would accept a compromise. Doing needlework and making pastries. Huang Fu Hao thought about the time when Shen Miao was dealing coldly with Princess Ming and he felt very bizarre. He joked, the 9th prince really have a heart of steel. At that time, that Shen young lady was young. Prince Chen continued speaking, who knew that after 2 years she would become so beautiful. Moreover, now one is unable to see any one bit of the originally stupid and cowardly demeanor, or even her past image. Among all the young ladies in this Ming Chi's Ding capital, there are not many who is more outstanding than her. Prince Chen smiled. If one had the foresight, number 9 would not need to be so merciless at the beginning and let down a beauty. One has to know that it is too late for regrets now. Princess Ming sneered. This Shen young lady is also a marvelous person. She is a female but do not know a little shame at all, and directly chase like this. It is really hard on her to do needlework, making pastries and following around. Really very considerate. Knowing that Princess Ming was dealt by Shen Miao during the tribute banquet, one knew that she was not happy with Shen Miao, so all the princes only smiled and did not speak. It was Fu Shuyi who lightly shook his head and said, Shen young lady is a good person. May everyone not use her as a joke, as it would be a sin to destroy her reputation, and neither anyone could afford to take responsibility. Number 9, you are just too serious. Prince Chu laughed. You do not want others, and could it be that you do not allow others to have? If we did not have established our consorts, I am willing to marry Shen young lady. Exactly. The princess continuously echoed. Indeed is like this. Huang Fu Hao laughed. If I was the 9th prince, I will also certainly marry her. Princess Ming was extremely annoyed. She looked towards Prince Rui and discovered that Prince Rui was not joking around with others, but was quiet, and her heart became happy as she asked, does Prince Rui also think so? Prince Rui paused. Everyone's eyes looked towards him. The young man wearing a mask picked up the wine cup to play and said lightly, doing needlework, making pastries, learning to play the chin and write poetry for a man. Princess Ming said, correct, practically offending social decency and expose one to ridicule. Such a good young lady. Prince Rui smiled. As luck would have it, this prince also want. As luck would have it, this prince also want. Everyone seated were initially smiling, but after a few more smiles, they were unable to continue smiling. Huang Fu Hao stared at Prince Rui's eyes, and even Fu Shuyi unexpectedly looked at him, while Princess Ming's facial expression froze and her mood was instantly distorted. It was the crown prince that laughed and smoothed things over, a elegant and virtuous maiden, a gentleman's desire. Young Lady Shen has both looks and talents, naturally she would attract countless of heroes. Everyone then followed and nodded their heads. Prince Rui picked up the wine cup that was placed down with a smile yet not a smile, and did not speak anymore. Everyone all thought that he merely jested and said a joke, because not for anything else, but how would Prince Rui from the Great Liang be able to marry a daughter of an official of Mingqi? Not to mention these two persons were not well matched. Now under such sensitive and tense circumstances, by marrying a young lady from another country was like entering a trap that makes one uneasy. Who knew if that young lady was a spy that was sent by the other country, and no matter how courageous one was, no one would dare to take this risk. Everyone continued to laugh, drink and eat, but after Prince Rui said those words, Princess Ming had fallen into a state of resentment that even her gaze was filled with hatred, and even Huang Fu Hao was frowning at it. Speaking of which, the banquet that the crown prince hosted was fairly satisfactory, as the princes of Mingqi most likely wanted to find out the attitude of the Qin country and the Great Liang towards Mingqi. Until now the Qin country had been very intimate with the Mingqi, and did not have any intention to be enemies. However, it was Prince Rui, hailing from the Great Liang, that was neither cold nor warm. One could saw that it was not close nor hostile, and it made one feel elusive. Even during toasting when everyone was tipsy and merry, he made others frustrated as he was not drunk and his mind was clear, thus there was no slip up in his words at all. At the end of it, Prince Rui was also the first to leave. Because of him leaving the banquet, Princess Ming's mood became even worse. On the way back, Princess Ming had punished several servants, and even Prince Ding's subordinates that were on official business were also cursed by her. Those two people were not others but Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongqiao. Fu Shuyi scolded them some more before Princess Ming let it go. After returning to Prince Ding's residence, Fu Shuyi had told his aides about what had happened at the banquet today and pondered that Prince Rui of the Great Liang seemed to be hostile to this prince and deliberately oppressed during the banquet. Fu Shuyi was able to attract a group of capable people, and as a prince, other than being able to forbear, his schemes might not be the highness, but his ability to recruit talent and perseverance were something that no one among the 9 princes was able to compete with him. He could spend days facing another's wooden door and wait, and each time he waits, it would be an entire night, and he also planned a stable and prosperous future for the entire life of that person's family. Thus all the aides that followed him were talented and also loyal to him. Once there was any problems, he was able to get the answer from the aide's mouth. As for the ability to manage people, it was what an emperor should learn to do. At this point, Fu Shuyi was indeed an outstanding emperor. Each one of the aides were deep in thoughts, as Fu Shuyi looked at the plainly clad male right in front and said, what is gentleman Pei's thoughts of it? If one were to saw that every aide here was Fu Shuyi's trusted people, then Pei Lang was definitely considered to be Fu Shuyi's confidant. Pei Lang was recruited by Fu Shuyi 2 years ago. At that time Pei Lang's talent caught Fu Shuyi's eyes, but Pei Lang was one who had no greed for power, and Fu Shuyi at the end had to spend a lot of effort in reasoning before Pei Lang finally moved. After all the twists and turns, the person did not disappoint Fu Shuyi, and within the 2 years, he helped Fu Shuyi solve many problems. Therefore, up to now, whenever he meet with an unsolvable problem, Fu Shuyi would often thought about Pei Lang. Pei Lang frowned. Did your highness cross paths in any way with Prince Rui previously? Fu Shuyi shook his head. This is strange then. Pei Lang analyzed. Prince Rui is a representative of the Great Liang and should not only focus heavily on your highness. If there was no intersection previously, there would not be any reason to put your highness in a difficult position. Your highness did not block his route, and even if the Great Liang want to make things difficult for the Mingqi, the person he would be looking at is his majesty or the crown prince. Fu Shuyi nodded his head. This is also what I had thought. Perhaps. He pondered. Perhaps it was because of Shen Miao. What does your highness words mean? Another aide questioned. I was thinking that in those words that Prince Rui said, only Shen Miao was related to me. It is just that at that time I was unsure if he was joking or doing it intentionally, and only felt that Shen Miao and him did not have any relations. But now thinking about it, one feel a little strange. There was an aide that said, could it be that Prince Rui and Shen Miao have some unspeakable secret relationship? Pei Lang said flatly, this is impossible. Everyone all looked at him. Pei Lang's words were very convincing, and what he said in front of Fu Shuyi would always become true at the end. No matter how others were convinced, they would always concede to his conjecture. It is Prince Rui's first time in Mingqi, and Shen Miao followed Shen Shen's return to the capital not too long ago. There was absolutely not possibility for them to have any contact. Even if it was after this, Pei Lang cupped his hands and said, Your Highness is being well aware that Prince Rui is not a person that is easy to deal with after having contact with him a number of times. Since the Great Liang sent him over to Mingqi, Prince Rui is bound to be one who knows how to weigh the advantages and disadvantages. In such a short time, it is not of his interest to be hostile with your highness just because of a female like Shen Miao. Hearing that Fu Shuyi mused, your words made sense. Accordingly with Gentleman Pei's perspective, what should be done? Since your highness has not been implicated much today, if one were to act rashly, it would make Prince Zhou and the rest to be wary and alarmed. Ever since the tribute banquet, Prince Rui had never mentioned the matter of leaving, so there must be something else that he needs to be done in the Ding capital. Currently the Qin country is still present, so one need not fear. Why not just wait and observe to see what kind of game that Prince Rui is playing before making a decision? Pei Lang said it convincingly. Fu Shuyi nodded his head. In that case then follow what Gentleman Pei said. He pressed his forehead. One had had more drinks today and it would be a long court tomorrow morning. I will rest first and everyone can disperse. After Fu Shuyi left, the aides in the hall also scattered in twos and threes. No one was with Pei Lang, because Pei Lang was originally alone and was also very trusted by Fu Shuyi, thus many would be jealous and no one would make friends with him. Pei Lang walked out and was entranced as he looked up at the stars in the skies. 2 years. It had been 2 years. He had followed the agreement with that young female and finally became Fu Shuyi's confidant. Living comfortable like this, he had gained Fu Shuyi's trust with his resourcefulness, and everything was done so naturally that at times Pei Lang would think that this should be his entire life. However, Shen Miao's reappearance broke the illusion. From the beginning Pei Lang knew that by making this transaction with Shen Miao, it was akin to making a deal with the devil. From the moment he got closer to Fu Shuyi, there would be a day, just like now, that he would become the spy that he initially did not want to be. Fu Shuyi treated him very well, but he was a person who would betray right from the very beginning. Pei Lang sighed deeply. The comfortable days were over and from now onwards, the road that he needs to walk would always be like today, filled with trembling fear and if one was not careful, that one will fall into the abyss and there would not be any room left for redemption. Shen Miao, the purple-clad young female's delicate and pretty face appeared in front of Pei Lang's eyes. It was already so challenging for him as a man, how could a young female who schemed behind the scenes be able to shoulder on everything? This was something that he would never understand in his entire life. Under the light of the oil lamp, Shen Miao was carefully writing. The snow-white paper was spread out, and Gu Yu was grinding the stone ink while Jing Jie carefully added some oil onto the lamp, as the light was not bright enough. She was writing very seriously but from time to time, she would pause midway to think for a while before continuing writing. After finishing writing on the entire paper, everything outside was quiet. Shen Miao put the brush aside and picked up the paper to blow. After ensuring that all the ink on the paper was dry, she then found an envelope to put the letter in before handing it to Jing Jie. Early tomorrow morning, go out and find someone reliable and send this letter over to Chong Zaiqing in the Shen residence. Must guard against others and not let it fall into the hands of others. It must only be in the hands of Chong Zaiqing. Shen Miao said. Jing Zhen complied as she kept the letter properly. Although she was confused why would Shen Miao be writing a letter to Chong Zaiqing, but she did not ask. Gu Yu started to gather the paper and ink on the table before smiling. It is better for young lady to rest early. It is already late at night and if one were to rest later, it would not be good for health. Shen Miao nodded her head. After Jing Jie and Gu Yu left, she took the lamp and brought it to the small stool near the bed, but sat on the side of the bed lost in thought. After having such a dream like last night, now she was unable to sleep and she was thinking about it the entire day. It was as if she had glimpsed to an inkling of the past life. She finally knew how did Chong Zaiqing was able to easily turn Luo Shuiyan into a wisp of a spirit. It was Shen Miao herself that gave the succor to the enemy. If one were to say that Chong Zaiqing was the main culprit, then she would be executioner that was used by others. Upon remembering this, hate that could topple mountains and overturn seas came pouring in. Shen Miao hated that she was unable to swallow Chong Zaiqing whole. However, now she had to think of ways to let Chong Zaiqing's reputation be swept away, and it was just overly simple. Chong Zaiqing constantly thought of living her life in inexhaustible wealth and status for her entire life, so why not let Chong Zaiqing gain everything she wants first, before bursting the bubble and let her be laughed at by the whole world? By using Chong Zaiqing to deal with Chen Ruchu, perhaps it was enough to save her some effort. Making the best use of everything. The lesson from that phrase was already carved into her bones, and this time Shen Miao is to play the game of killing others through the hands of another. She had spent the whole day and at the end managed to come out with something. On that piece of paper, it was all filled densely with Shen Wan's preferences. Being the niece of Shen Wan for so many years and because she sincerely respected Shen Wan, Shen Miao had a lot of knowledge as she had done a lot of things when she was young to please this third shoe. Now all these knowledge was given to others with both ends and means, and it was to an ambitious female. Shen Miao did not believe that with Chong Zaiqing's many methods, this hypocritical gentleman Shen Wan would not fall into the trap. The gentleman had intention and the concubine had feelings. On the surface it was a match of talents, but on the inside they were all wolves and leopards, all not a good thing. Thus the tearing up in the future would be even more interesting. A trace of sneer appeared in Shen Miao's eyes. It was always fun to watch dogs biting dogs. She took off her outer garments and went up to the bed and just as she was about to lay down, she unexpectedly looked over at the window. The windows were tightly shut and the breeze outside was swaying. There was no one else in the dark and deep night. Shen Miao was startled a bit and scolded herself in her heart. Why did she suddenly look at the window without any rhyme or reason? It was like she was somewhat not used to Xie Jingxing not appearing. She shook her head and pressed that weird feeling in her heart, before blowing the oil lamp off and finally went to sleep. In the residence of Prince Rui, someone was in the courtyard feeding the tiger. The white tiger was filled with joy in the courtyard as it nestled at the feet of the youth, and from time to time it would stretch her head out to eat from the hands of the latter. Perhaps because of the joy of eating and also being taken care of extremely well, the fur that was covering the white tiger was shiny and bright, and she has gotten so fat that she now looked like a beautiful big cat. Do not feed anymore. Feeding like this would make her truly become a cat, and with such conduct like this, how would there be an appearance of a tiger? Gao Yang was looking at the side and poured cold water all over. Xie Jingxing turned a deaf ear to it, and continued feeding the white tiger as he casually said, I am the one pampering. You have an opinion. Gao Yang choked before raising his hand. All right. I do not care if you are feeding a cat or feeding a tiger. What exactly happened in the East Palace, Crown Prince's palace today that you put Prince Ding in a difficult position without rhyme or reason? With Fu Shuyi's type of person, he would certainly have some suspicion of you right now. It is somewhat wrong to beat the grass and scare the snake. What exactly are you thinking? When the matters of the palace reached Gao Yang's ears, he dare not believe it at first. Xie Jingxing had his own thoughts when he did his things, but it was not a good time to go against Fu Shuyi right now. Fu Shuyi had some methods privately, and even though it would not hurt Xie Jingxing, it would bring Xie Jingxing additional trouble, and currently flaws were not tolerated. Seeing that Xie Jingxing was not even paying attention to him, Gao Yang's thoughts spun. It cannot be because of Shen Miao. Xie Jingxing said, "You are very free." What? As the matter of the Su family settled, Xie Jingxing questioned. Gao Yan was surprised before replying, had already instructed others to do it. However, he paused before continuing, "Is there any meaning to do all this? Although you and Su Mingfeng are good friends, but when the day comes where he know your true identity, he would definitely be enemies with you. At that time everything that you had done would be plotting in his eyes, and it better not doing anything. Why is there even a need?" Emperor Wenwei had the mind to suppress the Su family, that even if the Su family was willing to give up on influence, there was some residue left, and these residue would likely become the reason of the Su family's death. Xie Jingxing let Gao Yang take action and secretly clean up all the residuals of the Su family, so that in the future the Su family need not do anything. Gao Yang did not express an opinion on Xie Jingxing's action. Currently Xie Jingxing was wearing a mask, so no one knew he was Prince Rui, but if one day this came to light, it was alright to oppose to death about it, but Su Mingfeng would definitely be able to recognize him. Brothers that accompanied one another throughout childhood but now was deceiving the other. Moreover, the Great Liang and the Mingqi would eventually one day be hostile with one another. Xie Jingxing can protect the Su family but still be unable to protect Su Mingfeng's past. This was an unavoidable fact. For the things I do, why is there the need to consider his thoughts? Xie Jingxing said, "It is just because I want to do it." Is it truly so? Gao Yang said in a rare sharpness, "Perhaps you had forgotten that currently you are not the same as before. With this identity, it is fated that there would not be any trustable person in the Mingqi. Upon removing the mask, others would only look at you vigilantly. This official would caution as a subordinate that nothing can stay so hidden, your highness." The night breeze was blowing gently as the white tiger was full from eating, and gave a yawn before holding Xie Jingxing's sleeves in its mouth. The entire courtyard was filled with the silence of the wind. Not long after Xie Jingxing said, "It is not. Not everyone. There is one that is different." He said, "A person that one can use the identity of Prince Rui of the Great Liang to make friends." "You are talking about Shen Miao." Gao Yang reminded, "Your highness must not forget that currently Shen Miao's friendship with your highness is only because she also want to deal with Prince Ding, Fu Shuyi. Your highness can help her, but there would be a day that when it comes to it, she would still stand on the opposite side of your highness. To be cast aside by everyone under the skies. Did not your highness plan for it from the beginning? If it was only a temporary indulgence, once one wake up from the dream, what will be left would only be traumas." "So what about it?" Gao Yang was surprised for a moment. Xie Jingxing asked a question in reply, "So what about it?" He picked the white tiger from the ground and hugged it. Upon standing up, his slender, tall and straight figure was like a pine tree in the night. "There is a price to pay for everything in the world," he said, "be it be power or people, it is all the same. If it comes to that day, this prince will think of ways to snatch. The country need to be snatched, the imperial throne need to be taken by force, female need to be fought over and hearts need to be grabbed. From the beginning this road was already set. How could one not able to bear this little thing of the hate of the world? It is better for you to return to the Great Liang earlier. This prince have forgotten the road one will walk on. On the contrary, this prince knows exactly what one wants. So, do not doubt this prince's decision. If everything is just a dream, then one only need to make the dream a reality." He said it plainly, but there were no doubts when he spoke. This prince has this confidence. "Gao Yang, do you doubt?" Many years later, when Gao Yang think about this winter night, he could still felt the boiling blood in his bones. He had seen that person being arrogant and naughty in his youth, but in a flash it seemed that many moons had passed, and he had saw the overbearingness and majesty of a true imperial family. If everything is just a dream, then one only need to make the dream a reality. How many people in this world would say such words? But against expectations, Xie Jingxing said them. Gao Yang paused, and a moment later, he bent his knees and gave the other a greeting that one gave to a monarch. "This official vow to follow your highness to death." "Raise up." Xie Jingxing was teasing the white tiger in his embrace. Gao Yang patted the dust on his knees and thought for a little before asking solemnly, "Then, how does your highness plan to snatch young lady Shen over?" Xie Jingxing said, "Get out." After entering early winter, the days passed by exceptionally fast. However, it seemed that everyone was busy and nothing new happened in the Ding capital. If one were to speak about something new, it would be the matter in the Shen residence. After Chen Ruchu had conversed with Shen Wan on that day, she was determined to marry Shen Yu off. She brought Shen Yu to the ferns of different families all day. Shen Yu was tens of thousands times not willing, and after she was punished by Shen Wan to stay in the ancestral hall once, she dared not do it again. Shen Yu was a delicate character and could not endure any suffering, thus she could only obediently follow Chen Ruchu to meet those ferns. Even though Chen Ruchu wanted to marry Shen Yu off, she also doted on her daughter, so she was very careful in picking. Although Shen Wan was a shrewd person, he had more humanity than Shen Gui. Shen Yu was the bright pearl in his palm, thus other than the compatibility in terms of household and also that they are able to provide Shen Yu with brocade to wear and exquisite food to eat, those males of the family filtered were indeed very good youths in the Ding capital and did not have a bunch of messy concubines in their courtyard. This was also owed to Shen Yu's talented reputation, as it was often easy for a talented and refined young lady to gain others' favor. Because of worrying all day about Shen Yu's stuff, Chen Ruchu had ignored Shen Wan for a bit. And one did not know from when onwards, Chang Ziqing had become Shen Wan's confidant. After Shen Wan came back from court, he would talk to Chen Ruchu about difficult problems, but now that Chen Ruchu put no more effort to relieve him a bit, Chang Ziqing became the receiving end from Shen Wan. Not only that, Chang Ziqing would often help Shen Wan dispel the clouds to see the sun. One did not know why, but Chang Ziqing had the exactly same hobbies and habits as Shen Wan. For example, Shen Wan did not like sweet things and the cakes that Chang Ziqing made were not very sweet. Shen Wan liked fragrant tea and most of the tea that Chang Ziqing made were mostly fragrant tea. Even their most admired painters were the same. People tend to be a little closer to those who were similar to themselves, thus Shen Wan felt that Chang Ziqing was able to hit off with him like kindred spirits. After being accustomed to Chen Ruchu's gentleness and aloofness, Chang Ziqing's intelligence and frankness were like a light breeze that made Shen Wan's heart stir up after a long time. It was just that all of this was not known to Chen Ruchu. Naturally, Chen Ruchu would not know of it. Chang Ziqing's methods were very high level and she would not take the initiative to look for Shen Wan, as it was Shen Wan who took the initiative to look for Chang Ziqing. Moreover, when the both of them were together, they would be far apart from another, showing an appearance filled with etiquette. It was just words that were spoken, thus even if others were to see it, they would not think more, much less go and warn Chen Ruchu. It was this case for Chen Ruchu's end, and there was another incredible thing. It was that the third young lady of the Shen residence suddenly became very close with Shen Yu. Even though there were only these two young ladies in the Shen residence, but Shen Yu was just like Chen Ruchu, and would somewhat look down on those who were of lower status than them, not to mention a Shu daughter who crawled out from an Yin Yang's womb. There were no interactions for all the past years, so it was indeed a suspicious matter when they became close sisters without any rhyme and reason. In Kai Yunyuan of the Shen residence, Shen Dongling pushed the plate of cake to Shen Yu and smiled. This is the freshly made snacks that the kitchen sent over. Milk and sweet-scented osmanthus was added. Have a taste, second older sister. Shen Yu saw the snacks and did not reach out to take it but instead sighed somewhat irritatingly. How would I still have the mood to eat? I am full with anger. Shen Dongling looked at her and said worriedly, as second older sister still distressed about the matter of your marriage. You do not know. Shen Yu snapped. Yesterday I went to the residence of the Minister of Land, and my mother was extremely satisfied with that gentleman Wang. If I did not guess incorrectly, she had the idea of marrying me to gentleman Wang. Now I cannot even eat as I am so anxious that my head hurts. Minister of Land, Shen Dongling said curiously, is it that gentleman by the name of Wang Bai? You actually also know about him. Shen Yu looked suspiciously at her. Heard father talking once about it. Shen Dongling smiled shyly. Shen Gui was also an official and would indeed know about the Wang family matters. Shen Yu followed along. Yes, it is him. One heard that this gentleman Wang's learning is profound and immense, and currently had entered officialdom. Even though currently he is not successful in his official career, but it was the matter of time for him to reach a pinnacle of virtue and ability. Second older sister, this is a good thing, so why are you not willing? Shen Dongling asked. No matter how he is exaggerated or hyped up, I will not like him at all. Shen Yu snapped. When I marry, it must be to one who has unlimited grandness. What is he? When Shen Dongling heard this, she probed, could it be that second older sister has someone in her heart? Shen Yu was surprised for a moment before covering up. No. What nonsense are you talking about? Shen Dongling smiled in apology. I had thought that gentleman Wang type of person was considered not bad. But if second older sister did not like, could it be that one had someone in the heart, thus no one else was acceptable? It was me who misunderstands second older sister. Second older sister, please do not be annoyed with me. Shen Yu waved her hands but her gaze was somewhat preoccupied. She thought about Fu Shuyi and her heart could not help but feel pain. Chen Ruchu had told her that Fu Shuyi wanted to marry someone that was able to help him. She was just a daughter of an ordinary civil official so Fu Shuyi would not marry her. But Shen Yu could not help but think that if one day Fu Shuyi fell in love with her, perhaps he would not care about all the other things and treat her well. She was this pretty and smart, and her reputation of a talented female was spread throughout the Ding capital, so naturally she also wanted to marry a peerless noble male. In the entire Mingqi, only Fu Shuyi could enter her eyes. She had guarded herself for Fu Shuyi for so long, and now she was to marry to another. Of course Shen Yu was totally not willing. Shen Yu heard Shen Dongling's soft words, why second older sister not try? Perhaps gentleman Wang is not as bad as you thought. Moreover the Wang family has a compatible family status with the Shen family. Speaking of it, gentleman Wang is also a good person so when second older sister marry over, there would not be any grievances and live safe and securely. Is it not good? The more she said that the more fed up Shen Yu felt. What Shen Yu wanted was never stability but glory, the envious gazes from everyone and this was something only Fu Shuyi was able to give her. Second older sister must not think too much. This kind of blessing is one that others cannot get no matter how one beg. Just like me, Shen Dongling said, if the position was changed and it was me standing in second older sister position, one would definitely not refuse such a thing and on the contrary would be very happy. Is not a female wish to have security? Shen Yu was originally somewhat irritated when she was listening but after hearing to the ending part, she could not help but pause. A strange feeling slowly floated up to her heart, and she could not help but look at Shen Dongling. Shen Dongling's chin was pointed and it made her look particularly weak, as if she did not have the ability to resist and would be very docile. There was also a look of trust in her brows, as if she really treated Shen Yu as a true sister. Really seemed to be a person that could be manipulated. Slowly a thought floated into Shen Yu's heart. For several continuous days, the Ding capital was very calm. In the residence of the Qin Crown Prince, Princess Mingyan had also paused for a few days. Other than strolling around in the Ding capital streets, she did not do anything else. However it only appeared so on the surface, but it was not necessary the case in private. Over in the mansion, Princess Mingyan's appearance was as charming as she wore a golden red gauze dress, and she was taking a bite of preserved fruits from a plate in front. Opposite her, there were two official-like person that were kneeling. These two person were insulted like this by Princess Mingyan, but there was no anger at all in their expressions. These two was none other than the two Shu sons of the Marquis of Linen, Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao. Ever since Xie Jingxing's news, Xie Ding had no mood to handle government affairs, and passed on his power to his two Shu sons and let them battle in the court. Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao did not have low abilities, and currently they were working under Prince Ding. Even though Prince Ding did not value them greatly, he developed them as people that he could potentially use in the future. Thus both of them hoped to make some achievements. If one were to say what were Xie Chongwu's and Xie Chongchao's resentment, it was that even though Xie Jingxing was dead and there was no descendants of Princess Yu Jing, Xie Ding refused to elevate Madame Fang's status. Without elevating Madame Fang's status, both of them would only have the position of Shu sons. Now Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao were in a rush to gain achievements, so that when they were able to reach a certain level of meritorious service, they would be able to force Xie Ding to change their status to D sons. Even it was for the sake of the Marquis of Linan's residence, he could only do so. The only reasons as to why they appeared in the residence of the Qin Crown Prince was also because of Fu Shuyi's instructions. Fu Shuyi currently had the intention to have good relations with the Qin Crown Prince, and also wanted to reach some kind of agreement privately, so naturally one would need to spend some effort with Huang Fu Hao's blood younger sister, Princess Mingyan. Thinking that Princess Mingyan might not be familiar with the Ding capital, he then sent Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao over. Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao were Fu Shuyi's people in secret, and normally their tasks were to accompany higher-ranked officials, thus others would not be surprised to see both of them flattering Princess Mingyan. As Princess Mingyan had a violent temper, these days Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao had to suffer a lot. It was the same today. She looked at the two-person opposite and laughed. You all follow Bengong all day but are not at all bored. Does the officials of Mingqi really like to follow behind other countries' princesses? If so, then it is really too easy for the Mingqi to gain its country. This official's responsibility is to please your Princess Highness. Xie Chongwu said, only when your Princess Highness is satisfied, could these officials be at ease. Princess Mingyan sneered, you are not Bengong's officials and Bengong will not accept such idle people. One heard that your residence of the Marquis of Linen had an extraordinary air, but it is a pity that he died young. Perhaps if it was him, Bengong would consider in letting him be Bengong's official. The two persons that were prostrating had their heads down, but their expressions were hazy. Even though some people died, the shadow left behind would not diminish at all. After Xie Jingxing passing 2 years ago, Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao had thought that they would no longer need to live under the shadow of Xie Jingxing. However, when others mentioned about the residence of the Marquis of Linen, the first thing that they thought about was still Xie Jingxing. They always said, if that little Xie Marquis was not dead, one did not know how extraordinary he would be today. One feared that the Marquis of Linen would have been extremely proud. They had forgotten that both of them brothers are also young masters of the residence of the Marquis of Linen, but no matter how outstanding they performed, they were unable to exceed the heroism that Xie Jingxing left in the hearts of everyone. Xie Chongchao's gaze flashed and said, older brother was indeed outstanding and even had a great relationship with the formidable great general's daughter, 5th Shen young lady. Speaking of which, it was really fated. When Princess Mingyan heard Shen Miao's name, she was first surprised before her brows went up straight and her tone of voice involuntarily became heavy. What was it? Quickly tell Bengong. Xie Chongchao lifted his head and seemingly looked shocked at Princess Mingyan. Does your Princess Highness remember that during the Mingqi's Academy examinations, the matter of the 5th Shen young lady winning first place in the archery challenge? Princess Mingyan's expression became increasingly gloomy. When Xie Chongchao said that, it made her think of the moment in the tribute banquet when she competed with Shen Miao and made a fool of herself. She could not wait to tear Shen Miao apart. At that time after Kai Ling exited the arena, my second older brother wanted to challenge 5th Shen young lady. If my second older brother were to go up, he would definitely be able to make 5th Shen young lady fail, but at that time my eldest brother rushed up and protected Shen young lady by offering himself. Xie Chongchao said, he would forever remember that moment as it seemed that they were able to be successful in drawing Kai Darren over to their side, but who knew that Xie Jingxing would suddenly jump into it. Even though Xie Jingxing looked like a dissolute on the surface, he had not helped young females in problems. Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao could almost confirm that Xie Jingxing most likely had other feelings for Shen Miao, else he would not have helped Shen Miao out of it. It was because of Xie Jingxing's appearance that both brothers were beaten to the ground by Xie Jingxing during the academy examinations and almost became a joke. Thus this had become Xie Chongwu's and Xie Chongchao's anger that would not be able to dissipate. So it actually turned out to be that. After hearing it, Princess Mingyan sneered. It seemed that Xie Jingxing was also not a good thing. To actually hook up with that slut, he deserved to die, and his death is a happy thing. A flash of comfort appeared in Xie Chongwu's and Xie Chongchao's eyes. As long as Xie Jingxing's reputation was smeared, and hearing others talking about the bad things of Xie Jingxing, their hearts will be pleased, as if this would help vent out the dissatisfaction in their hearts. Bengong finds that Shen Miao is very obtrusive, and if it was not older brother protecting, making Bengong unable to take action, one can already kill her 8 to 10 times over. Princess Mingyan was somewhat irritated. That day in the Crown Prince's Eastern Palace, the words that Prince Rui said echoed in Princess Mingyan's ears. Such a good young lady. As luck would have it, this prince also want. She was crazily jealous and the new and old hatred converged. She could not wait to crush Shen Miao into tens of thousands of pieces. But she was confined by Huang Fuhao, and even if she went out, Huang Fuhao's guards would be beside her, and thus she was unable to do anything. Now that Xie Chongchao mentioned Shen Miao, her vicious emotions were hooked up from her heart. Princess Mingyan was arrogant for her entire life and there was nothing that she was unable to get. Now that Shen Miao became the blocking stone, there was no reason for her to be kept. Suddenly her heart moved and she looked towards Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao. Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao were still kneeling on the ground. Princess Mingyan did not let them get up, so they were unable to get up. They were like that the entire day, being very obedient. It was as if no matter what order was given, they would obediently perform it. She suddenly laughed. Princess Mingyan picked up a snack and looked carefully at the delicate flower pattern on the snack but said, Xie Chongwu, Xie Chongchao. You both have followed Prince Ding for many years, right? Why are you both only still running errands? Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao were startled, as they did not expect that Princess Mingyan would suddenly make things difficult for them. But Princess Mingyan's words poked their pain points. One had to know that they were already working for Fu Shuyi 2 years ago, but it was all irrelevant stuff. Just like now, there was no difference between the servants in the palace as they served the princess. In their eyes, the reason why Fu Shuyi valued them had nothing to do with themselves at all. Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao were very outstanding in literature and military, but they were unable to break through till now. It was only because they had the position of a Shu Sun. Princess Mingyan's words were laced with ridicule, and although they did not speak, they could not help but show a bit of indignancy on their faces. Princess Mingyan said, you both really want to be promoted and kept by Prince Ding's side, so that he will value you seriously and one day be able to soar into the skies. Finally breaking away from the humiliating position of a Shu Sun. The Xie brothers did not speak. Bengong has a method that would let the both of you achieve your wishes. Princess Mingyan spoke slowly and emphasized. Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao looked at each other and bent over, seeking your Princess Highness enlightenment. That is Bengong. Princess Mingyan was in all smiles. Bengong is the princess of Qin, and now Prince Ding wants a favor from my older brother Crown Prince. Thus you both are here to incur my likes, but if Bengong speak of some favorable words to older brother Crown Prince, and let older brother Crown Prince and Prince Ding matter become successful, Prince Ding would also give the both of you credit. She looked at her fingernails. These few days you both have been doing everything to please Bengong, is not it all for that? Xie Chongchao and Xie Chongwu did not speak. Generally it was like that, but when they were sent over to make Princess Mingyan happy, from the start they did not have any expectations that Princess Mingyan would say anything good for them. One had to know that Princess Mingyan was domineering and looked down on everyone, thus it was a good thing not to provoke her anger, thus how would one dare to be in her good graces? Xie Chongchao and Xie Chongwu were not fools and knew that for Princess Mingyan to suddenly raise this matter, there would bound to be some exchange of terms, thus they did not speak at the moment. Seeing that both of them were not speaking, Princess Mingyan was somewhat unable to hold back and said it herself, it is only some words from Bengong, but numerous of people were unable to get them. Both of you are not friends or relatives of Bengong, thus without any rhyme or reason when Bengong speak about you, naturally one must have some compensation. No matter how foolish one act, one could not understand that sentence. Xie Chongwu said, may your Princess Highness instruct. You all also know, Princess Mingyan lifted her little finger and said, that Bengong has always been kind, and have good intentions and thoughts of people when one came to the Mingqi. To no avail, there would be some slut without eyes that provoke Bengong. Her voice became sharp. Currently Bengong hates Shen Miao that slut the most. Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao were aware about the disagreement between Shen Miao and Princess Mingyan. Princess Mingyan was one who dispute over every trifle thing, and since she suffered losses from Shen Miao, naturally she would not let it go. Now that this was the land of the Mingqi, and Shen Miao was not an innocent young lady from a normal family, if there was a real accident, Princess Mingyan would land in a big trouble. Princess Mingyan looked at Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao, and for the first time her gaze was very amiable. I know that both of you are the top talented youths of the Mingqi, with more courage and knowledge than other. One does not know if you are willing to help Bengong with this. Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao were surprised for a moment before Xie Chongchao asked probingly, what does your Princess Highness plan? Rest assured, Bengong has a kind heart and do not want her life. Princess Mingyan smiled. However, you have to sell her off to the lowest ranked brothel and wait till she slowly get used to the place, then find means to get the officials to save her out. The two Xie brothers let out a breath of cold air. A female would be almost destroyed after being sold to the lowest ranked brothel. At the lowest ranked brothel, most of the customers were rough and robbers, and would torture others till one was better dead than alive. Many of the servants who committed wrongs against their masters would die after entering one day. However, Princess Mingyan still specifically instructed not let her die, and wait till Shen Miao was tossed around by enough people and become a walking dead, then let the officials save her out. This was making her to be the object of universal ridicule, and one fear that everyone would know of the fact that the fifth young lady of Ming Qi's Shen family had become a prostitute and their spit would be enough to drown Shen Miao. To let the most honorable young lady to be devastated by the roughest and most brutal of men, one fear that it would be better for Shen Miao to die. Xie Chongwu barely forced a smile out. Each one of the Shen family guards are highly skilled in martial arts, so how would one be able to sell the fifth Shen young lady to that place? This is your problem. Princess Mingyan resumed that noble and high appearance, even though Bengong said that you have the knowledge and guts, how to kidnap Shen Miao would depend on your abilities. Else if everything have to be thought by Bengong, then what use does Bengong have for you both? Seeing that Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao were still hesitant, Princess Mingyan's tone lightened and said temptingly, however if the matter is successful, Bengong will definitely speak well of you all to Prince Ding, and at least let Prince Ding get good jobs for both of you and it would not be like now, a not high enough nor low enough position. With such a deal, do you still not agree? Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao looked at one another and saw the entanglement in each other's eyes. Aspirations of the rich were achieved from danger, and people like them who entered the career would desire nothing more than to reach the top. Now Princess Mingyan offered a shortcut for the both of them, seemingly only taking a short amount of time to get a step closer to their dreams. However, kidnapping Shen Miao was indeed not an easy task. Even if the both of them had some of their own people, the Shen family originated from a military lineage and those guards were extraordinary. One feared that any of the guards around Shen Miao was highly skilled in martial arts. Moreover, once Shen Miao disappeared, Shen Xin would definitely lock the entire Ding capital down tightly, and at that time one would need to spend a substantial effort to hide and transport her to a brothel. Upon success, glory and wealth would come pouring in. Upon failure, indefinite difficulties would fall onto them. When Princess Mingyan saw their expressions, she smiled coldly. Since both of you hesitate, then take it as Bengong had never mentioned about this matter before. Opportunity only comes once and Bengong will not give a second chance. Both of you withdraw. Both of you are not the only people in Mingqi who have knowledge and guts. Bengong thinks that there will be someone who is willing to gamble on this fortune. This official is willing. Not waiting for Princess Mingyan to instruct others, Xie Chongchao cried out first as he pulled Xie Chongwu. When Xie Chongwu saw Xie Chongchao speak, there was no longer any reason to decline. He then bowed down and said, this official is willing to go through water and tread on fire without hesitation for your Princess Highness. This was the indication of making this deal. Princess Mingyan smiled and said, get up. Since you both are putting effort to work for Bengong, Bengong will not treat you badly. Bengong will wait at the residence for your good news, and thus bide one's time. After coming out of Princess Mingyan's residence and returning back to the residence of the Marquis of Linen, the Xie brothers closed the doors of a room and discussed about the matter. Xie Chongwu complained, third younger brother, you are too impatient to just agree in front of Princess Mingyan. This matter is extremely difficult and if one was not careful, there will be disadvantages. Xie Chongchao disagreed with his words. Second older brother, the princess had also said that even if we do not do it, she will find someone else to do it. Currently what you and me are lacking is not abilities but opportunity. If it is successful then naturally one would rise directly to a high position. Is not this the result that you and I wish to see? But Shen Miao is not the daughter of an ordinary family. Xie Chongwu sighed. Even if we are able to kidnap Shen Miao, then Shen Xin would search the entire city so it would not be safe, no matter where we hide her. Is not our residence still available? Xie Chongchao smiled. Xie Chongwu looked at him. Are you saying? No matter how much Shen Xin searched the entire city, there would be no reason to search our residence. No matter how suspicious he is of others, he would not suspect that it is us that kidnapped Shen Miao. We have no grief with Shen Miao so why would we kidnap her? Xie Chongchao smiled. Absolutely perfect. Xie Chongwu who had some expression of worries also gradually relaxed and listened to Xie Chongchao speak, but how to kidnap Shen Miao, it still require both of us to deliberate at length. Shen Miao was not aware of the agreement between the Xie brothers and Princess Mingyan. The light dimmed early during the winter days in the Ding capital thus not long after dinner, the skies were already dark. As there were more court matters these days, Shen Xin and the rest were so busy that it became advantageous for Shen Miao. However, today she was replying to invitations under the lamp. Feng and Ning had sent her a number of invitations, but because she had the matter of Chong Zai Qing on her mind, she did not go over a single time. She let Luo Tan go over to accompany Feng and Ning to window shop all the time but after a few times, Feng and Ning's young lady's temper blew up, and sent her an invitation that she must come out with her to shop in 2 days' time. If not, they would no longer be friends. Shen Miao thought about it and eventually felt that Feng and Ning was considered as her friend. In order to maintain this hard-won friendship, she magnanimously prepared to reply to the invitation and agreed to meet with Feng and Ning. After finishing writing, she passed it to Jing Jie and both Jing Jie and Gu Yu then closed the door and left. Shen Miao yawned for a few times and decided to rest early, so she headed towards her bed. When she reached the side of the bed, she saw that something was rolled up into a ball at the corner of the bed moving under the blanket. Shen Miao jumped in shock. Just now when Jing Jie and Gu Yu were in the room, they did not detect anything that came in. Suddenly a strange thought appeared in her mind and a layer of goosebumps appeared. However after a moment she calmed down again. Speaking of which, she was one who had died once before so even if she were to see a ghost, it was something not to be afraid of. 134 to 140. She immediately went to the side of the bed and lifted the blanket. Under the blanket there was a cat-like thing. Its fur was a rarely seen snow-white color and was a shaggy mess. Being cold after someone lifted the blanket, it paused first before looking up to see her. For a moment Shen Miao was startled. That thing was running over with joy on her bed and quickly bit the sleeves of her middle clothes. Upon closer view, it was a white tiger. Shen Miao went crazy. From where did this white tiger came from? She then heard a person chuckling from the dark corner, Zhao Zhao. Shen Miao unconsciously turned around, but saw the white tiger cub that bit her sleeve suddenly stood up and ran towards the other side. Under the light, his purple robes were brightly lit, and the golden embroidered dragon prints were glittering. His appearance was coated with a layer of warmth by the candlelight, making him so beautiful that it seemed that she was not a person of this world. Xie Jingxing leaned over and picked up the white tiger that was biting the corner of his robes and carried it with his sleeves, naughty. Shen Miao blinked before she suddenly reacted. She saw the white tiger's head revealing from his sleeves and said incredulous, what did you call it? Zhao Zhao. Xie Jingxing's eyebrows curved up and he walked over unhurriedly before even asking, is it very fitting? Shen Miao was so angry that she did not want to talk to him. To use her little name for a beast's name, was Xie Jingxing a human? Xie Jingxing walked familiarly to the stool to sit and poured a cup of tea for himself before saying, the tea is still warm. It seemed that you are very thoughtful of me. Shen Miao said, shameless. How would there be such a shameless man like this in the world? But Xie Jingxing looked at the few chrysanthemum cookies and said, oh. Still prepared snacks. But I am not hungry, so it is tough for you. That was the snacks that Jing Jie prepared, fearing that Shen Miao would be hungry at night and Xie Jingxing actually thought they were prepared for him. Shen Miao looked coldly at Xie Jingxing. With this person being like this, it was better for her not to speak. It is tiring these few days. Xie Jingxing said, fortunately one can rest at your place for a while. Many thanks. Shen Miao's heart moved. Xie Jingxing had not come over for many days already. Even though she was not accustomed of him coming unsolicited at night, at this moment some thoughts appeared in her mind. She asked, what have you done? Xie Jingxing smiled, but it was not a smile as he looked at her, again trying to dig information from me. Shen Miao did not say anything. It is not fair to be always like this. Xie Jingxing said leisurely, you know a lot of my secrets but I know nothing about you. Why not you talk about your stuff? Shen Miao rolled her eyes at Xie Jingxing in her heart. One knew that Xie Jingxing had the Fengxian pawn shop, an intelligence station, under him and all of the big and small matters of the Mingqi were well in the palm of his hands, yet he still shamelessly said that he knew nothing. Shen Miao felt that Xie Jingxing was even more dangerous. Prince Rui can go and look for Manager Ji for any inquiries. Shen Miao coolly said, Manager Ji would be pleased to inform your highness. Manager Ji does not ask about matters of the wind and moon. Xie Jingxing said, the things that this prince want to know, Manager Ji would not be able to answer and only you are able to tell this prince. Shen Miao asked, what do you want to know? Xie Jingxing touched his chin and took a good and leisurely look at Shen Miao and suddenly asked, do you like Fu Shuyi? Shen Miao was slightly stunned. She thought that Xie Jingxing would ask her some inexplicably weird questions. After dealing with Xie Jingxing for all these years, she was clearly aware that the previous understanding she had in her previous life was very superficial. A young talent that passed before his time was not the best description of him. Xie Jingxing was an intelligent and dangerous hunter, thus if one had a bad sense of grasp, it would be very easy for that hunter to take advantage of one's weakness. She was clear that she had already revealed a lot of information, and also made mistakes that would cause Xie Jingxing to be suspicious. She even wondered how would she reply when Xie Jingxing asked her about how she knew about the future knowledge. However, she did not expect that Xie Jingxing would ask her an unrelated question. Why about if she liked Fu Shuyi? What did it got to do with the grand plan of the world? Shen Miao asked, why ask this? When Xie Jingxing did not answer after a long while, Shen Miao turned her head over and coincidentally met his gaze. Under the light, Xie Jingxing was staring at her sideways. He was originally handsome and moving thus at this moment under the light, his black pupils were like stars, as if the stars that filled the skies were incomparable to his gaze. However, in that brightness, there was some sense of sharpness which made others unable to look away, and became firmly locked by him. That gaze seemed to contain something else, as if it was questioning another thing. The overbearingness and that unavoidable attitude made one eyebrows perk up. Why was he not answering this? Shen Miao heard her heart beating violently and she had a moment of panic. This long-standing voice came from her chest and made her helpless, but she did not display the conflict. In the cold winter nights and with the dark candle lightly lit, the youth's gaze was sharp, as if everything was inside as his lips gently hooked up. Ah chew. One did not know when the dust had landed on the white tiger's nose in Xie Jingxing's embrace and she sneezed, awakening the two persons who were silent. Shen Miao recovered to her senses, your pet is sick. She avoided the question without a trace. Xie Jingxing did not continue to harp on the topic, and on the contrary picked the white tiger up and looked into her eyes, so delicate. Not sure who was he talking about. Shen Miao took a deep breath, as she feel that Xie Jingxing has ill intentions when naming this white tiger with her little name. In the future when others scold this beast, Shen Miao would inevitably think about herself. Thinking about that, she had some unhappiness on the white tiger and Xie Jingxing also became unpleasant to her eyes. Since it is so delicate then let Imperial Physician Gao take a look at it. Shen Miao said mockingly, in any case, Imperial Physician Gao has a high level of medical skills. It is the same treating beast and people. Xie Jingxing smiled, Zhao Zhao do not like Imperial Physician Gao and only like to stick to this prince. Shen Miao glared at him. Xie Jingxing must have done it on purpose. Prince Rui is not leaving. Shen Miao said, I want to rest. Xie Jingxing was displeased, have time to travel with Feng and Ning for the entire day but chase this prince out after a while. Really do not have loyalty. Even though he said that, he stood up from his seat and walked towards the window. Suddenly he remembered something and turned back to stand by the bed and said, about that question, tell this prince in the future. His figure disappeared from the window. Shen Miao walked over to close the window and blew out the lights before going up to bed. The entire room fell into silence, as if the person who just came was an illusion. Only the cup of tea remaining on the table reminded one that this was not a dream. Everything was very real. It is just. On the bed, Shen Miao's hand was on top of her heart. Just now it was violently beating and it has not subsided till now. It was not an illusion. Heavens had blessed us even though the weather for the next few days was not good. The particular day that Feng and Ning wanted to go out, it was good and the sun was up. As the sun was warm, it was particularly comfortable when the sunlight shone onto them. However, despite this, Shen Miao still wore a rabbit fur cloak. Even though there was a blazer in the house, it was difficult to protect oneself from winds outside. It would be a troublesome thing if one were to catch a cold with the weather like this. Early in the morning, Feng and Ning's horse carriage was in front of the doors of the Shen mansion to pick up Luo Tan and Shen Miao. The Feng family doted on Feng and Ning a lot, so since Feng and Ning had already finished all the classes in Guangwentang, she was unable to stay in the residence and would go out shopping every day. It was just that no matter how big the Ding capital was, there would be a day when one would finally get bored. Luo Tan's arrival was a joy to Feng and Ning, as she was very happy to be the one guiding Luo Tan around and search for new and fresh places for her. However, as time passed, Feng and Ning could not tolerate. Luo Tan was indeed a young lady from the Luo family, and she did not bother to look at clothing or jewelry shops but kept on heading towards the weapon shops. Once she saw a unique weapon, her eyes sparkled. How would Feng and Ning understand all these? Thus she insisted on bringing Shen Miao along. Feng and Ning wore a cherry blossom flowered dress with a brocade cloak, making her look extremely bright in winter. These days her appearance had matured and she was especially pretty. However, when she opened her mouth to speak, the pretty appearance became somewhat arrogant. She lifted the curtain of her horse carriage and said hurriedly, wait till one die already. Still would not come up. She did not expect that the person standing outside the horse carriage was Shen Chu. Shen Chu sent Shen Miao and Luo Tan out and he knew that Shen Miao had only one friend, Feng and Ning, in the Ding capital. His memory was still stuck with the little shy young female, but who knew that the one who lifted the curtain was a lively young lady. When the young lady saw that it was him, her head shrank and her high-pitched and arrogant voice lowered and softened, Vice General Shen. Shen Chu glanced at Feng and Ning unfathomably and nodded his head as a greeting. He let Shen Miao and Luo Tan up the horse carriage, and instructed them to pay attention to safety before leaving. Because this was Feng and Ning's invite, there were a number of the Feng's family's guards that were brought along. Shen Miao and Luo Tan did not bring other guards, as they thought that Feng and Ning would send them back to Shen Mansion afterwards. After Shen Chu left, Feng and Ning patted her chest and finally felt relief. It was very strange as every time Feng and Ning saw Shen Chu, she would have an instinct of being afraid. Even though Shen Chu did not criticize her for her temperament, but the majestic air of a vice general was still present. Feng and Ning once again thought about Shen Chu's appearance just now. After not seeing for the past 2 years, Shen Chu, who had been practicing for the past 2 years, had become more mature. Even though he was still a warm and gentle eldest brother, but in the eyes of others, he was awe-inspiring. Luo Tan asked Feng and Ning, why are you blushing? Feng and Ning was startled, and quickly touched her cheeks before realizing that they were really weirdly hot. She covered up using her hands as fans. This carriage is stuffy and somewhat hot. Luo Tan did not doubt her. It is you that wore too heavily. Then she suddenly thought of something. And Ning, why are you afraid of Yao older brother? Since when have I been scared of him? Feng and Ning immediately refuted once she heard Luo Tan's words, which shocked Luo Tan. Just now you obviously looked like you were afraid. Luo Tan said, what is there to be shameful about? But Biao older brother is a very good person and just look fierce on the outside. If you are even scared of Biao older brother, wait till you meet older brother Sa, you will then know what a black-faced god is. Luo Sa was 1,000 miles away from Luo Tan, but she had already smeared his name to her good friend. Feng and Ning stressed herself, I am not afraid of him. Luo Tan said, alright, you are not afraid, is that alright now? Shen Miao, who was observing silently at the side, saw that Feng and Ning's cheeks were flushed up with anger, and her heart suddenly moved. Because the family of the supervisor of attendants stood in the wrong team, Master Feng was implicated, and in order to protect this pearl in his hand, he could only marry her off to a cousin of his family in advance. Who knew that not only that cousin was shabby, after the Feng family declined, he raised a family outside and even had a son. With Feng and Ning's arrogant temperament, how would she be able to tolerate those grievances? She then picked up a scissors and ended in mutual destruction with that external family. In this lifetime, because of Shen Miao meddling, the forces within the Ming Qi's imperial family were now evenly matched, and Master Feng had not taken his stand. But with the previous life's ending, one could not guarantee that it would not happen again. Shen Miao did not have any feelings for the Feng family, but if it was Feng and Ning, then she would want to help. Feng and Ning always made her think about Wan Yun, and all pitiful people who were implicated by the family clans. What are you looking at me for? Feng and Ning saw Shen Miao staring at her and did not know what she was thinking, thus she thought that Shen Miao was still thinking about Luo Tan's words. She said exasperatedly, you also think that I am afraid of your eldest brother. Luo Tan laughed behind her sleeves, before Shen Miao recovered to her senses and shook her head, it is not so. Just find that your dress is somewhat unique. Ordinary females would love to hear others flattering them, and no matter how much anger Feng and Ning has, she was unable to be angry with Shen Miao's words. Of course, this is the pattern that my mother had got people to get for me. Shen Miao's eyes hang down and she sighed in her heart. Let it be. Everyone had their own fate. One would not be able to eat hot bean curd if one was anxious, thus some things had to be done slowly. One had to say that when 3 of them were shopping around, it was more tiring than 2 persons. Because Feng and Ning wanted to visit the jewelry and clothing shops, and Luo Tan only wanted to look at weapons, so they had to shop from the west to the east and from the north to the south of the city. Luo Tan and Feng and Ning kept on bickering, and the noise made Shen Miao's head ache. When going out with these 2 people, it was just like a mother bringing her kids along. At the end, after they argued, they would both tag her at the same time, and said that Shen Miao was young but was just like an old woman and was more boring than the monks in the temple. At the end, Shen Miao could not be bothered about them at all. This day was exceptionally lively as 3 young ladies were shopping around, and the stuff that they bought filled the carriage that there almost was not any place left. Feng and Ning was however feeling proud as every time Shen Miao and Luo Tan liked anything, she would wave her hands, bye. If Shen Miao blocked this, it would be fear that Feng and Ning would move the entire jewelry shop back to her residence. After eating, drinking, playing and when the sun was almost setting down, everyone also planned to return back to the residence. Because Shen Miao and Luo Tan were invited out by Feng and Ning, it was not convenient to bring too many guards, so Shen Miao did not bring along the Shen Mansion's guards and wanted to take the Feng family's carriage back home. Who knew that when they left the shop and returned to the carriage, Feng and Ning turned over her pouch and became anxious, the cat-eye hairpin that I just bought is gone. Feng and Ning had visited all the jewelry shops in the Ding capital today, and if one were to say what she was satisfied with, it would be the butterfly-shaped cat-eye hairpin. That cat-eye was a transparent and rare blue jewel, making it very beautiful to look at. When Feng and Ning was in the restaurant eating, she took it out to scrutinize with Shen Miao. Shen Miao said, search again. Just now it was in your hands, so how can it disappear? Feng and Ning said, I do not know. Still do not go back to look. Shen Miao said, you just left, so if it was left behind the people in the restaurant would have picked it up. I will accompany you to take a look. Feng and Ning thought about it, I will go myself and it would be only for a short time. If it cannot be found then let it be. It is a pity on the money spent. It is difficult to see something that one likes. Luo Tan was somewhat speechless. Feng and Ning was indeed wealthy. Speaking of which, although the Feng family was wealthy, it was not at this level of squandering. It was nothing more than the Feng family truly loved and doted on Feng and Ning, that there was no shortage of money for her to spend. Thus that led to Feng and Ning being unable to have any perspective of money that even if something was lost, the first reaction was it is difficult to see something that one likes. I will bring a few guards up to take a look. Feng and Ning said, wait here for me. I will be right down. Shen Miao nodded her head. Feng and Ning took almost all the guards, and this was most probably to make a strong point, just in case the waiter in the restaurant wanted her possessions. When they saw Feng and Ning's stance, they would be timid about it. After Feng and Ning left, there was only Luo Tan and Shen Miao left with 4 guards outside. Luo Tan looked at the skies and said, when Ning returns, it would be dark when we return to the residence. She then stretched out lazily, it is sure tiring today. Tomorrow I am going to be lazy and no one can disturb me. Shen Miao kept to her silence. Just now someone was still very interested to play around this happily the next time. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly heard a guard speaking from the outside. Shen young lady, Luo young lady, this subordinate just picked up young lady's hairpin. Luo Tan sighed. She opened the curtains and indeed saw that the guard standing outside the horse carriage was holding a shimmering hairpin in his hand. Was not this the cat-eye hairpin that Feng and Ning lost? Luo Tan frowned. This and Ning is really careless. The thing fell onto the ground yet she did not realize it. That guard moved towards the horse carriage 2 steps, when Luo Tan reached her hands out to pick up that hairpin. Just as she held onto that hairpin, that guard suddenly flinged Luo Tan out. Another guard of the Feng residence suddenly jumped onto the carriage, and pulled the driver down before whipping the horse. When the horse felt the pain, it slammed its hoofs down and started running crazily. Everything happened so quickly, that the other 2 guards of the Feng residence were unable to react. When they finally reacted, Shen Miao and the horse carriage were already a distance away. The fortunate thing was that Luo Tan was still in the carriage. She reacted very quickly, thus when that guard tried to fling her out, Luo Tan was already firmly grasping the carriage door and jumped back. This was a period where every second counted, thus the man did not continue struggling with Luo Tan and leapt onto another horse, and headed towards the direction of outside the city. There were a number of commoners on the streets, and they were all stunned by that horse who was charging violently. Some of the stalls that were unable to dodge were overturned, but they did not know who was that arrogant. That horse carriage was in great speed, slamming Shen Miao and Luo Tan around inside. At the crucial moment, Luo Tan still remembered to pull Shen Miao's hand over. Biao, youngest sister, do not be afraid. We will jump off the carriage and reveal our identity. There are so many people outside, so we have to take that into consideration. Shen Miao's heart slightly warmed up. Even though the entire carriage was out of control, she said, it is too late. Look outside. Luo Tan looked outside the carriage and she was stunned. The familiar streets just now had disappeared. The small alleys were shrewdly twisted around, and there was not a person in sight. One did not know where this road was. Despair suddenly appeared in Luo Tan's heart, as she was only thinking of jumping off the carriage to save their lives, but at this moment, there was no one, so even if they jump off, they would still be the meat on others' cutting board. Do not worry. They should be targeting me, so when it is time, you should feint or try another means to escape. They will not do anything to you. Shen Miao said. How could I leave you and escape myself? Luo Tan grabbed Shen Miao's hand. At that time you saved the Luo family in the Shaochun city. Even if I cannot save you, I will not leave you. If we were to die, we will die together. Shen Miao was somewhat dumbfounded. Now was not the time to be discussing about heroic loyalty. She forcefully managed to sit up in the violently moving carriage and whispered in Luo Tan's ear, remember, if you succeed in escaping, think of ways to send a letter to Prince Rui's residence. Just say that there is a transaction to be done and prices will be discussed later. Luo Tan was blank when she heard this and looked suspiciously at Shen Miao. How is this related to Prince Rui? Biao, youngest sister, you. Do not ask so much. Shen Miao said, this matter is of great importance, so do not mention the matter of Prince Rui to anyone else. I only tell you because I trust you. Luo Tan nodded her head but then shook her head again. No. I will not leave you alone. Shen Miao still wanted to say more but that horse carriage suddenly came to a stop, and Shen Miao and Luo Tan were unable to react before they crashed against the horse carriage. The curtain was suddenly torn off and a person came in to drag Shen Miao out. Luo Tan clinged onto Shen Miao's thighs. Biao, youngest sister. She put in every single effort from her body, but even as such, the person outside still dragged Shen Miao away. That person was very angry and kicked Luo Tan. Even if Luo Tan was trained in martial arts all year round in the Luo family, she was still after all a young female. To be kicked that devastatingly, she immediately fell out of the carriage. The dong sound shocked Shen Miao when she heard it. The remaining guard urged on, hurry up, do not be discovered by others. They directly tore the carriage apart. One of the two persons did not even say anything before stuffing a cloth into Shen Miao's mouth, and tied her hands and legs before making Shen Miao faint and throw her to the back of the horse, making Luo Tan spit fire when she saw those actions. Luo Tan's gaze suddenly landed on a short sword that fell from the horse carriage. Today after shopping with Feng and Ning at the jewelry store, they also mercifully went to the weapons shop with Luo Tan, and that short sword was bought then. She did not even thought about it and grabbed it before heading towards that person. That person was however one that practices martial arts and with a few moves, tossed Luo Tan onto the ground. Luo Tan's gaze suddenly changed and said, military family. This was not a common guard. These few moves were clearly unique to military families. At least these two people were related to the military. When that person heard Luo Tan's words, he suddenly exposed his viciousness and grabbed the short sword from Luo Tan's hands and slashed her. Luo Tan leaned over and slowly fell down. The other person urged on, do not dally, quickly leave. That person then threw a knife away and rode another horse. Both of them quickly disappeared into the small alley. In the gloomy dark alley, there was only a dismantled horse carriage as Luo Tan collapsed onto the ground. A large patch of a red stain gradually spread across her apricot-colored dress, making it look particularly frightening. Feng and Ning raised her hand and slapped both of the guards. Both guards suddenly collapsed and kowtowed. These subordinates were unable to protect the masters. May young lady punish. Punish. Feng and Ning did not burst in anger but laughed. How would I punish you? Beating or sell off. What is the use of punishing? Will Shen Miao and Luo Tan return? Both guards remained silent. They had tried to catch up with the carriage, but that horse carriage was extremely fast and when they started chasing, there was already a distance. The other party seemed to be prepared and the routes that were taken were all small roads, thus they did not know at the end where did they go. Feng and Ning almost gone crazy. She only just went up the restaurant to ask the waiter if he had seen her cat's eye hairpin and when she returned back, the carriage had disappeared and the surrounding people were all pointing around. After inquiring from the maid, she then realized that someone had stolen her horse carriage. And in that carriage, Shen Miao and Luo Tan were inside. After not too long, the two remaining guards returned but they did not know the whereabouts of the carriage. Fen and Ning looked at the hairpin on the floor that was filled with dust and closed her eyes. Even if she was oblivious normally, she was well aware of things at this moment. Someone has planned and infiltrated into their Feng family's guards, and it was all to kidnap Shen Miao and Luo Tan. What kind of people Shen Miao and Luo Tan were? One was the daughter of Shen Shin's and the other was Luo Shuiyan's blood niece. No matter which one, they were both reputable and famous in the Ding capital. For someone to even dare to scheme against them, it meant that the other party was willing to take such a risk, and everything bodes ill as there was no positive signs for Shen Miao and Luo Tan. Thinking till here, Feng and Ning started to tremble. It was her who invited Shen Miao and Luo Tan out to shop in the Ding capital. It was her who wanted to go up to the restaurant. If she did not return to look for that hairpin, perhaps a few more guards would have been able to defend against those perpetrators. If she had not said that it was inconvenient and agreed to let Shen Miao bring more guards from Shen residence, there would not be such a setback like this. If she did not invite Shen Miao out, such a thing would not have happened today. It is her. It is all her fault. Feng and Ning's body was wavering and when the maid by her side saw it, she jumped in shock and quickly went up to support her. Young lady must not blame oneself and harm one's health. Masters and Fern's heart will ache upon seeing this. Feng and Ning shook her head and smiled bitterly. Fathers and mothers' hearts will ache with me like this, so how would Shen Fern and General Shen not be like that? Even if they were to kill me, I would not be able to make up for the mistakes I made. With a sullen expression, she burst into tears in the middle of the restaurant, not caring of her identity. What happened? Where is Zhao Zhao and Biao younger sister? She heard a strong sober male voice coming from outside the restaurant. Feng and Ning loosened her hands and saw Shen Chu striding in, and there was a small group of soldiers following him. Each one had an imposing manner and formidable might that the people in the restaurant could not help but shrink their heads. Today Shen Chu left from work early, and wanted to go back to the residence to ask Shen Miao and Luo Tan to go hunting on another day, but who knew that before he returned back to the residence, he heard his subordinate reported that Shen Miao and Luo Tan went out with Feng and Ning and an incident happened at the restaurant. Shen Shin and Luo Shuiyan had yet to return to the residence so naturally they were not aware of this news. When Shen Chu knew about it, he rushed over without stopping his horse. Who knew that when he reached, he saw the baleful appearance of the restaurant, and that usually proud Feng family's young lady in the middle bursting into tears. In a short moment Shen Chu had a dreaded feeling to it. He strode over to Feng and Ning and asked, what happened? Feng and Ning was startled. Shen Chu stood in front of her and he was tall in stature but was anxious. Suddenly Feng and Ning became somewhat speechless. Shen Chu and Shen Miao had a good relationship and this was a fact that everyone knew of. Shen Chu was even willing to murder and commit arson for Shen Miao, so what would happen when Shen Chu knew that Shen Miao was kidnapped by others? She said with much difficulty. After shopping, Shen Miao, Luo Tan and me came to eat. When we were done I returned to the restaurant to find something. Shen Miao and Luo Tan stayed in the horse carriage and traitors infiltrated the Feng residence guards. They stole the horse carriage and kidnapped Shen Miao and Luo Tan. My father already sent people to secretly inquire but, Feng and Ning resolutely held her tears back. Sorry. It is all my fault. Shen Chu did not even look at Feng and Ning, but everyone saw him clenching both of his fists tightly and could almost hear the cracking of the joints. He took a deep breath and his voice was very calm as he instructed Mo Qing, report to the authorities, seal the city and search. The Shen family army is to be dispatched. Take my tally and instruct it down, search through the entire city and if the person is found, the Shen family will reward with 10,000 of gold. 10,000 of gold. The surrounding people sucked in a lump of cold air. Feng and Ning was also stunned when she heard this, but when she recovered to her senses she felt even more remorseful in her heart. Shen Chu did not even blink when he willingly offered 10,000 of gold and that meant that in his eyes, Shen Miao was like a treasure but now Shen Miao's life was uncertain. This must be the meaning of the phrase I did not kill Bo Ren but Bo Ren died because of me. Mo Qing also looked solemn as he turned away to carry out the orders accordingly. Feng and Ning said, even though it is easy to seal the city upon reporting to the authorities, but like this rumors would be raised in the Ding capital and this would be detrimental to Shen Miao's and Luo Tan's reputation. Feng and Ning was a female and naturally understood the importance of reputation to a female. Once the matter of Shen Miao and Luo Tan being kidnapped was spread out, other would inevitably be malicious enough to conjecture rumors. Besides, there were enemies of the Shen family in the Ding capital and they would indeed make use of it. Shen Chu said, reputation compared to life is not worth a single wen. Even if their reputations are damaged, the Shen family can afford to feed them for life. He turned away and walked off. Feng and Ning said, I'm sorry. I am implicated in today's incident. I will definitely pay a visit to apologies one day. This matter has nothing to do with you. There was no emotion in Shen Chu's voice. Those people were well prepared and took action even with the knowledge of their backgrounds. Even if it was not you, they would also find an opportunity to take action. Feng and Ning was a little comforted when she heard this but before she could speak, she heard Shen Chu's faint words again. However, my apologies. When seeing you, I will inevitably be angry so it is ideal for Feng young lady not to pay a visit for the time being. He did not even turn back as he strode off, leaving Feng and Ning standing alone blankly in the hall. Outside, Akai asked Shen Chu, young master directly mobilize the Shen family army and not ask Fern's and master's opinion. Ask what fart? Shen Chu scolded, how would one have more effort to think about this and that now? With those people dare to take such risks, Zhao Zhao and Biao younger sister are in a dangerous situation. To actually dare to scheme on my Shen family, wait till I catch those people. I will make sure they are motherfucking dead. The young and kind-hearted vice general was no doubt extremely angry at this moment. He flipped up to the horse, go to the administration office of the capital. Even if one need to dig up 3 feet of the entire capital, the persons have to be found. The news that the Shen family's young lady and Biao young lady were kidnapped by evildoers were spread all over the Ding capital. This was a fact that could not be concealed. Firstly because when Shen Miao and Luo Tan were kidnapped, the commoners surrounding were all looking, and a few also knew of Feng and Ning's identity. Second was that the administration office of the capital, the city garrison, the officials at the government office, the Shen family army, the Feng family's guards were all activated. With such big movements, it was difficult not to be aware of it. Everyone all knew that Shen Xin doted on his daughter, but this kind of doting almost turned over the entire Ding capital and scared a number of people. After Luo Shuiyan and Shen Xin knew of the matter after court, they personally brought along people to do a door-to-door search. They searched the rest of the night without any intake of water and rice. When Xie Jingxing returned from outside, he saw Ji Yushu and Gao Yang waiting in the residence. Both of them would usually gather at the Feng Xian pawn shop because of Gao Yang's particularly sensitive identity, and generally speaking he would not come to the residence of Prince Rui. Xie Jingxing glanced surprisingly at both of them and handed the thing in his hands to Tai Yi. When the white tiger in the courtyard saw him coming in, it pounced jubilantly and fluttered to Xie Jingxing's feet and bit his trousers affectionately. Xie Jingxing bent down to pick the white tiger up and asked, what is the matter? Gao Yang looked at Ji Yushu as Ji Yushu stared at the white tiger. After staring at it for a moment, he said determinedly, there is something to inform you of. What? Xie Jingxing went out of the city alone today, so he really did not know what happened in the Ding capital. Lately the public security of the Ding capital is not very good and is in some chaos. Ji Yushu scratched his ears and spoke around the matter. Just today, there was a young lady that went shopping on the streets and was robbed of her horse carriage at the restaurant, even with a number of family guards around. There were 2 official families' young ladies in the carriage. Till now, the search still came up with nothing. Xie Jingxing stared at Ji Yushu. Ji Yushu shivered as he felt that his gaze on him was somewhat cold and trembled. Both Gao Yang and me wanted to warn you. Your beauty is not worse off than those young ladies, so you must be careful. Xie Jingxing said calmly, Ji Yushu. You also know the person I am speaking of. It is the 5th Shen young lady. Ji Yushu quickly said it out and quietly took a step back to hid behind Gao Yan. There was a moment of silence in the room. And the person, Ji Yushu looked blankly at the room. There was only the white tiger that was thrown on the floor, howling in pain. Are you stupid? Gao Yang looked at him coldly. Smarter than you, Ji Yushu replied. At the same time, Shen Chu who was searching within the various parts of the city for Shen Miao heard the news that Luo Tan had been found. Mo Qing said, Luo young lady soon would not make it. When Luo Tan was found, she was at an almost abandoned lane on the western part of the city. That alleyway was connected to different smaller roads, and all the messy and complicated alleys made it harder to search. Fortunately someone in Aqi's city guards group was very familiar with that corner of the Ding capital and thus discovered Luo Tan's whereabouts. Even though one had found Luo Tan, her condition did not make one relax at all. Luo Tan's waist has been stabbed deeply, and the wound was extremely deep. Because it took quite some time to locate her, when she returned to the Shen mansion, she was already at her dying breath. A number of good doctors came over and would only shake their heads over and over again, before saying that they lacked the strength to reverse the desperate situation. Shen Xin was so angry that he almost pulled his sword out. It was Luo Shuiyan that said, all these people are quacks, take Shen's tally and invite an imperial physician from the palace's medical institute. Are not those people from the medical institute, to all have magical hands that bring the dying back to life. Whoever is able to cure Tan the Shen family would reward handsomely. Shen Chu ordered his subordinate to take Shen Xin's tally to invite an imperial physician from the palace. Everyone surrounded in front of Luo Tan's bed and Luo Shuiyan's eyes turned red. Who did this? So malicious. Luo Ling's gaze was solemn. Luo Tan was his Tang younger sister, and to be in a situation where her life and death was unknown, he was naturally upset. However, the even more disturbing thing was that Luo Tan was found, but there was still no information about Shen Miao's whereabouts. Upon seeing Luo Tan's current situation, the other party was obviously vicious, so no one dared to think about what Shen Miao would encounter. The Shen family army searched non-stop in the Ding capital, but there was no slightest clue at all. Those people seemed to have disappeared into thin air. The houses of ordinary people were searched and all the streets and alleys were searched. One could not go into the residences of officials to search, as they did not have the power to do so even if they wanted to. A terrible silence fell onto the room. Whatever that happened outside, Shen Miao was not aware of it. When she woke up, she already did not know what time was it. Her hands and feet were bound and she was unable to move. Shen Miao slowly opened her eyes. The other party had forgotten to cover her eyes, or perhaps it was unnecessary to do so. This was an empty secret chamber and there was only a table, a cupboard and a bed inside. One was unable to know where this was. It looked like this was a secret room within someone's residence. Shen Miao could not even move and could only watch quietly. There was no sound at all and nothing could be heard. Shen Miao was previously unconscious and was not aware of what happened, thus she did not know if Luo Tan escaped and passed the message to Xie Jingxing. Currently Shen Xin was a character that everyone in the Ding capital would have some degree of fear, especially the current situation where the Qins and the Great Liang's envoys had not left. Because Emperor Wenwei relied on Shen Xin, his position rose steadily, and combined with the return of the military power, ordinary people would not be able to touch his head. However, at the moment there were such brainless people who did that, and to be that bold and plainly disregard of the consequences, Shen Miao need not need to use any brains to guess who that person was. Other than Princess Ming'an, no one would use such a simple and crude method. However, she had not thought that Princess Ming'an would have found help in the Ding capital this quickly. Obviously, Princess Ming'an would not do the job herself, and even if it was Huang Fu Hao, he would also not allow Princess Ming'an to use such a stupid method. Moreover, the people who kidnapped her could infiltrate the Feng family guards, so they had some understanding of the Feng family, and had inquired very clearly of her entire journey with Feng and Ning. Especially how they were able to cast the Feng family's guards off that quickly with the horse carriage, and entered in the deserted alleys. Everything made it clear of the fact that the help that Princess Ming'an found was just too familiar with the Ding capital various routes, and it was obvious that they were natives of Mingqi. With Princess Ming'an infallible self-belief, she would not be associated with any lowly character, but those people with official positions would not be willing to risk their lives, and gamble with their future prospects to work with Princess Ming'an to kidnap Shen Miao. One had to know that if Shen Xin found out about it in the future, Shen Xin would certainly not take things lying down. The officials of the Mingqi tended to avoid trouble and hasten for advantages, thus for such a dangerous task, they would definitely not do it. Therefore it could only be those who had a certain level of official position, and were extremely eager to climb up that they would not even care about their own lives. But among the officials in the Mingqi, who were they? Shen Miao could not determine who these people were for a moment. However, as the matter got to do with Princess Ming'an, it would invite trouble for Shen Xin if he were to take action. One did not know why, but the first thing that Shen Miao thought of was that if Xie Jingxing took action, he would definitely be able to find her. When one thought about it, it was true. Xie Jingxing had the Feng Xian pawn shop and the information from it comes from all directions, so how could the people who kidnapped her be more familiar? The Feng Xian pawn shop had done so much business in the Mingqi and extend in all directions, so there was no reason for them to lose out. Shen Miao could only hope in her heart that Xie Jingxing would find her as soon as possible. She did her best to pull her hands into her sleeves. The person tied her up with the rope so very tightly that Shen Miao's skin tore before she was able to pull her hands to her sleeves. She deliberately did this because after her rebirth, in order to prevent accidents from happening, she had a hairpin specially made. The tip of the hairpin was bent to a hook, and when one was in an imminent peril, one would be able to use this to stab the other person's eyes. This was a method that she learned in the palace in her previous lifetime, and at the moment it could be used to wear down the ropes. Just as she was about to do it, she heard footsteps outside. Shen Miao's heart jumped and she quickly put the hairpin back into her sleeves, and closed her eyes as she leaned against the wall to pretend that she had not awakened yet. The door opened and someone walked in from outside. From the footsteps, it was more than one person. One of them said, "The Shen family's actions are too big. If this goes on, when can one move the person?" The other said, "What is the panic about? The person is in our hands, so it is not late to send her out when the wind dies down." It was two persons. Shen Miao's mind started deliberating. From their tone of voice, they were here temporary to take shelter from the raging winds, and would eventually move her out. Whatever place that Princess Ming'an want to send her to, it would not be anywhere good. Her heart was a little relieved to hear that Shen Xin's actions were extremely fast, as with so many pair of eyes watching, it would be difficult for the other party to move her out now. Thus at least for this short period of time, she would not be in danger. It was just that Shen Miao's heart was suspicious. These two persons' voices were so familiar, but she was feigning being asleep and could not open her eyes to look. She seemed to felt that there were gazes on her, and Shen Miao heard one of them speaking hesitantly, "Why is she not waking up? Could it be that one used too much force before? Second older brother, what is the time now? You still have time to care if she is awake or not." The other person said, "Do not worry. Even if Shen Miao does not wake up, the princess will also be happy. You have already seen the princess attitude, the worse off Shen Miao is, the better. It does not matter if she lives or dies. I am just worried." The person that was called second older brother sounded really worried. What if father find out about this matter? So what if father find out about it? You and me are father's sons. After that little bastard died, father can only rely on his brothers in the future. That person continued, "Moreover, the Xie family and the Shen family are already in disagreement. Do you think that father will report his own sons over to the Shen family?" Xie family, Xie family. The corner of Shen Miao's eyelashes trembled as she was unable to hide the astonishment in her heart. She had not expected that the people who kidnapped her would be from the Xie family. That person called the other second older brother, so it was without a doubt that these two persons were Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao. Shen Miao could not believe it in her heart. She had never even thought that the people that Princess Ming'an allied with would be Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao. One knew that even though the Shu Xie brothers had been dissatisfied with Xie Jingxing all the while, but based on her previous lifetime, they were however like Fu Shuyi, adept at enduring silently, so how could they be so arrogant and conceited this lifetime? They did not hesitate to put themselves in danger, and were involved in the shady business of kidnapping others. The residence of the Marquis of Linen was a large and influential family of the Mingqi that even as Shu sons, they outranked many officials' sons. Once Xie Chongwu's and Xie Chongchao's doings were exposed, the entire residence of the Marquis of Linen would be destroyed. Were these two people insane? Xie Kangwu drank a sip and said, "Is this place safe?" "Naturally it is safe," Xie Chongchao said proudly. "No one would have thought that the young lady of the Shen family would be hidden in our residence. What is more that in this residence, this secret chamber is only known by the two of us. Even if Shen Xin really managed to get his majesty's verbal edict and with fortune by his side, come and search in our residence, I can guarantee that he will return in low spirits." "That is good," Xie Chongwu sighed in relief and said, "Success and failure of this matter is only just a momentary slip, so there must not be a single mistake. Once the wind outside dies down, one have to quickly move the person away." Xie Chongchao nodded his head and took out clean water and rice out from the basket, before walking over to Shen Miao and placing the two bowls in front of her. "Wake her up. One cannot starve her to death," Xie Chongwu said. "No need," Xie Chongchao said. "Keep her tied. It is not like she does not have a mouth." Do not you find that to let a young lady eat like a dog, her Princess Highness would be happy to heard about it. At that time when the princess is happy, it would be good for us when she speak a few good words in front of His Highness. Xie Chongqiao said, also good. It is third younger brother that is thoughtful. In this case then let us go out first, so that others would not be suspicious. After both of them finished speaking, they left. When there was no more sounds, Shen Miao then slowly opened her eyes. There were 2 bowls on the floor in front of her. One bowl was filled with clean water, another with rice. Fortunately Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongqiao did not give her disgusting things to eat. Shen Miao sighed. It is not like she had not eaten such things. In the chilly cold palace, even rotten food was provided, but in order to live, one would be able to temporarily put down one's dignity. As long there was a chance to live another day, there would be a day that one could take revenge. It was just that Xie Chongwu's and Xie Chongqiao's words finally made her knit her eyebrows. It turned out that this was a secret chamber of the residence of the Marquis of Linen. If that was true, then it would be difficult for Shenshin to search till here. First, without Emperor Wen Hui's verbal edict, it was not possible for one to search the residence of official unless one was able to produce tangible evidence. However, without any rhyme or reason, the Xie brothers did not have any interactions with Shen Miao, so how would anyone suspect that they were the perpetrators? Second, even if Shenshin was really able to obtain the verbal edict, just like what the Xie brothers said, this secret chamber was extremely hidden that even Xie Ding was not aware of it, so how would Shenshin be able to find it? The Xie family did really take different approaches. The most dangerous place was the safest place. As a result, things became even more thorny. Shen Miao looked at the clean water in front. Could Xie Jingxing find her? At the other side, in the Shen mansion, the imperial physician from the palace finally came. The oncoming person was wearing white and holding a folding fan. If he was not carrying a medical box, he would seem like some gentle and warm gentleman of some noble house. He did not seem to be here to save someone but more like coming here to appreciate flowers. However, this was the young imperial physician from the palace, Gao Yang. Luo Shuiyan and Shenshin had looks of doubts on their faces. Even though Gao Yang's medical skills were commendable in the palace, but those who went for treatments were all the consorts and females often like flowery exterior with no substance. One would not know if it was because Gao Yang looked good, that everyone praised him or for his medical skills. As for medical professionals, everyone would have an image in which those that were older would have remarkable medical techniques, and those younger ones only had some inconsequential knowledge. Shenshin had not expected that the imperial physician who was invited from the palace would be Gao Yang, and momentarily was unable to decline him. If they were to go invite again, then there would be a significant delay of time. This rumored imperial physician Gao understood the affairs of life, and since he was invited by others, he walked in an exuberant manner to the unconscious Luo Tan to take her pulse. Everyone's gazes were on him. After a while, Gao Yang then shook his head and sighed. Breathing is weak, pulse is in disorder, wound is very deep which impacted the lungs and even lost a lot of blood. Difficult. Luo Shuiyan immediately said, another quack doctor. Sure, go and take your father's tally to invite a doctor over. Wait, Gao Yang said unhappily, I am only said it is difficult, and did not say that the condition is serious and cannot be treated. You all had invited me to do a house visit and now look for another doctor. General Shen, what is the meaning of this? You really can save Biao younger sister? Shen Chu took a step forward and asked. If there is any more delay, there would be no use even if one were to step in. Gao Yang said. All right, Shen Shen said, do not suspect people one can use, a suspect cannot be used. I trust you. If imperial physician Gao can cure Tan the Shen family will definitely reward handsomely. Gao Yang laughed and said, one dare not. One dare not. A healer has the hearts of parents, so money is not needed. Luo young lady is at death's door and one cannot delay anymore. This humble one will first apply acupuncture on Luo young lady. May everyone wait outside. Luo Shuiyan was still somewhat hesitant, but Shenshin had already head out. He had traveled extensively and knew that some people with ability would have some weird habits. Moreover, medical skills were something that would not be passed down externally, so he thought that Gao Yang was afraid to be seen by others. Shen Chu and Luo Ling also followed closely behind Shenshin. When Luo Shuiyan saw this, no matter how worried she was, she could only follow out. When only Gao Yang and the unconscious Luo Tan were left in the room, Gao Yang put his medical box down and mumbled to himself as he opened it up, what does all this got to do with me? Now I have become the person who needs to put in effort. He took out a clothes bag and spread it out, displaying dozens of golden needles of different sizes and shapes. Gao Yang said, never mind fawning over Shen Miao, now you moved one to have to please the family members. He shook his head and reached out to untie Luo Tan's clothes and said resignedly, apologize for offending. This one does not wish to do so, and if one wants someone to be accountable for it, then go to the Prince Rui's residence and look for that one with the mask. Time passed very quickly and 2 days went by in succession. In 2 days, that imperial physician from the palace really demonstrated his outstanding medical skills. When all the physicians were overwhelmed, Gao Yan only inserted 2 acupuncture needles, and let others feed Luo Tan 2 bowls of medication. Luo Tan's breathing gradually calmed down and her pulse was much stronger than before. If any other physician take a look, they would at least said that a life was saved. Changing from being initially skeptical about Gao Yang, Luo Shuiyan honored Gao Yang as a valuable and honored guest, and because of fearing that Luo Tan's condition would repeat, Gao Yan had to complete the acupuncture treatment twice before it was considered finished. Thus Luo Shuiyan let Gao Yang stay in the Shen mansion, so that it was more convenient for him to check up on Luo Tan's condition on a daily basis. Luo Tan's condition was stabilized, but at Shen Miao's end, there were no good news at all. When Emperor Wen Wei knew of the matter, he was extremely furious. Not mentioning the prejudice of Shen Xin, someone dared to kidnap an official's daughter at the feet of the Heaven Sun, especially when the Qin country and the Great Liang had not left. It was a clear indication that traitors were creating chaos, and the common people were unable to work and live in peace. Thus he was acquiescing of Shen Xin's great fanfare search of his daughter. But even digging 3 feet into the Ding capital, one was unable to discover Shen Miao's whereabouts. It was as if those people had disappeared into thin air. All the commoners' households were searched through one by one, and if one were to continue searching, then one could only search the officials' residences of the Ding capital. But the relationships between officials were complicated. One carelessness would lead to a great chaos, so Emperor Wen Wei was not willing. Thus this became a stalemate situation. The soldiers patrolled the streets all day, and even though the public security of the Ding capital had improved a lot, for the Shen family, it was tantamount to lighting a fire in their hearts, and they were even more anxious. In the study of the residence of the Marquis of Linen, Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongqiao were chatting. Xie Chongwu said, the Shen family is watching too tightly, we have no ways of moving Shen Miao out. If this carries on, Princess Ming'an would start to push the blame down. In fact, Princess Ming'an was already angry. Although the Xie brothers succeeded in kidnapping Shen Miao, Princess Ming'an's hatred on Shen Miao had ingrained deep into her bones, and she could not wait to see Shen Miao fall into prostitution today, and into a life that she could neither live nor die. Who knew that because of Shen Xin's great fanfare search, Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongqiao dared not act rashly, and kept Shen Miao hidden in the secret chamber of the residence of the Marquis of Linen. With Princess Ming'an impetuous personality, how would she be patient? Early today morning, she sent someone over to warn Xie Chongwu that if he did not move Shen Miao out, the deal before would be invalid. With Shen Shen's subordinates searching and taking stock of each household search in front, and with Princess Mingyan pushing without caring of rights and wrongs of the matter, no matter how shrewd Xie Chongwu was, it was unavoidable to have a headache. Second older brother must not be anxious. No matter how Shen Shen check, let us first ensure that we are not exposed. Xie Chongchao said. I am not in a hurry, but Princess Mingyan's side is pressing. When Xie Chongwu said till that, he could not help but complain. She did not think that at such a time if there was any flaws, she would also be unable to escape. All right, Xie Chongchao said, the princess only want to see Shen Miao being humiliated by others. Even if we are unable to move Shen Miao out, one would be able to send people in. For the residents of the Marquis of Lin and to recruit some rough servants, it would not be illegal or suspicious. Xie Chongwu was dazed for a moment. It was correct. All Princess Mingyan want to see was that someone would humiliate Shen Miao, and now that the situation outside was tense, one was unable to move Shen Miao out, but it was possible to bring outsiders back and make Shen Miao into an exclusive consumption for other. Could this satisfy Princess Mingyan? Third younger brother, Xie Chongwu said, you had already thought about it. Today father has a social interaction with an official of the Ministry of Revenue, and if both of us were absent at the same time, it would arouse suspicions in others. Xie Chongchao said, second older brother, you go first and I will let the mama in charge buy some people before reporting it to the princess. These days because of the matter of confining Shen Miao, both of them had declined many social interactions that Xie Ding had rarely arranged. If this continued, it would be just too abnormal. Xie Chongchao said, I understand. Third younger brother, you must be even more careful and not leave anything for others to leverage. Xie Chongchao complied. After Xie Chongwu left, Xie Chongchao took the secret chamber's key out from his sleeves, and a trace of a weird light appeared in his eyes. Shen Miao had stayed in the secret room for 2 days, and although she did not know how long had passed, from the number of times the meals were sent over, she was able to guess it. Her heart could not help but sink. It had been 2 days and these people did not even touch her, and that meant that Shen Shen's actions were just too huge. But even with such a huge fanfare, no one was able to search till here. That meant that the leverages that the Xie brothers mentioned were correct. It was difficult for anyone to thought about this place. Just as she was thinking, she heard someone coming in from outside who pushed open the doors. In the dim light, the other person looked straight into Shen Miao's gaze, and was first startled for a moment before smiling. These few days you were feigning sleep, so why are you not faking it today? Xie Chongchao had some similar features as Xie Chongwu, but upon comparing to Xie Chongwu's ability to endure silently, he was more impatient. At this moment he walked nearer to Shen Miao and had seen that she already ate half of the clear water and rice before slicking her tongue. He then said very regretfully, not only Her Princess Highness, I too really want to see how a young lady would eat like a dog. Why did you not wait for me? Shen Miao looked at him coldly. For a moment, Shen Miao felt that she was able to understand why Xie Jingxing would hate these two younger brothers, as they were just like Shen Qing and Shen Yu. Shen Qing and Shen Yu still wanted to conceal their own evil hearts, but Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao looked just like villains and did not even disguise their malicious words. Seeming being angered by Shen Miao's gaze, Xie Chongchao violently held Shen Miao's chin and forced her to look at him. Xie Chongchao said, young lady Shen still do not know that now General Shen and Shen Furen are still searching for your whereabouts in the entire Ding capital, with 10,000 of gold taels as a reward, but it is unfortunate that no one had claimed it yet. You say, if I send you out, would one be able to get the 10,000 of gold taels? Shen Miao did not speak. It is a pity that I am working for others and naturally cannot let you off so easily. Xie Chongchao smiled again, do not worry, from today onwards your days would be slightly better. Her Princess Highness planned to sell you to the lowest ranked brothel, but unfortunately General Shen is watching tightly, thus we can only bring the brothel to the marquis residence. Shen Miao's gaze got slightly heavier. Seeming extremely satisfied with Shen Miao's reaction, Xie Chongchao got closer to Shen Miao and was almost beside her ears whispering in a weird low voice, in the morning I had instructed the mama in charge to recruit some rough men, particularly those strong vulgar ones. You say, after tonight, would you have the energy to glare at me? Shen Miao's eyes hung down but she was secretly holding onto the hooked hairpin in her hands. These 2 days she has not been idle and with an unimaginable perseverance, she had managed to wear off the ropes that bound her hands and feet. She reckoned that at the moment the ropes at her feet were only connected slightly, and would have severed after a little struggle. At that time she would use the hairpin to stab Xie Chongchao's eyes. The roads of the world were walked by oneself. The so-called dead ends were only considered so, when one did not have the courage to try. Xie Chongchao said, but I am not willing to hand over such a delicate little beauty to others. A fine and tender daughter of an official. He had emphasized heavily on the 2 words daughter and smiled, it would be better for me to first have a taste. At the beginning, Xie Jingxing, that little bastard seemed to treat you differently. Xie Chongchao's smile became uncouth. I have been brothers with him for over 10 years and understood his character. One feared that the relationship between you and him was not normal. Why, was Shen young lady, Xie Jingxing's mistress? Xie Chongchao words had become so horrible to listen to, that even Shen Miao displayed a bit of anger. However this anger seemed to have pleased Xie Chongchao as he laughed out, it is alright if you were his mistress. That little bastard had suppressed his brothers in the residence of the Marquis of Lin and for so many years, there would not be any disadvantage when I sleep with his woman. He laughed wickedly, Shen young lady should thank me. By having your first time given to a young master like me, is better than with those farmers that are rolling in the mud. After going through with them, you will then know what a beast truly is. He violently jerked up Shen Miao's head and his thumb caressed Shen Miao's face. The somewhat intoxicated look that appeared on his face, made one feel disgusted. Shen Miao's gaze was calm, but she was scheming on when she would stab an eye of Xie Chongchao, and how would she be able to stab the other? Let's see how could he run away after stabbing both his eyes out. Xie Chongchao's eyes slightly cleared up. His face suddenly got serious as he looked towards Shen Miao and said, why are you not afraid? Shen Miao stared at him. Xie Chongchao's face was serious and seemed to be unhappy with her unresponsiveness. Why are you not afraid? Are you waiting for someone to save you? Shen Miao said, what exactly do you want to do? Xie Chongchao suddenly left and Shen Miao was not in time to avoid him, and was thrown onto the ground. This time she no longer cared about anything as her hands and legs were struggling to break the ropes apart. Before she could have time to pull out the hairpin in her hands, Xie Chongchao started to bite randomly on her body. It was like he had gotten insane as he started to mouth off randomly, who are you waiting for? Could it be that dead Xie Jingxing? Shen Miao felt the hairpin while struggling, and just as Xie Chongchao turned towards her while burying his face in Shen Miao's neck, and was about to tear her clothes apart. Shen Miao's gaze became cold, raised her hands and was about to stab his back. But when her gaze swept across the door, her hands paused. Do you think that Xie Jingxing will come and save you? Xie Chongchao roared, that little bastard was already skinned and beheaded, that there was not even any bones left over. A calm and majestic voice with a slight irritation lightly sounded in the empty secret chambers. Really? Really? The male's low voice rang out in the secret chamber. The voice was very calm and could be said as pleasing to the ears. However, at this moment it seemed to have an ability to cause one heart to palpitate, making one absolutely horrified upon hearing it. Xie Chongqiao was startled and let go of Shen Miao in a flash, before turning around and looking at the oncoming person. There were horns hung on the walls of the secret chamber, and in the horns, there were lit torches. The burning torches were very bright that it separated the secret chamber into two portions. The person standing opposite was in the dark, and with a dim light of the fire, one could faintly see his appearance. He was an extremely tall and straight youth who was wearing a golden rat fur cloak, but it exposed the purple and gold robes underneath, with the deer hide shoes and dark gold belt. Even in such a dark place like this, his air of nobility did not dip the slightest. Moreover, half of his face was covered by a silver mask, and it was clearly he has a cold expression, but under the light in the secret chamber, there was some enchanting warmth in it, making one involuntarily attracted to it. Xie Chongqiao was lifeless for a moment before suddenly shouting, "Your Highness Prince Rui." He saw this person during the Ming-Chi's tribute banquet, and also greeted this person during the Crown Prince's banquet in the Eastern Palace. Other than Prince Rui of the Great Liang, who else could the person wearing the silver mask be? But why would the Great Liang's Prince Rui suddenly appear in this place? Xie Chongqiao's heart suddenly dropped as he asked, "How do you know of this place?" This was a secret chamber of the residence of the Marquis of Linen. Even if Prince Rui had the ability to sneak into it, it was not possible to discover this secret chamber. Even Xie Jing did not have a clue about this chamber at all, and in the entire residence of the Marquis of Linen, only Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongqiao knew of it. Prince Rui of the Great Liang was an outsider, so how would he be able to know of this place? Xie Chongwu would definitely not have spoken about it. During the moment when Shen Miao saw Xie Jingxing, she let out a sigh of relief and her heart rejoiced a little. Although she could fight with Xie Chongqiao or think of another method to escape, there was always a possibility. A possibility that if anything went wrong, it would be much more dangerous in the future. With Xie Jingxing's appearance, even accidents were removed. "Speak. Why do you know that there was a secret chamber here?" A strong unease suddenly burst in Xie Chongqiao's heart. This uneasiness was not because the other person was the Great Liang's Prince Rui, but was an instinct, a fear that came out from the bottom of his heart. Only he and Xie Chongwu knew about this secret chamber, and even his subordinates were not aware of it. Today he came alone too, so it was too late to escape now. "There is no place that I do not know of the residence of the Marquis of Linen." That purple-clad youth slowly stepped forward, and walked into the light from the darkness. Under the bright light of the lamp, the silver mask shone with sparkling brilliance. His lips hooked up, but one did not know if that smile was sincere or sarcastic, as he slowly reached out towards the mask on his face. Shen Miao was slightly startled as Xie Chongqiao swallowed his saliva, and stared at the purple-clad youth without blinking. The silver mask was taken off. As the light from the lamp climbed up the youth's almost perfect face inch by inch, his features were so handsome that the scorching sun would lose its color. That smile, but not a smile expression, stubborn and obstreperous, was as usual, and that pair of peach blossom eyes had the precipitation that had seen years passing by. Under the convergence of youthfulness and frivolous, there was some sense of indifference, but like a small boat in the dark starry night when they looked up, it was as usual bright. Compared to 2 years ago, it was a more handsome, more unflustered, more enigmatic, impossible to predict, and an even more dangerous Xie Jingxing. He was the Xie Jingxing whose heart was pierced by thousands of arrows, skin hung up to dry, and then he became part of the Ming-Chi's history that made one sigh. Xie Chongqiao could not believe his own eyes. He shouted loudly, "Xie Jingxing! Xie Jingxing! It is tough for you to still remember my name." Xie Jingxing came forward with a smile, but the smile did not reach his eyes. "Trust you have been well, Xie Chongqiao. Are you not dead?" Fear started to raise onto his heart, and it appeared on Xie Chongqiao's face as he said hurriedly, "Did you not die with thousands of arrows piercing through the heart, skin for everyone to see, and that there were no remains left? Are you human or ghost? Do not come over." He spoke so quickly and in such a rush, as if this could mask the fear in his heart, as if by constantly speaking about Xie Jingxing's death, these words would become a fact. Xie Jingxing said, "You say if I am human or ghost?" Xie Chongqiao was startled. The youth in front was dressed nobly and with an elegant air. If one were to say the Xie Jingxing 2 years ago was like a gorgeous valuable sword, now the sword was finally out of its scabbard. It had a murderous air that one could not ignore the sharpness of the blade. Xie Chongqiao's gaze landed on the silver mask in Xie Jingxing's hands, and his heart moved. If Xie Jingxing was really a ghost, then how could he appear with the identity of Prince Rui? Xie Chongqiao remembered it very clearly when the Xie Jingxing in front wore the mask. He was obviously Prince Rui of the Great Liang. No wonder he and Xie Chongwu felt that Prince Rui of the Great Liang was very similar to a person they knew, but could not remember who was it. Now thinking about it, it was with no doubt Xie Jingxing. It is just that the matter of Xie Jingxing's death on the battlefield 2 years ago was well known, so no one would associate Prince Rui as that death person, but who knew that this person had long perpetrated a fraud. Thinking about this, Xie Chongqiao suddenly sneered, "So it is like this. So you did not die and ran to the Great Liang to seek asylum. One did not know what means you did to become the Great Liang's Prince Rui. You betrayed the country and faked your death. You are not fit to be the descendant of the Xie family. When father know about this matter, he would definitely treat you as a disgrace. Eldest brother, this younger brother really admire you." Shen Miao had already backed into a corner and was astonished when she heard those words. One did not think that Xie Chongqiao would consider that Xie Jingxing became the Ming-Chi's traitor and defected to Great Liang. He did not even think that no matter how well the Great Liang treats talents, the identity of Emperor Yongli's blood younger brother was not something that could be granted to others casually. Sure enough, Xie Jingxing chuckled and his gaze became slightly cold. "Do not bring up your dirty bloodline and mix it with me. Xie Chongqiao, you still do not have the qualification to be my brother." Xie Chongqiao laughed disdainfully. "Could it be that you think that with the identity of Prince Rui, you are truly Emperor Yongle of the Great Liang's blood brother? Xie Jingxing, you have always think that you are superior than others, but now also learn to daydream." Xie Jingxing did not make a comment. When Xie Chongqiao saw this, his expression slowly changed. You are really the Great Liang's Prince Rui." "So," Xie Jingxing stared at him, "did I told you before not to touch my things?" Xie Chongqiao came to a halt. Ever since Xie Chongwu and him were little, they already hated Xie Jingxing. All the servants of the Marquis of Linen were the old staff who followed Princess Yuqing. When they gathered to chat, Xie Chongqiao would hear that it was Madame Fang who forced Princess Yuqing to death. The Shu Xie brothers did not know that Princess Yuqing since she was dead when they were born, but they clearly bore grudges with Xie Jingxing. The reason was no other than because Xie Jingxing was doted on unreasonably. Xie Jingxing would always possess the best things in the residence of the Marquis of Linen. Food, clothes and toys, no matter what Xie Jingxing wanted to do, no one would dare to obstruct. Even if he were to commit a grave mistake, be it beating up princes or some sons of high-ranking officials, Xie Ding would personally extend a formal and polite apology, and Xie Jingxing would only be reprimanded lightly. One time there was a tiger skin that was gifted and Xie Ding gave it to Xie Jingxing. That tiger skin was a rarely seen complete piece that did not have any defects. Xie Chongqiao and Xie Chongwu were young at that time, so they sneaked into Xie Jingxing room to play with the tiger skin for one entire afternoon. Later when Xie Jingxing returned, Xie Chongqiao would remember Xie Jingxing's expression forever. Xie Jingxing took a look at the fur that was crawled all over by the two Xie brothers and emphasized to the steward to burn it. He said, "Do not touch my things. Dirty." Xie Ding scolded the two Xie brothers harshly but against expectations, did not scold Xie Jingxing for making a big fuss over a minor issue. From that time onwards, Xie Chongqiao would have an obsession with Xie Jingxing's things. It was the same for Shen Miao. So when he heard Xie Jingxing's words, he immediately smiled and took a glance at Shen Miao, who was at a corner, before speaking maliciously. "So what about it, Xie Jingxing? I touched your woman, so will you be like in the past and burn her? I touched her just now, do you find it dirty?" Shen Miao's gaze got heavier. Xie Chongqiao really had the ability to make others want to kill him the moment he opened his mouth. Not to mention Xie Jingxing's strong position, even with her good temper that she had upheld since her rebirth, at the moment she really wanted to get people to drag Xie Chongqiao out to be beheaded. She is different from the tiger skin. Xie Jingxing smiled lightly. That year the tiger skin was not worth a single win in my eyes, so if it was burned then that was it. Now, his tone was chilly and the words were lukewarm, but there was a biting chill in them. "I find that you are too dirty, so it is better to burn you." Xie Chongqiao first laughed scornfully, but after a while of laughing, when he saw Xie Jingxing's calm and unruffled expression, he suddenly was unable to continue laughing. Xie Chongqiao sat on the floor and retreated a step back, before speaking as he tried to resist the fear in his heart. "What do you want to do?" "Xie Chongqiao, after so many years there is no progress from you." Xie Jingxing seemed to be somewhat disappointed with him and sighed. "You have seen my face, so do you think I will let you live?" Shen Miao actually felt like somewhat laughing. With Xie Chongqiao kind of level, he was just like a child in front of Xie Jingxing, so it was no wonder that Xie Jingxing would feel disappointed. Earlier when Xie Jingxing took down his mask, Shen Miao knew clearly in her heart that Xie Chongqiao would not be able to live beyond today. Fear started to flow out from Xie Chongqiao's eyes as he spoke. "You do not dare. I am father's son and this is the residence of the Marquis of Linen. If you kill me, not to say that others will investigate your identity, you would not be able to live smoothly." "Do not worry." Xie Jingxing smiled gently. "Today the Marquis of Linen and Xie Chongwu are at a banquet and would only return at night, so no one would discover your disappearance. He said, seeing that you have called me eldest brother for so many years, I will take care of you and not let you walk on the route to the netherworld alone. Xie Chongwu will go down to accompany you. No need for thanks." Xie Chongqiao finally believed that Xie Jingxing was for real and he stood up to run out, but he was not Xie Jingxing's opponent 2 years ago, so how could he be Xie Jingxing's match now? He still did not see in front clearly when he was kicked at his knees, and in a flash his throat was being choked by someone. Shen Miao was watching but suddenly it turned black as something was in front of her. When she reached out, it was Xie Jingxing's cloak. Xie Jingxing used his cloak to cover her head. "Do not look." These words were warm but at the other side, he was gradually tightening his hand around Xie Chongqiao's throat ruthlessly. In the silence of the secret room, one could hear the crisp sound of the bone breaking. With a dong sound, Shen Miao pushed aside the cloak around her head. Xie Xingxing was already using a handkerchief to wipe his hands, as Xie Chongqiao laid on the floor on his back with eyes wide big. He was obviously not breathing. Xie Jingxing's actions were indeed vicious and cruel. It was Shen Miao's first time seeing him kill someone, but he was calm and there was no trace of any peculiar disturbances, and she could not help but sigh in her heart. She handed the cloak back to Xie Jingxing. When Xie Jingxing saw this, he glanced at her and turned his head. "Keep it for yourself." Shen Miao looked towards the direction of his gaze, and discovered that during the struggle with Xie Chongqiao, her clothes were torn by Xie Chongqiao and she was exposed openly that even her judo could be seen. She was stunned but her heart was scolding Xie Chongqiao as she wore Xie Jingxing's cloak. Xie Jingxing's cloak was considered very big for her, and the buttons in front could not be buckled even though Shen Miao tried for quite some time. Xie Jingxing saw that she did not respond for a long time and turned around, thus seeing Shen Miao trying to figure out the buttons on the cloak and bent down after he walked to her. He then pulled out the straps from the collar and fastened it up for Shen Miao. His hands was very good to look at, if one was able to overlook that cold face. The joints were precise and slender, and the movements when tying the straps were very nimble and gentle. Shen Miao raised her eyes and looked at him. Xie Jingxing's lashes were extremely long that when his head was leant down, his sharp gaze would become soft, and it showed a few rare touches of gentleness. He was engrossed in tying the knot, but had a cold face on from the beginning to the end, like he was in a bad mood. One did not know who was it that provoked him. After completing a butterfly bow, Xie Jingxing had yet to stand up when Shen Miao said, "Actually you did not need to kill him." She was speaking about Xie Chongqiao. Actually, Xie Jingxing should have allowed Xie Chongqiao to live. Xie Chongqiao was correct with his words, even though he was a Shu son but he was still Xie Ding's son. Although one did not know why did Xie Jingxing stayed in the Mingqi for, but this would definitely attract some unnecessary trouble. He had seen my face and a living mouth should not be left behind. Xie Jingxing said. Shen Miao rolled her eyes in her heart. No one wanted to see Xie Jingxing's face. From the beginning till now, it was Xie Jingxing that took the mask by himself. Xie Jingxing simply had a killing intent for Xie Chongqiao, but why was there a need to look for such a far-fetched reason? Go out less in the future. Xie Jingxing said, if I were to come later by little, you would have been in trouble today. When he said those words, he furrowed slightly and his face got cold, with some look of implication. Shen Miao was momentarily silent and said after thinking a while, how are my parents and eldest brother? The entire Shen family army is mobilized, and had searched a few rounds of all the houses in the Ding capital, but they all returned without any achievement. Xie Jingxing said, no one guessed that you were hidden in the residence of the Marquis of Linen. He paused before continuing. Luo Tan's injuries were serious and was unconscious for a long time. Gao Yang had already gone to the Shen mansion to save her. One heard that the situation is currently good. Luo Tan was injured. Shen Miao was in a daze, and the injury was serious. Suffered a sword wound. Xie Jingxing looked at Shen Miao at the side of his eyes. You do not know. Shen Miao shook her head. At that time I was knocked unconscious and brought up to the carriage, thus one did not know what happened after that. After being silent for a while, Shen Miao suddenly thought about something and looked at Xie Jingxing. Luo Tan is injured and did not wake up, so why did you search here? Xie Jingxing was unable to fathom it. What does that mean? Shen Miao's heart moved. Luo Tan was seriously injured and unconscious, so naturally she was unable to tell Xie Jingxing about the things that she entrusted her to say to him. Then it was Xie Jingxing that came on his own decision to save her. In a swift moment, Shen Miao's feelings became somewhat complicated. Suddenly Xie Jingxing's eyes flashed slightly and got closer to Shen Miao, so that he was practically in the posture of having her in his arms. His lips hooked up as he said, from your meaning, it seemed that you let Luo Tan look for me to ask me for help. Shen Miao pushed him away. As she knew that Xie Jingxing was smart, and thus she was unable to hide anything from him, she then said, only felt that you have that ability. Moreover, it is also a much more convenient identity. She stressed, I let Luo Tan look for you and say that it was a deal. When you save me, I will naturally pay a corresponding remuneration. Remuneration, Xie Jingxing said while not in the least concerned. The Shen family posted a reward of 10,000 of gold, but I do not care if it is the great Liang's treasury have so much of it. What can you offer to pay? Shen Miao gritted her teeth. As long as it is not a pledge to marry, naturally everything goes. Xie Jingxing raised his brows and looked at her before sighing. So actually it turns out that you think like this. Could it be that you are reminding me of the fact that you want to marry me? A female should embody gracefulness and restrain. It is not good for you to be like this. Shen Miao sneered in response. Never mind, Xie Jingxing said. Saving people is only a trivial matter to me, so I will not make it difficult for you. The remuneration is easy. He stared at Shen Miao and said with a smile but not a smile, write poems, play the chin, make pastries and do needlework. For the time being, it would be those first. Shen Miao. She said, change it. This prince wants these. Xie Jingxing rejected Shen Miao's words. Seemingly felt that the floor was somewhat cold, he then pulled Shen Miao up. Currently one cannot send you back to the Shen mansion at the moment. You have been missing for a total of 3 days, and rumors have filled the entire skies out there. To return at this moment would make others harbor suspicions. Xie Jingxing said, I will arrange people to send you to the princess residence. Rong Yi will help you. Shen Miao was startled and looked towards Xie Jingxing before asking, Princess Rong Shen also know about your identity. Xie Jingxing shook his head. Among the people of the Mingqi, you are the only one. Shen Miao was silent. Xie Jingxing looked at Xie Chongchao's corpse on the floor and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. He suddenly said, but today I have killed someone in order to save you, so one had provoked trouble. Since this matter originate from you, in the future, we are ants on the same rope. You are my ally, understood? I do not seem to have agreed to it. Shen Miao was exasperated. It is enough for me to agree. Xie Jingxing was happy and snapped his fingers before 2 men clad in black walked in from outside. Move it back. Xie Jingxing used his feet to touch Xie Chongchao's body. Shen Miao was astonished. What do you want his body for? Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrow. There is a great purpose. Tai Yi and Nanqi moved Xie Chongchao's corpse out. It was also fortunate that Xie Chongchao and his brother had constructed such a secret chamber like this, that even the servants of the residence of the Marquis of Linen had no knowledge of. The secret chamber had tunnels dug out, and could directly lead one outside. It was a lot easier to get things done. It was a long time since the princess residence had received guests. Ever since the news of Xie Jingxing's death in the battlefield was received, Princess Rongshin became seriously ill. Afterwards when she had recovered, it seemed that the illness had taken root in her health, that she even seldom attended imperial family functions. The times that she left the princess residence had become less and less, and she even rejected those who came over to visit. Everyone knew that it was because of Xie Jingxing's death. Princess Rongshin had no children in her entire life, and had taken this nephew as her own son. Initially when Xie Jingxing was still alive, he would go to the princess residence every 3 to 5 days to visit, but after Xie Jingxing died in the battlefield, coupled with Princess Rongshin's queer temperament, her courtyard was practically deserted. However in the princess residence today, there came a guest. The maid that was sweeping outside was someone who had served in the princess residence for a long time, so with one look she recognized that the young lady that was currently sitting in the horse carriage came to the princess residence 2 years ago. At that time Princess Rongshin even treated her passionately and seemed to be called Shen something. That maid was unable to recall it. But the maid reported in not too long, she saw Princess Rongshin's personal female official rushing over to welcome in the female guest and the guards beside. When the rest of the maids sweeping saw such an encounter, they all gathered and discussed in whispers which family's young lady is she. The princess did not see any guests for the past 2 years, but to actually see one today. From how it looks like, it seemed that she is in a hurry to meet. Most probably she has some friendship with the princess. It is rare to see one. 2 years ago she also came over. At that time Gugu even sent her back to the residence. Her surname was Shen. Suddenly the one most outside suddenly recalled something and knocked her head. I remembered that young lady's name. Is that young lady the daughter of the formidable great general, Shen Miao? Everyone suddenly became enlightened before their gazes became brilliant. They naturally knew of Shen Miao. Lately in the Ding capital, what was spread loudly was that she was missing for 3 days, and Shen had willingly offered 10,000 of gold liangs for a reward. Everyone speculated that Shen Miao had definitely met with some unexpected events, and had not thought that the key focus of this discussion would actually appear in the princess residence now. What was Shen Miao doing in the princess residence? Shen Miao sat in the main hall as the maids came over to serve her tea and snacks, but she could still feel some unspoken gazes that were sizing her up. She calmly and undauntedly accepted it. If someone recognized her, naturally one would feel strange as to why would she appear in the princess residence at the moment. But there was no way out. Just like what Xie Jingxing said, if she were to return to her residence alone, she would not be able to stop the rumors from happening. One had to find a person with high rank and weight, with convincing power to testify. The last time at the Lantern Festival, Princess Rongshin had helped her testify, so this time Princess Rongshin had to help her again. One had no choice. Princess Rongshin had an upright character, and everybody knew that she was one who does not do favors. If it was spoken from Princess Rongshin's lips then no one would doubt it. After a moment, there were sounds of footsteps from behind. Shen Miao turned back, and saw that Princess Rongshin was slowly walking over with the help of some female officials. Shen Miao could not help but be surprised. The person coming over was wearing an autumn-colored long robe with a cape. Most probably there was some powder applied, but this was unable to conceal the old age. The last time when Shen Miao saw Princess Rongshin 2 years ago, she was still a woman that was full of energy, but now it seemed that her soul was kidnapped within a night, and now when one saw her, one would feel one's heart becoming somewhat sour. Even in the previous lifetime, at the end Princess Rongshin really became old, but one did not see her being this wan and sallow. And what exactly this was for? Shen Miao knew it very well. It seemed that the news of Xie Jingxing's death was a great blow to Princess Rongshin, that she actually became this thin and pallid within 2 years. She got up to greet Princess Rongshin. When Princess Rongshin saw her, she had a nostalgic expression and a smile appeared on her lips. One had not seen you for 2 years. At that time General Shen left in a hurry, thus Ben Gong was unable to send some farewell gifts to you, and when you returned to the capital, Ben Gong came down with a cold again and it did not go away even during the tribute banquet, thus one did not have a chance to see you. She then sat in front of the table and motioned Shen Miao to sit down too. Shen Miao slightly nodded her head. It should be this official's daughter to come and pay a visit. Previously I knew that you looked good. Princess Rongshin smiled as she looked at her. Now seeing you, it confirmed Ben Gong's thoughts. Since young you have been a beauty and now you have become more outstanding. If Ben Gong's nephew was still alive, her voice slowly went softer and a hint of pain flashed in her eyes, but she did not continue speaking. Shen Miao also did not know what to say. It was Princess Rongshin herself who smiled again. Ben Gong always say these things that made others feel unhappy. Everything one had persuaded oneself not to think, but at the end, one would still think about it. Now you are unhappy with Ben Gong. You are also upset. Bengong only cared about one's own unhappiness but did not think about your feelings. It is Bengong's fault. Princess Rongshin was an unyielding person to the bones, and she actually would apologize to others. Shen Miao's heart was somewhat astonished, but there was much more sympathy. Xie Jingxing's identity could not be disclosed to Princess Rongshin, but from Princess Rongshin's view, the nephew that accompanied her so long died that tragically in the battlefield. One could only imagine the pain her heart felt. Princess Rongshin smiled. Bengong have heard about your matter. Do not worry, 2 years ago Bengong helped you, so this time Bengong will naturally help you. Shen Miao only said that she was kidnapped, and it was because it was near the residence of the Marquis of Linen. She was saved by Xie Jingxing's personal secret guards. As Xie Jingxing's secret guards had seen Shen Miao before, they then took assistive measures, but for her to just return to the Shen family that rashly, it would only invite rumors, thus one had to request Princess Rongshin to step in. As long as Xie Jingxing was brought up, Princess Rongshin would be particularly lenient. In addition, those Xie Jingxing's previous secret guards had the tally that Xie Jingxing had provided and Princess Rongshin had seen them before, so there was no longer any doubts. Moreover, she had a good impression of Shen Miao, so naturally she fulfilled this request outright. This official's daughter thanks your Princess Highness. Shen Miao said, this official's daughter is ashamed for troubling your Princess Highness every time. Yours is not considered as trouble, Princess Rongshin said with a wry laugh. When Jingxing was around and created some trouble, he would like to thread his way to the princess residence. Each time the trouble caused was greater than heaven, but one did not see any shame on him. Thinking about it, Bengong initially thought that one was doing good deeds, and when Bengong is old, it would be Bengong who would make trouble for him. Who knew? Princess Rongshin's smile was a little ugly. Now I want him to give Bengong trouble, but one could no longer wait for it. Luo Tan woke up once at night. Speaking of coincidences, Shen Xin and entourage were searching Shen Miao's whereabouts in the Ding capital, and Luo Ling was watching over Luo Tan and Gao Yang in the residence when he suddenly got a report from his subordinate that there were suspicious people seen in the western part of the city. Luo Ling thought of Shen Miao and entrusted Luo Tan to Gao Yang, before rushing over to the western part of the city with his subordinates. Now only Luo Tan and Gao Yang were left in the room. When Luo Tan woke up, there were only 2 maids taking care of her in the room, but they were Shen Miao's Bai Lu and Shuangjiang. When they saw her awake, they were incessantly surprised. Biao young lady finally woke up. Luo Tan felt that her body was somewhat heavy, and pushed aside the blanket to look when she saw that below the middle garment, there was a white cloth wrapped around. When Bai Lu saw this, she thought that Luo Tan was worried that in the future a scar would remain and reassured her. Biao young lady has survived a great disaster and will be destined to a good fortune. The injury that day was very deep, that Master and Furin were very much frightened. The doctors that were invited in succession, all had no way to treat. It was Imperial Physician Gao that had superior medical skills who treated one. Not only that, Imperial Physician Gao even left behind a prescription. That young lady only need to take the medicine for the scar to light until it would be almost impossible to identify it. Luo Tan rubbed her forehead and seemed to have remembered some matters before asking, how many days have I been unconscious? Replying Biao young lady, you were unconscious for almost 3 days. Shuangjiang said. 3 days. Luo Tan jumped in shock. She suddenly remembered something and asked hurriedly, how about Biao youngest sister? Has Biao youngest sister been found? Bai Lu's and Shuang Yang's expressions dimmed, and they shook their heads. Luo Tan's heart gradually sank and she said, how is Gugu and Gufu now? The city is sealed off. Master and Furin would run about outside all day to search for young lady's whereabouts, but there is still no news. Shuangjiang said, one did not know what is the situation of young lady. It had been 3 days. How is it that there is no news at all after all this time? Those people do not know any evil spell, how could they make a living person disappear? Luo Tan said emotionally. Bai Lu and Shuangjiang looked at one another, but could only lower their heads and kept quiet. Luo Tan clenched her fists and her heart was filled with endless anxiety. At that time she remembered seeing 2 persons knocking Shen Miao unconscious and bringing her up the carriage. After that, Luo Tan's heart moved as she suddenly remembered the words that Shen Miao spoke to her in the horse carriage. Remember, if you succeed in escaping, think of ways to send a letter to Prince Rui's residence. Just say that there is a transaction to be done and prices will be discussed later. Shen Miao said to Luo Tan in the carriage that if something happened, to go and look for Prince Rui. Even though Luo Tan did not understand how Shen Miao and Prince Rui of the Great Liang would secretly have any friendship, but in the 2 years in the Shaochun city, Luo Tan knew clearly Shen Miao's personality and she would not do anything unnecessarily. She stood up and wanted to head out, but Bai Lu and Shuangjiang jumped up in shock when they saw this, and quickly came over to support her. What does Biao young lady want to do? Let us servants do it. Biao young lady's body have not yet recovered, and one must not let the wounds reopen. When Luo Tan stood up, her body felt sluggish. Most probably it was due to lying on the bed for far too long, that her legs were as soft as cotton. This made her feel somewhat angry as she had felt that she was strong due to practicing of martial arts. However she said, I have some stuff to do. Leave me alone. As soon as she finished her words, an unfamiliar voice was heard from outside. Where are you going? Luo Tan looked up and saw a young male walking in from the outside of the room. The male was clad all in white and had the air of a graceful gentleman. He was also very good looking and one of his hand was bent at the waist and the other was placed on a small table. As he took out a fan from his waist pocket and gently waved it, he then asked another time, where are you going? Luo Tan frowned. Who is he? Shuangjiang quickly said, this is Imperial Physician Gao from the palace. It is him who treated Biao young lady. Currently he is staying in our Shen mansion, as it is convenient to treat Biao young lady with acupuncture. Luo Tan frowned. Even though Luo Tan had some masculine air and less femininity, she was the same as the tens of thousands of females who like to look at good-looking stuff. Previously when she was in the Shaochun city, there would be the occasional pretty things in the theater and Luo Tan would drag Shen Miao to reward those actors. This was enough to say that Luo Tan valued the appearance of a male. If it was on a normal day, if she had encountered such a handsome white-clad gentleman, Luo Tan would most probably be in a good mood, but today she was very worried for Shen Miao that even if a fairy came down, she had no mood to appreciate. Dr. Gao, I have something important to do. Gao Yang could not help but choke. He had heard people calling him Gao Darren or Imperial Physician Gao, but he had never heard anyone calling him Dr. Gao. This made him feel that he was just like a doctor in some random medical hall, just like those type of barefoot doctors that would carry a medical box on his back and rush out in a hurry. This was simply unbearable for Gao Yang, who had always been critical and cherished his good name. He looked at Luo Tan again. The young female's complexion was not as fair and delicate like those females in the Ding capital, but was a healthy wheat color. Even though she was weak and just stood there, she was a vibrant character. She stared with a frown at Gao Yan and her beautiful facial features appeared more three-dimensional. It was Gao Yang's first time seeing someone who had been stabbed 3 days ago to be this lively. Thinking of the first time when his heart was so shocked when he saw Luo Tan's injuries, Gao Yang did not help but exclaim in admiration. For a normal person to have such injuries, even males would not be able to persevere through them, much less Luo Tan, a young lady. But she proved herself up till someone discovered her, showing that her survival instinct was very strong. Gao Yang had considered himself as one who had tender and protective feelings for the fairer gender, but he did not like Shen Miao type of scary tigress with schemes and trickeries, and he also did not like females like Luo Tan who were coarse and strong-minded, that have not softness of a female. He immediately said, General Shen and Shen Fern had invited me to treat young lady, so this one had treated, but young lady running all over the placard would cause the injuries to recur again. One is unable to accept the label of not doing one's best on medical treatment, so may young lady not walk around as one wishes. Although Luo Tan's heart was anxious, she could only endure and explain to him patiently, I have to leave due to an important thing, and will definitely tell youngest Gugu and Gufu personally upon my return that this matter does not involve you. Is that all right? No, Gao Yang said. As an imperial physician one must be responsible for one's patients. He emphasized the words imperial physician, hoping that Luo Tan could understand that he was different from those doctors living in the marketplace. But Luo Tan had failed to notice his emphasis, and instead became angry and exasperatedly said, you are a doctor that treat illness. On what basis can you control me? First of all, this one is an imperial physician. Second, young Master Ling had entrusted young lady to this one before leaving, so if young lady really have something important, this one can help young lady to run the errand. There is no harm for young lady to say it. Luo Tan bit her lips. At that time Shen Miao said that the matter with Prince Rui could not be told to others at all, and it was because Shen Miao trusted Luo Tan that she told the matter to her. Luo Tan was one who was on a one-track mind, and coupled with the sensitive status of Prince Rui, she knew that no matter what, this cannot be known by outsiders. Even if they were Shen Miao's maids, they could not know about it. She glared at Gao Yang ferociously. If young lady changed her mind, then it is better to drink the medication first. After drinking the medication, young lady's body would heal faster and naturally be able to do important things. Gao Yang said with a gentle smile. Luo Tan let Bai Lu bring the bowl of medication over and drank it down in one shot, with some heroism that could reach the clouds. After finishing, she put the medicine bowl down and said to Gao Yang, is this enough? This one respects. Gao Yang cupped his hands towards Luo Tan. Good medicine tastes bitter, and Luo Tan's injuries were serious, so the concoction was extremely bitter that it was unpleasant for one to even smell it, but Luo Tan did not even change her expression when she drank the whole thing down. One could praise her as a firm and unyielding brave person. Luo Tan said, I want to rest, thus would trouble Dr. Gao to leave earlier. Bai Lu and Shuangzhang should also withdraw, as I am unable to sleep with someone in the room. It is just too noisy. Gao Yang had a smiling expression as he left with the two maids. After everyone left, Luo Tan stood up and ran over to the window to look out, and saw Bai Lu and Shuangzhang sweeping the other side of the courtyard. She quickly pulled out the outer garments and cloak from the room and put on them in quick succession. After some thoughts, she dumped all the bottles of medication on the table into her sleeves, and pushed a wooden stool to the window and started to climb over. With regards to slipping out of the residence secretly to play, the siblings Luo Tan and Luo Qian had practiced so much, that it was brought to the point of perfection when they were previously in the Shaochun city. At the end, even if Luo Lian Tai used iron locks to lock the both of them in their rooms, Luo Tan and Luo Qian would still pry open the locks and sneak out. So Luo Tan did not really care if was to be locked in the Shen mansion. Moreover, the top priority was to quickly go to Prince Rui's residence and look for Prince Rui. Luo Tan believed Shen Miao's words without a doubt, and felt that as long as she was able to meet with Prince Rui, he would certainly be able to rescue Shen Miao. It was just that the injuries on her waist had not been healed, and just a light movement would be painful. At this moment Luo Tan could not be bothered by it and pressed on her wounds with one hand, and successfully flipped herself over the window. At the other side, she familiarly found her way to the corner of the courtyard and pulled off the weeds at the corner of the wall, uncovering a dog hole and squeezed into it without any burden. Luo Tan did all of this extremely easily, but did not see that a white figure was standing afar staring at her movements flabbergasted. Gao Yang just could not believe his eyes. Even if the Luo family was one with a military lineage, and even if the people of the Shaochun city were valiant, or even if. But Luo Tan was still a young lady of an official's family. To flip over windows and squeeze through dog holes. Gao Yan felt it would be a tough job for Luo Tan to even think of doing all this. He thought that it was already a marvel for Shen Miao to come from the Mingqi, and did not think that Shen Miao's older Biao sister would not be outdone. It was really a case of only a family of people that would enter a family residence. He shook his head but still followed up. Luo Tan had almost gone crazy. When she went out she was afraid of alerting others, so she did not use the horse carriages of the Shen mansion, but when she came out it was not ideal to look for another carriage, so she could only walk over by herself. Even though the distance of the residence of Prince Rui was not far from the Shen mansion, but for a person like her, who just crawled back from the line that divides life and death, it was just too far away. However, Luo Tan did not give up at all. The Luo family's descendants' perseverance was not a joke. Even Luo Qian, who would normally laugh and joke around, would be able to hold on quite a while at a truly serious moment. Luo Sui had taught the younger generation of the family discipline, of never to give up. Although Luo Tan felt dizzy at the moment and found difficult to walk, she did not think of giving up halfway. Gao Yang watched from afar. He was initially gently moving his fan, as if he was watching the bustle, but at the end the fan no longer moved. The entire young female's body was under the cloak, and even though others could not see clearly, he could see that Luo Tan could not stop trembling. After every 2 steps, she would need to stop and support herself against the wall to rest. No one was clearer than Gao Yan on how serious Luo Tan's injuries were. Just now in the Shen mansion, even though he had the intention to tease, Gao Yang's words were not wrong. Luo Tan's wound would split open, thus the recurrence of the wounds would definitely be very painful. He could almost guess that Luo Tan's forehead was filled with sweat continuously. However, what made one astonished was that even when it was like that, Luo Tan did not stop at all. Every time Gao Yang thought that Luo Tan was not able to head forward after stopping for a long time, Luo Tan would again continue. This made Gao Yang curious and wanted to see if Luo Tan would not care about her own safety, and crawl out and what exactly she wanted to do. This short section of the road seemed particularly long and Luo Tan could not help but miss her previous bubbly and energetic self. When she caught sight of the words residence of Prince Rui, both her legs went soft and she almost knelt down. But at the end she did not kneel down as a pair of hands supported her from behind. Luo Tan turned her head around. That elegant white-cladded fan-waving Dr. Gao was supporting her to stand up. You followed me. Luo Tan shook his hands off and said angrily. Gao Yang admitted readily and asked, you suffered untold hardships just to come to the residence of Prince Rui. What are you looking Prince Rui for? Gao Yang could probably guess the purpose of her visit, but he had never heard Xie Jingxing speaking about Luo Tan, thus the only link between Luo Tan and Xie Jingxing would be left only with Shen Miao. Luo Tan looked for Xie Jingxing for Shen Miao, and most likely because of Shen Miao's whereabouts. Luo Tan looked vigilantly at Gao Yang as he stood in front of her with an anxious heart. She had not expected that she would meet Gao Yang at such a timing, and was feeling half dismayed and half furious. This person has a look and appearance of a human, but would actually follow and track others' private matters. She was angry at her current weak self, otherwise how could she not discover that there was someone following her? However, Luo Tan did not imagine that with Gao Yang's ability, even if she had already recovered, she might not even discover Gao Yang's presence. Luo Tan had already calculated in her heart. The relationship between Shen Miao and Prince Rui must not be known to anyone, moreover this person was from the palace. What if he returned and spilled it out to Emperor Wenwei, and trouble arises out of it? One could not help but say that even though Luo Tan was normally thick in her thoughts, in some matters she did think quite in long term. You are familiar with Prince Rui? Gao Yang asked her. How could I know Prince Rui? Luo Tan refuted resolute and decisive. His Highness Prince Rui is noble as gold and revered as jade, and I am only a ordinary daughter of an official's family, so how could I know him? Then why did you come to look for him? Gao Yang did not overlook anything. Luo Tan stammered, because, her gaze landed on Gao Yang's face, and she was suddenly struck with a bright idea and quickly said wittily, I heard rumors in the capital that His Highness Prince Rui was a rare peerless beautiful man, thus wanted to catch a glimpse of that beautiful face. She did not study well, thus the idioms that she used were in a mess, and even used the phrase of peerless beauty. When Gao Yang heard it, he burst out laughing. Why are you laughing? Just for a glimpse of the beautiful face, you did not care that your body is not recovered, and dragged your injured self all the way here with great difficulty. It is just for a glimpse of that beautiful face. Gao Yang asked. Luo Tan argued with the courage of one's convictions, what do you understand? It is very difficult to find good-looking people in the world, and if there is, one glance is also precious. Gao Yang shook his head, this one is also very good-looking, so then why is young lady not looking at this one? And purposely come here. Luo Tan said, it is important to know one's own limitation. She continued, I do not want to continue talking to you. I want to see His Highness Prince Rui. Finishing talking, she then went up the steps and reached the front doors of the residence of Prince Rui and naively said, would trouble both of you to report in that I have an important matter to see His Highness Prince Rui on. Gao Yang followed behind closely and gave a look to the two guards. The guards naturally recognized Gao Yang and immediately did not say anything before opening the main doors. One of them said, I will bring both guests in to wait. Luo Tan looked at Gao Yang, what are you following for? Gao Yang said, I also want to take a glimpse of that beautiful face. If young lady do not let me enter, then this one can only return back to the Shen mansion. When Shen Fern and General Shen return and ask. Wait, Luo Tan thought about his words and glared at him hatefully before speaking, follow me and then. The two guards looked at each other in dismay, as they were puzzled with the situation in front of them. One had thought that Gentleman Gao had brought this young lady to the residence of Prince Rui, but currently why did it look like? That young lady came to the residence of Prince Rui and brought Gentleman Gao. Gao Yang and Luo Tan waited in the main hall for a moment and after half an incense, His Highness Prince Rui who was wearing a mask appeared. Luo Tan's heart became anxious. If it were previous times, to be in such close contact with Prince Rui for the first time, she would definitely open her eyes wide to see what kind of person is Prince Rui. However, with the current situation that did not wait for others, every moment of waiting would bring Shen Miao additional danger. She took a glance at Gao Yang, who was still drinking tea, and said to Prince Rui, requesting Your Highness Prince Rui to step aside to speak. Under Luo Tan's perturbed weight, Prince Rui nodded his head slightly. Luo Tan's heart was secretly happy as she thought that this Prince Rui was not as difficult to get along with, like the rumors say. When she entered the separated side, Luo Tan fell onto her knees without a second word, begging Your Highness Prince Rui to save my youngest Biao sister. She then told him the words that Shen Miao taught her and said at the end, since youngest Biao's sister believed in Your Highness Prince Rui, then this official's daughter also believed that Your Highness Prince Rui would definitely be able to save youngest Biao's sister. Even though this official's daughter is unable to bring anything out now, if youngest Biao's sister can be found, the Shen family will definitely provide remuneration to Prince Rui. Begging Your Highness Prince Rui to save a life. She then pressed her forehead onto the ground. Even though Luo Tan had pride ingrained into her bones, but it was different from those who would rather die than kneel to others. Luo Tan was a realist and from her view, Prince Rui was after all in the imperial family of the great Liang, so it was not a disadvantage to kowtow to him. If by speaking good stuff would make him happy and save Shen Miao, then why would one care about doing this? She kowtowed straightforwardly, and did not see that her action had made that person to jump in shock. I got it, Prince Rui said. Luo Tan felt somewhat weird but was unable to tell what was strange. She subconsciously said, Your Highness Prince Rui has promised to save this official's daughter's youngest Biao sister. Prince Rui nodded his head lightly. Many thanks to Your Highness Prince Rui. Luo Tan delightedly gave him another kowtow before standing up. But who knew when she stood up, everything went black and she suddenly fell down. She had unexpectedly fainted. Prince Rui jumped in shock and reached out to scoop her as he called out, someone come. Gao Yang. Gao Yang came in from outside and was also startled. He then quickly went forward to take Luo Tan's arm to take her pulse, before putting it down after a while and sigh, her body is too weak. Go make her a bowl of ginseng soup, one will send her back to the Shen mansion when she is awake. Two maids came in and helped the fainted Luo Tan to lie on the bed. Gao Yang and Prince Rui walked out of the room, and Prince Rui violently took out the silver mask and said, stuffing me to death. Why do you let me pose as third older brother? This person was not Xie Jingxing but Ji Yushu. One did not know when he will be returning. One cannot just let Luo Tan wait in the residence of Prince Rui till nightfall. At that time when the Shen family's people come knocking, nothing can be cleared up. Anyways, third Xie has already gone to inquire about Shen Miao's whereabouts, so you just need to pose for a while so that she would leave earlier. Gao Yang said. Ji Yushu waved his hands. I cannot stand it if it goes for a few more times. I have grown so old, but still this is the first time that someone kowtowed to me. I am not a bodhisattva, do you think if this will impact my predestined lifespan? This young lady is indeed too vigorous, that one kowtow just now almost made my heart jump out. Fortunately there were no mistakes, else if third older brother think that I have destroyed his image, he would definitely beat me up. Gao Yang said, fortunately she is silly. Are you saying I did not act the part? Ji Yushu said angrily, I acted until others kowtowed to me. How is there not a resemblance? Gao Yang waved his hands, I cannot be bothered to talk to you. But why does she call you Dr. Gao? Ji Yushu said suspiciously, you are no longer in the palace, but have become a doctor in a medical hall. Gao Yang. When Luo Tan woke up from this fainting spell, it was already in the evening. When she woke up, coincidentally Gao Yang brought the medication over. Luo Tan did not stand on ceremony and took it and drank it all down with gudong sounds. This air of an heroine made the corner of Gao Yang's mouth twitch. After drinking the medication, Luo Tan wiped her mouth and looked at the darkening skies outside. I have to return. Where is His Highness Prince Rui? I have to give him my thanks. Gao Yang looked at her from the side of his eyes. No need. Prince Rui had already left. If you want to give thanks to him, it might be the day after. Luo Tan was first startled before becoming overjoyed. Thinking about Prince Rui leaving so quickly, it must be to save Shen Miao. She had only spoke to him about the matter and he had taken action so quickly. It seemed that Prince Rui was a person who was kind-hearted and value relationships. The more she thought about it, the more Luo Tan's impression of Prince Rui went up a level. Gao Yang looked unfathomable at the suddenly pleased Luo Tan and said, in that case, then tidy up and leave. All right. Luo Tan happily climbed out of the bed and wore her shoes, when she suddenly thought about something and asked, you are also returning back with me. Naturally so, Gao Yang said, if it was not General's and Fern's intense urge for me to stay, this one would not have. There are many noble people and ladyships in the palace that are waiting for this one to treat. Gao Yang emphasized. Luo Tan looked at him with some sympathy. It is toiling for Dr. Gao. If this is the case, then it is better to hurry back to the palace first. It is not good to interfere with the job else your salary would be deducted. Gao Yang. How did Luo Tan always manage to put imperial physician as a job that everyone was competent to do? So much that he had no status at all. Gao Yang thought about it for a long time but was still completely puzzled. He gritted his teeth. No need. This one had already taken a leave of absence from the Imperial Medical Institute. Luo Tan made an approval sound but she then turned her head and rolled her eyes, hiding her look of despise. This man was indeed very handsome but for nothing better to do, followed those maidens and still lustfully looked at His Highness Prince Rui's beautiful face. No matter how high one medical skills was, he had no medical ethics. Shameless. Sick. In any case, Gao Yang eventually returned to Shen Mansion with Luo Tan. On the return back, as one feared that Luo Tan's wounds would worsen, Gao Yang found a horse carriage. Upon returning to the Shen Mansion, Shen Xin and entourage had all came back. Seeing both of them returning, everyone was relieved. Shen Chu asked, younger Biao's sister and Imperial physician Gao, where did you go? Everyone thought that Luo Tan was kidnapped by others again, and Shen Chu even suspected if Gao Yang was some spy, and if Gao Yang was the one who kidnapped Luo Tan. Tanner, your body has not recovered yet, where did you go? Luo Tan's expression stiffened. The matter of Shen Miao and Prince Rui could not be spoken out, and one had to find another excuse. She hemmed and hawed, I am. It is this one that brought her out. Gao Yang cupped his hands and said, young lady Luo's body has not recovered yet, but to stay in the room all day would make her feel depressed and would not be conducive for the recovery. This one brought her out to take a walk so that young lady's injuries would be able to recover faster. Hearing it, Luo Shuiyan's suspicious then only disappeared but her words still had some blame as she spoke to Gao Yang. Imperial physician Gao has good intentions but if there is a next time, it is better to inform the servants. Tanner did not even bring a single maid, we thought that she had an accident. Gao Yang blushed with shame, it is this one who did not consider it thoroughly and must apologize to Fern. Forget about it. Forget about it. Luo Shuiyan waved her hand. Luo Tan sighed in relief. Even though she did not look at Gao Yang with friendly eyes, it was much better than before. Gao Yang had carried such a black pot for her, so Luo Tan's heart was thankful for it. The Luo family emphasized on comprehending kindness and giving back in return, so Luo Tan was thinking to give Gao Yang more treatment fees and not nitpick about what happened previously. But why have one not seen older brother Ling? Luo Tan stretched out her neck and looked around. Shen Xin, Luo Shuiyan and Shen Chu were all here but only Luo Ling was absent. Not together with you all? Shen Xin asked with a frown. Luo Tan shook her head. Then that is strange. Luo Shuiyan said, before leaving today, I instructed Linger to look after you and upon returning, one did not see your presences and thought that you went out together. It is only you and Imperial physician Gao. Luo Tan nodded her head. Did younger Biao brother go out to buy something? Shen Chu asked, even if it was searching, it is getting late and he should return back. In order to exchange information, the Shen family would return to the Shen Mansion in the evening to recount the result of the search. Thus even if Luo Ling went out and searched for himself, he should also have returned by now. Could it be that she was found? Luo Tan's heart moved. Could it be that older brother Ling has found youngest Biao's sister, thus returning late? Shen Chu and Luo Shuiyan were stunned before delight appeared on their faces. If that is the case then it would be good. However just at this time, someone from outside frantically shouted, bad news. Bad news. Everyone looked over. The oncoming person was Luo Ling's subordinate and his entire body was doused in red color. Bad news, young Master Ling has gotten into an accident. Bad news, young Master Ling has gotten into an accident. Everyone hurriedly went outside and saw someone carrying Luo Ling in. Luo Ling's hands were filled with fresh blood that made one's eyes shocked and astonished one's hearts. Older brother Ling. Luo Tan jumped in shock. She only saw Luo Ling being carried back and even though he had tried his best to resist the pain, his complexion was very pale. Even though it was a very cold day, large drops of sweat rolled down from his forehead. Imperial physician Gao, Luo Shuiyan quickly said, would trouble you to take a look at Luo Ling. Gao Yang had a helpless expression on his face. He had initially thought that now that Luo Tan was alive and kicking, his task was completed, and did not expect that another difficult-to-treat person again came. Could it be that they treated him as a doctor sitting in the medical hall? Even though he thought that in his heart, he did not reveal it on his face. Gao Yang said, carry him to the room. I will take a look at him. After Luo Ling and Gao Yang entered the bed chambers, Luo Tan said angrily to the subordinate that carried Luo Ling back, what exactly went on? Linger was perfectly fine. How did he get injured that seriously? The subordinate was almost in tears. We received a tip-off that someone seemed to have seen the whereabouts of young Lady Shen. Young Master Ling brought us to search for the person and someone sent a note over, requesting the young master to come alone. Who knew it was a trap? Those people initially wanted to scheme against young Master Chu, but did not expect that the person who came was young Master Ling. Young Master Ling fought with them and those people attacked and injured his right hand. The subordinate paused and had a look of concern. Many years ago young Master Ling hurt his right hand during training and it later healed, but the injury today was exactly on his old wound. Young Master Ling was already not in a good condition before the battle, and when the rest of us arrived, young Master Ling was already like that. The matter of Luo Ling's right hand injured before was something that Luo Shuiyan and Shen Xin did not know of. When they heard this they looked at Luo Tan and asked, Linger was injured before. Luo Tan nodded her head. During his childhood, he had accompanied eldest Bo to hunt and was chased by the wild beast in the mountains, and fell down the mountains and was injured by the sharp stones. The injuries were serious and at that time all the doctors said that older brother Ling's hands could not be saved, but no one expected that older brother Ling would overcome this by himself. Everyone was aware of the seriousness of the incident. If Luo Ling had suffered such a serious injury in the past, then with an injury on top of another, one feared that it would not be good at all. Shen Chu said, who exactly is behind scheming? Did you see clearly the opponents at all? The subordinate shook his head and said, those people's martial arts skills were very good, and did not look like normal people. Their martial arts skills were well above young Master Ling's. This matter is suspicious. Shen Xin said heavily, first it was Zhao Zhao then it is Chu Er. This is obviously targeting our Shen family. That motherfucker. If this old one did not find this person and skin him, this old one's surname is not Shen. Luo Tan said, the immediate priority now is the condition of older brother Ling's injury. Luo Tan was somewhat anxious, the injuries were that serious. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Until after the time in which an incense would burn, Gao Yang then came out from the bed chambers and closed the doors. Everyone looked at him impatiently and Luo Tan could not wait and asked, Dr. Gao, how is older brother Ling? Gao Yang said, I have already put the medication on him. It is a knife wound, the injuries are very deep and there was poison on it. Even though it was not fatal and I have detoxified it, but what? Shen Chu asked. But young Master Luo had injured his hands many years ago, and now it had triggered the old injuries. The injuries were not light. In the future when it heals, one fear that he will not be able to carry heavy stuff with his right hand. Luo Tan took 2 steps back and looked at Gao Yang wildly, cannot carry heavy things. How about weapons? Gao Yang shook his head. Luo Shuiyan's hand slipped and broke the cup. Shen and Shen Chu sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. Luo Ling was a child of a military family, so Luo Sui let him follow Shen back to the capital to let him train in the Ding capital, so that in the future upon returning to the Shaochun city, it would be ideal for him to take over the Luo family's army. Luo Ling has practiced martial arts since young and to become one unable to use the right hand was like making one talented in martial arts a cripple. This was considered a big blow for Luo Ling. It cannot be. It cannot be. Luo Tan went up and grabbed onto Gao Yang's sleeves before saying in fright, previously when older brother Ling was injured, those doctors also said that older brother Ling would no longer be able to use his right hand, but after that, older brother Ling still recovered. Are not you the greatest doctor? When you saved me, those doctors also said that I could not be saved, but you were able to save me, so you will definitely be able to save my older brother Ling's right hand, correct? Luo Tan's relationship with Luo Ling was very good and they grew up together, so naturally she was unable to accept the situation. Gao Yang pulled his sleeves back and said patiently, young lady Luo, it is not that this one is unwilling to save. It is that your esteemed older brother's injuries are just too serious. He said, saying something provoking to young lady, if one say that the person cannot be treated, then no one else under heavens would be able to save him. These words almost cut off everyone's last hope, as this meant that Luo Ling could never use his right hand to hold a sword again. How can this be? Luo Shuiyan almost fainted. How do I explain it to eldest brother and eldest Cao? Is younger Biao brother already aware of the condition of his injuries? Shen Chu asked. Gao Yang nodded his head and said immediately, compared to young Master Luo's injuries, these few days, one must monitor more on young Master Luo's sentiments. Ordinarily for people who suffered drastic changes, they would inevitably suffer a trauma in their heart, especially since young Master Luo is a proud person. This matter is tantamount to a catastrophic disaster for him. If no attempts are made to persuade him then one fear that it would attract unnecessary problems, and will not be conducive for the healing of his injuries. Upon finishing, Gao Yang picked up the medicine box and said, this one will take a trip back to the palace first as one need to prescribe some medicinal herbs. Upon returning, one will then come to the residence again to apply acupuncture for young Master Luo. Currently one cannot stay too long, thus one will take one's leave now. These few days Gao Yang had been staying in the Shen mansion, and indeed had not returned to the Imperial Medical Institute for a long time. Luo Shuiyang nodded her head. Imperial physician Gao was troubled for these few days. Sure, go and send Imperial physician Gao off. I will go, Luo Tan said and then grabbed Gao Yang's sleeves, and hauled him out of the residence. Gao Yang stared at the somewhat deformed sleeve which was caused by Luo Tan. Luo Tan only stopped her footsteps when they were at the residence doors. Luo Tan looked at him and hesitated before asking, Dr. Gao, my older brother Ling's right hand really cannot be saved anymore. Gao Yang said helplessly, this one never lies. Desperation appeared on Luo Tan's face and after a moment she said, in that case, many thanks for helping me to cover up the matter of the residence of Prince Rui. Cover up. Gao Yang looked at her astonished, when did this one covered up for you? Luo Tan looked at him flabbergasted, did not you said in front of youngest Gugu and Gufu lie for me? This one only took advantage of the situation for one's own benefit. In the future after thinking of the terms of the transaction, then one will have a discussion with young lady Luo. Gao Yang ignored Luo Tan's change of expression and looked outside, oh, the skies are too dark. One must step off first and we'll see young lady Luo on another day. He cupped his hands before leaving. After calling him so many times with Dr. Gao, Gao Yang would not be happy if Luo Tan did not suffer. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard sound of teeth grinding behind him, leave well Dr. Gao. Gao Yang almost fell down. When Gao Yang's figure was no longer visible, Luo Tan then sighed and worriedly prepared to return back, when she saw a horse carriage drawn over. This carriage was overly extravagant and as the skies were somewhat dark, Luo Tan was unable to see clearly. She only saw that the horse carriage stopped at the doors of the Shen mansion and 2 persons came out of it. Luo Tan rubbed her eyes and after determining that she was not mistaken, she screamed out with shock, youngest Biao's sister. Shen Miao was sent back by Princess Rongshin's personal female official and when she reached the doors, the first thing she heard was Luo Tan's cries. Previously, one had heard from Xie Jingxing that Luo Tan's injuries were very serious, and Shen Miao was very much worried but upon hearing her full-hearted cries, she finally felt reassured. Luo Tan's cries had immediately alerted Shen and entourage. Everyone came out in a hurry and was in disbelief upon seeing Shen Miao. Luo Shuiyan was stunned for 2 seconds, before stepping forward quickly grabbing Shen Miao in a hug as her warm tears flowed down, Zhao Zhao. Seemingly only reacting now, Shen Chu also quickly ran over and shouted agitatedly, younger sister, you have finally returned. Shen also went forward and gave Shen Miao a glance around. As it was already late in the evening, and due to these few days Shen all-out searches they had made one's heart filled with anxiety, most of the commoners would not leave home at night, thus no one passed by the Shen mansion at this moment. Shen Miao said, let us return to the residence before speaking. Furthermore, one must not make this public. Even though Shen had doubts, he gave a look to Shen Chu, which quickly went out to instruct the servants outside while everyone went into the residence first. Upon arriving in the hall, Luo Tan asked, youngest Biao sister, what is going on exactly? And this is, she looked towards Lu Shi. Lu Shi gave a bow to everyone. She was after all a female official by Princess Rongshin's side, thus her every actions followed the etiquette and did not look like someone ordinary. She said, this servant is a female officer by her highness's side. A day before, her Princess Highness's guards saved young Lady Shen from the evildoers. Her Princess Highness is afraid that young Lady Shen is unable to explain herself, thus she let this servant send young Lady Shen back. Now that the person has arrived, this servant should return. 2 years ago during the Lantern Festival, Shen Miao was saved by Princess Rongshin and 2 years later she was also rescued by Princess Rongshin. Speaking of coincidences, this would make one think more. Shen and Luo Shuiyan had some doubts and wanted to speak more, but Shen Miao stood up and smiled to Lu Shi. Many thanks to Lu Shi Gugu for the matters during these few days. Hope that Lu Shi Gugu would help this official's daughter to thank her Princess Highness for the extended help. Her Princess Highness's life-saving help is something that Shen Miao would keep in the heart and never dare to forget. One will definitely personally pay a visit to give thanks. Lu Shi quickly turned to her side to avoid Shen Miao's bow and smiled, one dare not deserve it. Since young lady is an old acquaintance of her Princess Highness, then one did not need to stand on ceremony. This servant will go back first. May young lady Shen take care, tomorrow her Princess Highness will clarify matters with the administrator of the capital. Shen Miao thanked again before personally sending Lu Shi off. Everyone finally could not tolerate thus Shen Chu asked, younger sister, what is going on here? Everyone could see from the conversation between Shen Miao and Lu Shi just now, that Shen Miao had long had her own thoughts. Shen and Luo Shuiyan now understood Shen Miao's personality clearly. Shen Miao was a young lady who had strong views, and at this moment she already had some plans. Shen Miao smiled. It is nothing much. That day the people who kidnapped me thought that I was implicated in another matter, and kidnapped the wrong person. Afterwards when they planned to send me away, coincidentally they met up with the people from the princess residence. The guards of the princess residence had seen me before, and felt that there was something wrong so they rescued without any trouble. Afterwards, I told Princess Rongshin clearly about the matter, and her Princess Highness decided to clarify the matter for me. For the time being she did not want to tell Shen Shen the truth of the matter, because this implicated Princess Ming'an. The forces of the Mingqi and the Qin country were in a complicated situation, and one heir from Shen Shen would make it hard for him to get out. She had painstakingly managed to place the Shen family far away from all these chaotic power struggles, so how would she want to repeat the mistake of her past lifetime? The most important thing was that this kind of excuse was what she and Xie Jingxing have agreed upon. Even though one did not know what Xie Jingxing would do at the end, Shen Miao believed that with Xie Jingxing's means and methods, Princess Ming'an and the Xie brothers would be bound to suffer a big loss. Since that was being the case, it would not be good for Shen Shen to intervene. Shen Shen frowned. Zhao Zhao, tell father honestly. Does this matter involve Princess Ming'an or not? Shen Miao's heart jumped. Shen Shen was not a fool. They had returned to the Ding capital not long ago, and for those people to deliberately kidnap Shen Miao, this was because of personal grudges. Moreover, ever since the Shen family's return to the Ding capital till now, the only person that they had offended was only that domineering and arrogant princess of the Qin country. If it was the Qin people, it was not impossible for them to do such a daring and reckless thing. Shen Miao said, why did father think that? This is the land of the Mingqi. Even if Princess Ming'an had the intention to deal with me, the crown prince of the Qin is not a fool, and how would he allow her to stir things up? Seeing that Shen Shen and Luo Shuiyan still did not believe, Shen Miao simply raised her hands and spoke tenderly. That day they threw me out of the horse carriage and my hands hurts because of the stumble. I am also very hungry. Mother, I want to eat something. When Luo Shuiyan heard this, she immediately ignored everything else and her heart began to feel anguished. On one hand she instructed the kitchens to prepare some snacks and on the other hand, instructed the maids to support Shen Miao back to the courtyard to rest. Luo Shuiyan most likely was so anguished for Shen Miao, that she personally went to the kitchens to make soup and Shen Shen pulled Shen Chu out with a frown. One did not know where did they went. Luo Tan and Shen Miao went back to the room together. When Luo Tan saw Shen Miao sitting on the couch, she said, youngest Biao sister, you were lying just now. Actually it was that Princess Ming'an who did it right. Shen Miao's heart jumped and thought when did Luo Tan became that smart before asking, why do you say that? Luo Tan rubbed her own arm and gave an appearance of unable to tolerate. The spoiled look that you gave just now made me have a layer of goosebumps. It was obvious that you were sparing no effort to be pampered with that one look, and it was a show for Gufu and Gugu. It is only because they dote on you that they let you go like this. Shen Miao laughed in spite of herself before sizing Luo Tan up. I heard that you have suffered a serious injury. How is it that you have gotten out of bed and not rest more? Luo Tan waved her hands. That Dr. Gao from the palace has high medical skills that can make a dead person alive. Speaking of which, her gaze was shining as she looked at Shen Miao. It was only this afternoon that I went to His Highness Prince Rui to beg for his help to save you, and you returned today at night. His Highness Prince Rui really possesses remarkable abilities. This speed really exceeds one's expectation as I thought one would need to wait for a few days. So that Lu Shi Gugu is also fake. Luo Tan sighed. This Prince Rui of the Great Liang is really very considerate and thoughtful. Shen Miao. Xie Jingxing had saved Shen Miao long before Luo Tan went to the residence of Prince Rui. When Luo Tan went over, Shen Miao had most likely already reached the princess residence. It was a pity that Luo Tan really thought that Xie Jingxing had that great of abilities. Xie Jingxing was not an immortal, so how could he be able to save someone in a matter of moments? Shen Miao's heart was secretly criticizing but she did not correct Luo Tan's words. She thought about something and said, but why did one did not see older brother Ling? She asked, did older brother Ling went out? Luo Tan's unrestrained expressions faded in a moment. When Shen Miao saw this, she was puzzled and asked, why do you have such an expression? Something happened to older brother Ling. Luo Tan's voice was somewhat unintelligible. Yao Yang said that in this lifetime he will not be able to use his right hand. Go and take a look. In the residence of the Marquis of Linen, Xie Chongwu is currently also very anxious. After returning from the banquet with Xie Ding, Xie Chongchao seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Xie Chongchao's shadow was not in the secret chamber and even Shen Miao was also not there. After looking over carefully, there were no signs of a fight which made Xie Chongwu felt puzzled. Even though it was due to Shen Shen that Shen Miao could not be sent out, but at this moment she indeed disappeared without a trace. Princess Ming'an had sent people over to ask when would Shen Miao be sent out, and Xie Chongwu could only perfunctory delay but in private, his heart was burning with anxiety. However, no matter how he searched and sent the servants out to look at the usual haunts to which Xie Chongchao would go normally, it was like both Xie Chongchao and Shen Miao had evaporated from the human world. There was not even a little trace left. One did not know why, but the longer the time passed, Xie Chongwu's heart felt more uneasy. He had tried to inquire news about the formidable great General Shen's family, and there was no news about Shen Miao's whereabouts. This made Xie Chongwu feel comforted. At least it was not that the people who came to save Shen Miao took Xie Chongchao away. However, as days passed, even Xie Ding was suspicious and asked why had he not seen Xie Chongchao for an entire day. Xie Chongwu could only say that Xie Chongchao went out of the city for a hunt with friends, and also repeated this when Madame Fang asked. Princess Ming'an also sent someone over saying that if the Xie brothers did not take action, then just hand Shen Miao over for her to handle. Xie Chongwu was forced to suffer in silence. As of now, not to mention Xie Chongchao, even Shen Miao disappeared into thin air. If Princess Ming'an knew of this, she would blame him for not handling the matter well, and would not speak well of the brothers in front of Fu Shuyi, and one feared that one would suffer more for it. It was truly a dilemma where there is no room to advance or retreat. For the first time Xie Chongwu regretted for picking up such a hot matter. In any case, Xie Chongwu continued to send people out to look for Xie Chongchao's whereabouts. Speaking of which, it was rather ironic. A few days ago when they kidnapped Shen Miao, the Shen family was searching the entire city for Shen Miao, and now it became Xie Chongwu's turn to search the entire city for Xie Chongchao's whereabouts. He had some unhappy feeling that this was an appropriate retribution. Xie Chongwu naturally did not know that the brother that he was persistently seeking for was in Xie Jingxing's hands. Tai Yi followed behind the purple-clad youth and said, Xie Chongchao's corpse is currently in the tower prison and chilled in the ice coffin. When does master plan to use it? Let it be. There is no rush. Xie Jingxing said, one must not waste such a good thing. He walked slowly back to the residence and when he just entered the courtyard, he saw Ji Yushu wearing a purple robe and had a silver mask on his face, in the middle of a chase with the white tiger Zhao Zhao in the entire house. As he ran he was saying, little brat, do not recognize this prince. Open your eyes and look carefully. Come over here to this prince. Tai Yi trembled constantly. Sometimes one could not admit that Ji Yushu was indeed a talented individual as no matter what the place was, he could portray all types of emotions that are as ridiculous as an idiot. This kind of disguising as Xie Jingxing to tease the tiger, one guessed that only Ji Yushu, this kind of person who was so bored with leisure, would only do it. The white tiger evaded the warm embrace of Ji Yushu, and when he suddenly saw Xie Jingxing and Tai Yi, it turned in the middle of her movement and headed over to Xie Jingxing in a rush, and bit the corner of Xie Jingxing's robes before shaking her head. Xie Jingxing bent over and picked the white tiger up and looked at that Xie Jingxing who was left in the courtyard, and said with a smile but not a smile, "You really play very happily when I am not around." Third older brother. The counterfeit Xie Jingxing took of the mask, revealing the sweaty face of Ji Yushu. He gasped as he waved his hands. "Third older brother, it was not my intention to purposely dress as you. Today a young lady came looking for you for help, and it was Gao Yang who insisted for me to pretend to be you. But I guarantee that I acted very well, as that young lady did not say a second word and knelt down after seeing me and even gave me a kowtow." Ji Yushu felt wronged and worried. One did not know if this would reduce one's lifespan. "Young lady." Xie Jingxing raised his brows and looked at Tai Yi. Tai Yi quickly said, "In the afternoon, the Luo family's Biao young lady and gentleman Gao came over. At that time, young Master Ji feigned your appearance and agreed to the Luo family's Biao young lady's request. Afterwards both of them left." Ji Yushu stressed, "It was Gao Yang that made me do this." Just as he was speaking, one heard Tai Yi saying, "Gentleman Gao has come." One then saw a white-clad person walking over from outside. Other than Gao Yang, who could it be? However, one did not know if it was an illusion or not, as Gao Yang's clothes were not as clean and tidy as usual, and his face had some sense of haggardness. Ji Yushu was shocked by Luo Tan's kowtows in the afternoon and did not notice Gao Yang's appearance, but now after seeing it, he asked in surprise, "Gao Yang, why do you look like you have gotten 10 years older?" Originally when Gao Yang and Xie Jingxing stood together, although he was not as impressive looking as Xie Jingxing, he was still considered a graceful and elegant gentleman, but now standing beside Xie Jingxing, he looked a little disgraceful. "Do not mention about it," Gao Yang said. "These few days one have been staying in the Shen mansion treating that young lady of the Luo family. Really treat me like a doctor." When he spoke of it, there was some anger on his face. "I am not a doctor. I am an imperial physician. Both also treat illnesses." Ji Yushu did not bother about him and looked at Xie Jingxing. Fifth Shen young lady was found. Xie Jingxing nodded his head. Ji Yushu released a long sigh and said, "Scare me to death. If such a good person like Fifth Shen young lady ended up in other people's scheme, one fear that I would not be able to sleep well." Xie Jingxing looked coldly at him. "Oh, you are so familiar with Shen Miao." Ji Yushu instinctively felt danger and shook his head unconsciously. He only felt that Xie Jingxing's gaze had a deeper meaning and quickly said, "Third older brother and her also have some relationship. I am not worried about her but worried about you. Now that you have rescued her, my heart has calmed down a lot. One thinks that Fifth Shen young lady is also very grateful to you." Kissing up, Gao Yang said disdainfully. "What does it got to do with you?" Ji Yushu answered back in mutual bickering and ridicule. Gao Yang took a deep breath before putting on a serious expression and asked Xie Jingxing, "Was it by Princess Ming'an's hands?" In fact, in the Ding capital, the only person who would have the courage to do such a thing to Shen Miao would be no other person than Princess Ming'an. If others wanted to touch Shen Miao, they would have to take into consideration the Shen family, as everyone knew that Shen Xin dotted on his daughter to the level of being subservient to her every wish. To touch Shen Miao was equaling to plucking the fur on top of the tiger's head, and there would be no end of trouble. Only Princess Ming'an, this kind of brainless female, would disregard all consequences. Not only it was bold, it was indeed very shocking. Not only that, Xie Jingxing said indifferently, Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao also participated. Are they insane? Gao Yang was unable to hide his surprise. Even if Princess Ming'an promised them benefits, how could Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao take such risks with their lives? Everyone would have a steelyard in their minds when they make decisions, thus risks and benefits were rather leveled. However, Xie Chongwu's and Xie Chongchao's actions were just too uneconomical for Gao Yang to understand. In order to climb up, the Xie family brothers did not care about making enemies with the Shen family, and only cared about what was in front and not about the future. Presumably, they had lived peaceful days for far too long and not know of how high heavens are. Xie Jingxing's smile emitted a cold air, consistently stupid things. Gao Yang and Ji Yushu silently agree. At this moment both of them could feel the chill that was emitting from Xie Jingxing. After silently pitying the Xie family brothers for a moment, Gao Yang said, "Actually, Princess Ming'an's action this time not only impacted Shen Miao." Xie Jingxing turned his head and frowned. "What do you mean?" "They also intended to scheme against Shen Chu. Today when I was in the Shen mansion, one heard that someone used Shen Miao's situation to lay a trap for Shen Chu, and waited for Shen Chu to be alone before taking action against him. Those people were highly skilled in martial arts and should be the masters that were trained from the palace. The more I thought, they were most probably from Princess Ming'an's hands. No only wanting to destroy Shen Miao but to also destroy Shen Chu. Shen Miao and Shen Chu were the only two people of the Shen family's younger generation, thus by destroying these two people, it would be difficult for the Shen family to stage a comeback again. Moreover, Shen Miao and Shen Chu had a strong sibling relationship. If Shen Miao returned in the future and knew that Shen Chu fell into such a predicament for her, one feared that she would blame herself for her entire life. No punishment would be more painful than living on with that pain. Princess Ming'an's methods were indeed malicious." Xie Jingxing's emotions were slightly moved and he asked, "At the end what happened?" "Shen Chu was not taken in," Gao Yang said. "However, although Shen Chu did not fall into the trap, that Biao young master that is staying in the Shen mansion fell into it. Those people thought that Shen Chu was called out but in actual fact, it was Luo Ling. Luo Ling's martial arts skills are inferior to Shen Chu's, and thus did not end well in those people's hands." Xie Jingxing's eyebrow raised. "How is he now?" "Not very good," Gao Yang said. "Even with my medical skills, one's hands are still bound and unable to do anything about it. In this life, he most probably will not be able to use his right hand to hold a sword anymore." Xie Jingxing was stunned and his brows gradually sank and his eyes turned cold. On this day the weather was warm and gentle. As the sun outside was up, in the east courtyard of the Shen residence, Chen Ruchu was sitting down with Shen Yu chatting. These days because Chen Ruchu instructed Shen Yu to start choosing a husband, Shen Yu had quarreled several rounds with Chen Ruchu. But the usually gentle Chen Ruchu became extremely unyielding for the first time. Shen Yu had no other choice, and could only give a cold face as she interacted with Chen Ruchu. Gradually in the course of time, animosity grew between the mother and daughter. It was somewhat rare to see both of them sitting together peacefully like today. One heard that Shen Miao was kidnapped. Until now there is still no news. Shen Yu picked a fruit from the porcelain plate, and was taking joy at the calamity and delight in the disaster as she ate it. One did not know if she is still alive or not. Chen Ruchu frowned. She wanted to train Shen Yu to become undisturbed by favor or disgrace. At least on the surface she had a look of gentleness and elegance. But when comparing Shen Yu to when Chen Ruchu was young, there was much less calmness. It was still all right on the outward appearance, but in the house, all emotions were exposed without omission. This made Chen Ruchu very worried. Just who was the one who kidnapped her? Shen Yu muttered to oneself irresolutely. Eldest Bo have a number of enemies in the Ding capital. This time one did not know who was the one who took action. Since they dared to take such a risk and venture, there must be some deep hatred with Shen Miao. Other people were not targeted, and to solely kidnap Shen Miao meant that this was directed at her. Chen Ruchu said. In addition, the Shen family's army had searched for so many days, but was unable to find any whereabouts, so the opponents are good at hiding. This time everything bodes ill, and there are no positive signs for Shen Miao. Hearing that, Shen Yu was initially somewhat fearful before she suddenly thought about something and smiled, speaking a bit, I would rather that she live. She then did not continue on. After being kidnapped for this long, even if one was alive, most likely one would have suffered a lot of torture. The most hurtful things in the living world were formless rumors. If Shen Miao died then all troubles would have ended for her, but if alive, who knew what ugly things would be said? There were a number of young females that were rescued after being kidnapped, and even though they had saved their lives, at the end they were unable to stand the criticizing eyes of others and ended their lives with a long white silk. Not to mention that Shen Miao was the daughter of the formidable great general. Chen Ruchu took a look at Shen Yu and sighed, no matter what, this is after all her business. These days you did not even talk to your father. Till when will you act in spite? If one were to say about the matter of selecting a husband, it could make Shen Yu grumble about Chen Ruchu, and towards Shen Wan, Shen Yu had some bitter resentment against. From the mouths of the servants, she then came to be aware that it was Shen Wan that made Chen Ruchu set Shen Yu up with others in a rush. Thus Shen Yu placed all the blame onto Shen Wan and thought that Shen Wan wanted her to marry early on, so as to help his career and also provide additional strength to the third household. Thus during these days Shen Yu did not even speak to Shen Wan at all. At this moment upon hearing what Chen Ruchu said, Shen Yu became impatient, one often do not see father's shadow all day, how would I speak to him? Finishing, she then turned her head aside in spite and ignored Chen Ruchu. Chen Ruchu was startled slightly and suddenly thought about it. Shen Yu's words were not wrong. These few days one did not know if it was due to the busy work from the court, but even Chen Ruchu's and Shen Wan's encounters were shorter. Previously, there would be gentle mischief and poetry every now and then, but these few days Shen Wan was somewhat preoccupied. Chen Ruchu sighed in her heart. At old Shen Fern's end, she pressed hard to let Shen Wan bring in concubines, and if a couple was not close as before, then this would be the greatest crisis she would be facing. Chen Ruchu did not know that at this moment, the Shen Wan that was busy with court matters in her eyes was currently playing chess with Chong Zaiqing in the western courtyard. Chong Zaiqing was wearing a green jade top and a satin yellow dress with a refreshing bun hanging loose on her head, which made her particularly gentle and scholarly. The tea she brewed was especially good to drink, so Shen Wan, who loved tea, would often come over to discuss about tea. During the tea discussion, Chong Zaiqing would like to ask Shen Wan questions about chess, and little by little, Shen Wan would come here often to look for Chong Zaiqing to play chess and drink tea. Chong Zaiqing asked with a smile, some days ago, one heard that fifth Shen young lady was kidnapped by others. One does not know if she was found or not. Currently whereabouts are not known yet. Shen Wan shook his head. Chong Zaiqing sighed, a perfectly fine young lady but now have encountered such a thing. From third master's perspective, is fifth Shen young lady harmed by General Shen's enemies? Shen Wan said, it is not easy to say that, after all, only fifth girl was kidnapped. However, after so much time has passed, even if she was saved, she is also. Chong Zaiqing had an expression of grief on her face, but her heart was secretly delighted. She did not know why, but when facing Shen Miao, there would be an instinctive fear arising. Perhaps it was the last time when Shen Miao spoke to her, she was absolutely horrified, or perhaps Shen Miao could see thoroughly into her mind. No matter what, with such a person existing, Chong Zaiqing would feel insecure in her heart. Now hearing Shen Wan saying that, it made her very happy. Regarding the matter of Shen Miao, in the Shen residence, there were people in Kai Yun Yuan who were discussing about it. Wan Yiniang said, Dong Ling, I initially thought that it is not good for you to keep staying in the residence all day, but at this moment, my heart is at ease. There are so many kidnappers on the streets and you are so pretty. If you are kidnapped then Yiniang can only cry for the rest of one's life. As she spoke, her needlework stopped and she continued, do not know if fifth young lady is still alive or not. Just as Wan Yiniang was arranging the embroidery, Shen Dongling heard her and smiled, Yiniang, this is not something a kidnapper can do. Wan Yiniang's eyes widened, why? Which kidnapper would be so brazen to kidnap someone on the streets? Even if there was one, they would not kidnap a young lady from an official family, especially one who looked high-ranked, as it would only invite more trouble for oneself in the future. Those people obviously targeted fifth younger sister. I think it is most probably an enemy of the first household, and just happened that it was encountered by fifth younger sister. Even though Shen Dongling said as such, on the surface there was no expression of grief, as if what she was talking about was some other family's matters. Wan Yiniang sighed, fifth young lady entire life can be considered as finished. She is born in such a good family but cannot enjoy her life. Really failed to live through one's fortune. That might not necessarily be. Shen Dongling smiled charmingly, one can turn misfortune into blessing. Who knows if there is any noble persons that would rescue her from the untold miseries this time. Even if there is a noble person's help, it has already been like this. What else can be done? Wan Yiniang did not agree with Shen Dongling's words. Just as they were talking, they saw Shen Dongling's personal maid, Xinghua, who hurriedly walked in from outside, seemingly wanting to say something. Yiniang, third young lady. This servant just now heard from outside that fifth young lady was sent back to the Shen mansion by Princess Rongshin's horse carriage. She is safe and sound and doing very well. Yiniang look. Shen Dongling smiled. I said that fifth younger sister has great abilities and naturally will have noble people to help. After Shen Miao was kidnapped by others for a few days, there was finally news about her. She was even sent back personally by Princess Rongshin's personal female official, and that set of a great uproar in the Ding capital. Originally when Shen Miao was kidnapped, the evildoer wanted to transport Shen Miao out of the city, but due to the very strict interrogation by the Shen family's army, Shen Miao managed to escape herself during the transport process and fainted after injuring her leg, but managed to accidentally encounter the guards from the princess residence. The guards brought Shen Miao back to the princess residence, and only when Shen Miao woke up, she then saw Princess Rongshin. There was no news these few days because Shen Miao had not wake up yet, and the people in the princess residence were not aware of her identity and dared not identify her indiscriminately. Anyhow, Shen Miao was still a pure young lady as before. It was alarming but not dangerous this time. Perhaps there might be some skeptical voices, but the majority of the people were not suspicious of this reasoning at all. This was because the person who spoke about it was the one who did not care about personal favors, and it was the most impartial Princess Rongshin. Princess Rongshin had already spoken, so it was assumed that there was no problem with it. But what was strange was that since she had spoken about it, the rumors that were spreading were that Shen Miao had not yet appeared in front of people at all. Some said that it could be that Shen Miao's was actually seriously injured, thus was unable to make an appearance now, and some said that it was because the Shen family wanted to completely protect Shen Miao. They dared not let her out of the residence easily, so that she would not meet strangers. In any case, Shen Miao had returned back to the Shen mansion, but it is just that no one personally saw it with their eyes. At this moment Shen Miao was standing in front of Luo Ling's room. Luo Tan's words echoed by her ears, youngest Biao's sister, go and persuade older brother Ling. Even though older brother Ling did not say it, we all know that he is very upset inside. Even though he looked like the usual happy on the outside, he would not speak about the bitterness. Our mouths are all slow-witted and do not know how to console him. Youngest Biao sister, you read so many books and also know how others think the most. If you go and persuade older brother Ling will definitely listen to you. Previously in the Shaochun city, older brother Ling would agree with whatever you say. Take it as Luo Tan begging you this time. Shen Miao sighed in her heart, and hesitated for a moment before finally knocking the door. Who is it? The person inside asked. Older brother Ling, it is me. After a moment of silence, someone said, come in. Shen Miao walked in with a bamboo basket in her hands. When she entered the room, she placed the bamboo basket on the study table. There was a celadon bowl at the corner of the table. Some brown stains were at the bottom of the bowl. It seemed that Luo Ling just drank the medication from it. Luo Ling sat in front of the table and there were some books on the table, so most likely he was reading them. He looked slightly pale and there were bandages around his arms as he smiled at her gently. Younger Biao sister has come. 140 to 145. As the oldest grandson of the Luo family, Luo Ling was the most gentle and composed one of the four younger generations since young. He was apparently a true gentleman, very different from those individuals like Pei Lang who were selfish and heartless. Luo Ling was a person who treated others warmly easily. When Luo Ling learned that Shen Miao returned safely, naturally he was happy for her, and did not mention a single word about the injury that he sustained on his right arm. During the conversation during meals, he was still warm and generous, as if he had never experienced the matter before. He did not mention it so everyone dared not take the initiative to talk about it. The calmer Luo Ling appeared to be, the more worried everyone was. Thus Luo Tan came to beg Shen Miao, hoping that she could help to persuade Luo Ling. I have brought some pastries for you. Shen Miao smiled and brought out a plate of pastries from the bamboo basket. Milk and honey is added inside. Most probably it would be good for your wounds. She was the first person who directly said wounds to Luo Ling. Luo Ling was slightly startled but afterwards smiled gently, but I just drank the medication and cannot eat it now. Younger Biao's sister place it over there first. I will try younger Biao's sister's culinary skills later. Is it cannot eat? Shen Miao looked at him and asked, are unable to eat. The book that Luo Ling was holding shook before he raised his head and smiled. What do you mean? It cannot be that younger Biao's sister is angry because I did not eat the pastries immediately. Shen Miao sat down opposite of Luo Ling. Luo Ling reminded her of a person. Wan Yu. Luo Ling's personality was lenient and good-natured, so he would not be calculative if he suffered a loss. This was almost the same mold as Wan Yu. Maybe because she knew that Shen Miao did not have Fu Shuyi's favor, or perhaps she understood the hardships that one faced when living in the palace. Even though Wan Yu was a princess of the imperial family, she had no trace of arrogance. Afterwards when Mei Furan took advantage of Fu Shuyi and got Wan Yu to marry to the Shang Nu, Fu Shuyi used the reason of the righteousness of the world, making Shen Miao to be in so much pain that she did not want to live. In turn Wan Yu comforted her and said, the grasslands is rather good. In my lifetime I had not been to the grasslands before. If one encounter anything interesting, one will definitely write to Imperial Mother and let Imperial Mother also see the beauty of the grasslands. She would never mention of her suffering, and would smile and face the persons that cared about her. This was Wan Yu and this was also Luo Ling. Shen Miao said, is it so difficult to admit that one's heart is not happy, not letting go, feeling wronged, being angry and filled with resentment? Luo Ling was startled for a moment. Older brother Ling does not seem to want to blame anything. Shen Miao said, by not intending to blame anyone meant that one planned to blame oneself, correct? Luo Ling stared at Shen Miao for a while and suddenly smiled bitterly. Younger Biao sister, must you speak so directly? It is older Biao brother who is too indirect. Shen Miao said, just like how you feel, you will not blame others and would only blame yourself. Likewise, you do not say or mention anything and want me to feel remorse and guilt for the rest of my life, or for me not to sleep in peace the rest of my life. Luo Ling was stunned. Younger Biao sister. Older brother Ling, you thought that by putting up a pretense of nothing had happened, everyone would relax. And by ignoring the injuries on your hands, everything will be happy again. It is not like that. You hide it in your heart so you will not be happy, thus everyone will not be happy. Shen Miao's voice was warm but the words she spoke were very sharp. A lifetime is just a short few decades and to live compromisingly like this is indeed a way, but some things it is also good to live impudently a little. Why live in grievance because of others? If one is not happy, just say it. You can be angry, can hate and can be resentful. This is not a big deal. Most likely it was Luo Ling's first time hearing such a reasoning that he felt it somewhat unacceptable. It was like his first time knowing Shen Miao as he looked at her carefully as he sized her up. Towards this youngest Biao sister, Luo Ling felt that she was very clear in differentiating love and hate, and even though she was young, she had a magnanimous bearing and looked mild but stubborn. However, at this moment it made Luo Ling have a new understanding of Shen Miao. Deep in her bones, there was a type of disdain for secular etiquettes. It was as if all the good and righteousness was not worth mentioning in her eyes. Who would I hate? Who should I resent and get angry at? Luo Ling asked. You can blame me because it was because of me that you fell into others' trap. You can hate the mastermind because it was those people who injured you. You can also be angry with all the doctors in the Ding capital as none of them could treat your injuries, and they are all medical practitioners that deceive the public and build a false reputation of themselves. The only person you cannot blame is yourself. Shen Miao continued, good people always blame themselves and bad people always blame others. But it is the bad people that live better off than the good people. If one can let one be happy or a little, then what is there to be sad about being resentful of others? Luo Ling smiled and said, youngest Biao sister, are you comforting me? Yes, Shen Miao said, I have said so much so that you will not keep everything buried in your heart. Luo Ling sighed, correct. After the incident, I am indeed not happy and comfortable. But Gugu and Gufu already blame themselves, so I cannot add hail to snow. Tanner is worried for me so I cannot let her be deeply worried and troubled. I can only reproach myself that I did not practice more martial arts, and thus be hurt by others. I can only blame myself for not being smart enough and be exploited by others easily. Then how about now? Shen Miao asked. Youngest Biao sister's ability to persuade others to take an alternate route is precisely to my appetite. Luo Ling quipped, perhaps what you said is correct. It was not because of me and the person I am angry and hate it should not be myself. Hating and anger might not be the thing you finally do. Shen Miao said, since the right hand cannot be used, then why not try the left hand? Luo Ling was startled. I heard that there was a general in the last dynasty that was extremely brave in battles. Afterwards the enemy cut off the general's right hand during a battle. Everyone was depressed for him and did not think that he actually started to use his left hand. Later he even created a unique left-handed sword manual. Shen Miao smiled slightly. What does older brother Ling think about it? Luo Ling heard Shen Miao's words, and a strange brilliance gradually appeared in his eyes. Unlike just now, it seemed to have inspired certain thoughts in his eyes and the gaze in his eyes became different. He looked at Shen Miao and his gaze became excited. Youngest Biao's sister's story is really good. Older Biao brother can do even better. Luo Ling laughed out loud. Luo Tan who was eavesdropping outside jumped in shocked. This was different from the usual gentle smile that Luo Ling usually had on. Even with the door separating, one could hear the carefreeness in the laughter. What exactly did Shen Miao say to Luo Ling? So younger Biao's sister relied on this kind of effort, so no matter what kind of predicament one encounters one was able to take each step and reach to an invincible position. Luo Ling asked. Shen Miao laughed. It is still too early to be called invincible. It certainly looks like it. Shen Miao declined to comment. Luo Ling's words were not wrong, but they also were not correct, as it was not possible to just rely on that. If one fell from the most prestigious position to dust, everything that one relied upon all disappeared, with no returns on whatever that was invested in, and all this was because of one's own blunder in the beginning, and with the collapse of the family clan and death of one's children, then one would know that nothing was more important than living. Not only to live but one must live well, one can make a comeback and could apply everything to the person who was doing the hurt. Luo Ling reproached himself, but when did Shen Miao not blame herself? She often blamed herself that because of her selfishness in the past lifetime, she had harmed the entire first household of the Shen family. In this lifetime she was still trying to fix this mistake and fortunately she was in time. She looked at Luo Ling and smiled. From today onwards, older brother Ling will not stay in the room all day to read books, right? Ever since the incident of Luo Ling's right hand, Luo Ling would often stay all day in the study to read books. It was said that it was in order to calm himself down, but everyone knew that Luo Ling wanted to be in dismay alone. Youngest Biao's sister has personally came to intercede, how would I still dare to read books? Luo Ling smiled. Shen Miao nodded her head, then I will feel assured. It is not enough to be assured. Luo Ling looked at her and blinked his eyes before saying mischievously, since the matter started with younger Biao's sister then one must continue making pastries. That is naturally so. Shen Miao replied, if older Biao brother want to eat, then just inform the maid and I will make some and send it over. Luo Ling stared at Shen Miao. The young female in front of him was speaking with smiles. She was naturally delicate and pretty, and was even considered somewhat childish, but every time, she would give others an extremely secure feeling. Just like today's conversation, he knew that she was here to persuade him, and he knew that her intention was to keep his spirits up. If it was others, Luo Ling would naturally seal his heart, but when facing Shen Miao, in face of her outspoken and blunt words, she was guiding him patiently and systematically. It was just like a gentle spring water. It was not considered as a light-hearted or respectable thing, but one would not be able to resist. It was just like an elder. Luo Ling was shocked by his own thoughts and then felt they were somewhat funny. Shen Miao was only 16 now and was a few years younger than himself. At the age of 16, Luo Tan even went out with Luo Qian to climb trees. Such a young female, no matter how mature she behaved normally, there would be no association to elders. His gaze gradually softened and he joked as he looked at Shen Miao, if in the future one is unable to master left-handed sword skills, younger Biao's sister must not despise me. As soon as the words were said, Luo Ling felt that he was somewhat impudent as the meaning implied in those words were indeed too strong. But one did not know why. He looked at Shen Miao with some hope, as if he was expecting some answer from Shen Miao's lips. Shen Miao was slightly startled as she faced a different from normal gaze from Luo Ling and felt slightly awkward. Not to mention about Luo Ling's identity or anything else, after the rebirth, Shen Miao did not have any thoughts about her marriage. If one could find a stable person for the rest of her life, as long as that person respected her, what did having love mattered? Shen Miao had never thought about a husband. But Luo Ling, Shen Miao sighed in her heart. Since she already compared Luo Ling to Wan Yu, if Luo Ling really became her husband, then would not she be wrenched to death? She then smiled and said, older Biao brother is joking, who in this family would dare to despise you? She did not answer Luo Ling's question. The hope in Luo Ling's eyes gradually faded. After being silent for a moment, he smiled again, no matter what, many thanks to younger Biao's sister for consoling. You're welcome, Shen Miao said, we are all a family. Shen Miao sat down for a while more before getting up and left. After Shen Miao left, Luo Ling sat in front of the table and one did not know what he was thinking about. After staying still for a long time, he then sighed gently and a bitter smile appeared on his lips. His gaze landed on the plate of pastries at the corner of the table and after some thoughts, he reached out for it. However, one did not know what happened when suddenly there was a gust of wind that coincidentally blew onto the plate and the heavy porcelain plate fell onto the ground with a ding-dang sound and smashed into pieces. At the same time an ink slab also fell together and the ink landed of many of the pastries. Obviously they could no longer be eaten. Luo Ling was startled for a moment and got up to take a look, but upon seeing that the windows were tightly closed, he could not help but murmur, it is closed tightly so why would there be wind? Then his gaze landed on the pastries that were contaminated by ink and said regretfully, what a pity. At the other end, Shen Miao returned back to the room and lit the oil lamp in the room. After letting Jing Jie and Gu Yu withdraw, she then pressed down her disgust. Luo Ling's matter was indeed an accident. She had never expected that Princess Mingyan would be so malicious. Not only that she wanted to deal with her, she also wanted to deal with Shen Chu. If it was not Luo Ling who blocked this calamity for Shen Chu, one did not know what kind of disaster Shen Chu would be in. As compared to the last lifetime, Princess Mingyan was even more rampant, and because of a combination of factors she hated Shen Miao even more, so she did things without caring about the consequences. This indeed made one's heart unable to be at ease. It is better to remove her early. Unfortunately Xie Jingxing had intervened in the matter. Shen Miao did not know what Xie Jingxing wanted to do. It is just that on the day when Xie Jingxing was sending her to the princess residence, Xie Jingxing told her not to leave the residence these few days, and not let others know her whereabouts. Even though she did not know what Xie Jingxing planned to do, but at the moment Xie Chongqiao was already dead so one thought that Xie Jingxing wanted to deal with Xie Chongwu. Initially Shen Miao had always thought that it was best to borrow someone else's sword to kill others and not do it herself. But thinking of Xie Jingxing's character of not helping others out of his good nature and with his crafty schemes, one feared that after getting rid of Mingyan and Xie Chongwu for her, on the second day he would extort a big price tag from her. She just felt that it was not a good idea to let Xie Jingxing take action. Just as she was thinking, she saw the flame slightly swayed and a silhouette of a man appeared on the folding screen. Now Shen Miao would not be even surprised about it. She habitually turned her head around and indeed saw Xie Jingxing walking in from outside. This person could actually walk in so brazenly and openly even when uninvited, as if he was visiting his own courtyard. Shen Miao was somewhat annoyed but she saw Xie Jingxing taking a seat in front of her. However, today he did not wear the usual gold and purple robes but wore a black brocade robe. If his collar was not lined in silver threads then he could almost blend into the night. However the night was unable to conceal his good looks. The pair of twinkling peach blossoms eyes were broad and particularly sharp tonight. No tea and no snacks. Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows. You entertain guests like this? Shen Miao said, I do not seem to have invited you. Not a guest but at least an ally. Or not an ally. Xie Jingxing looked at her sideways and his lips slowly hooked up, but still a savior. Shen Miao was at a loss for words. Xie Jingxing already have no shame in self-proclaiming himself as her savior, so what else could she say? Might as well not speak. Shen Miao looked at Xie Jingxing pouring a cup of tea himself, and she did not know why but there was actually a displeased look. Shen Miao thought that Xie Jingxing had some expression of irritation and anger. For instance the corner of his eyes was obviously slightly elevated, and this made others feel quite scary. One did not know which person was that brave and reckless to make him unhappy. After Shen Miao thought for a while, she then asked Xie Jingxing, how do you plan to handle Princess Ming'an and Xie Chongwu? Even though she had repeatedly warned herself not to be curious about all things related to Xie Jingxing, at the end Shen Miao could not hold it back. At that time when Xie Jingxing took away Xie Chongchao's corpse, it made her very puzzled. She asked, you plan to kill Xie Chongwu? Else wait for him to scheme me behind my back. Xie Jingxing retorted. Shen Miao rolled her eyes. Even if Xie Chongwu really wanted to scheme against Xie Jingxing, he had to start scheming for it to be considered. Not to mention that now Xie Jingxing was holding the noble and greatly respected identity of Prince Rui of the Great Liang, even when he was the little marquis in the residence of the Marquis of Linen. The Xie brothers' duels with him failed, and even the highly skilled Madame Feng could only watch openly as Xie Jingxing grew up arrogantly for all the years. Actually, you do not need to kill him. You did not have to kill Xie Chongchao too. Shen Miao said, your FA. For the Marquis of Linen to lose sons in succession, he would definitely investigate the matter. Perhaps you have other means that would reduce some other unnecessary trouble. Xie Jingxing's eyes were slightly cold. I have the final say to kill them or not. He suddenly shot a glance at Shen Miao and his lips hooked up. You are now seemingly caring about an ally's feelings. Why? Worried about me? His tone suddenly became a little frivolous. Compared to the cynical youth 2 years ago, for Xie Jingxing who had gotten more handsome in appearance to do this, it made one unable to look away. One clearly knew it was dangerous but it seemingly made one fascinated and could not help but be closer. Shen Miao looked away without an expression. I am worried you will implicate me. Xie Jingxing laughed and there was some playfulness in his smile. Do not need to worry. I have ways to protect you, and also have ways to protect myself. One will not give trouble to others. Shen Miao felt a little weird in her heart, as she felt that Xie Jingxing's remarks were alluding to something. However, there was only the two of them in the room and if there was innuendo, one did not know who was he shooting it to. Shen Miao thought that she was oversensitive and just went along with his words. Your Highness Princess Rui naturally possess remarkable abilities. But there are things that one cannot be compared with. Xie Jingxing said lazily, one did not know the trick of injuring oneself for gain. Shen Miao said, what did you say? Never mind. Xie Jingxing stood up and walked to Shen Miao. His stature was tall, thus when he stood shoulder to shoulder with Shen Miao, there was an involuntary pressure. Normally when he talked to Shen Miao, he would either be indifferent or frivolous, and that helped to dilute the pressure but one did not know why, or was it Shen Miao's incorrect illusion? She felt that Xie Jingxing's gaze was much sharper than in the past. How do you want me to handle Ming'an? He leaned closer to Shen Miao and whispered into Shen Miao's ears. Shen Miao unconsciously took a step back, but her shoulders were held down by Xie Jingxing. His expression was somewhat strange, seemingly like he was repressing something. He then abruptly let go of his hands before turning around and said coldly, what are you thinking? Why ask me? Shen Miao said, do not you already have plans? Xie Jingxing had taken away Xie Chongchao's corpse, thus Shen Miao thought that Xie Jingxing had already thought of what next steps to take. Why now ask her about it? This depends on you. Xie Jingxing did not turn back his head. If Prince Rui take action, how much can it be accomplished? Shen Miao's brain quickly calculated, I am saying that if you kill Princess Ming'an, can you guarantee that others will not be able to gain information that could be used against you? Xie Jingxing paused and turned around to stare at Shen Miao for a while before laughing, little Shen girl, you really do business too well. Shen Miao was slightly surprised as Xie Jingxing had not called her little Shen girl for a very long time. Now that he said that, it made her dazedly thought that it was still 2 years ago when she just met Xie Jingxing. At that time both of them were afraid of being each other chess pieces, and thought that each other would not meet the other for the rest of their lives. Who knew that just 2 years later, they would be sitting down and discuss calmly about the shady business of murdering and silencing people. Life was indeed full of twists and turns. Seeing Shen Miao in a daze, Xie Jingxing said, you want to kill her. Shen Miao recovered to her senses. She conspired with the 2 Xie brothers to scheme against me, and planned to sell me off to a low-grade brothel, so that I will forever be on the road of living no better than dying. And to also secretly harm my eldest brother. I am not a sage and would not return good for evil and only want her life. As compared to the things she want to do to me, this is already considered kind. Vicious and merciless girl. Xie Jingxing smiled uncaringly, as if he had not thought of how inconceivable it was for Shen Miao to talk about killing a princess of a country. He looked at Shen Miao with a sly look and crossed his arms in front of his chest. But why should I do this? Shen Miao. One had always heard that when a female was having menstruation, one's personality would become somewhat moody, and currently Shen Miao could not help but wonder if males would have menstruation. Else why would Xie Jingxing be so moody today and make others completely confused? A few days earlier when Xie Jingxing was attempting to tie Shen Miao and him together and was taking initiative in all aspects. But now when one let him show initiative, he started to put up on airs. Even those sly veterans in courts would not be like this youth in front, making one's heart full of jittery. She said, did not you already take me as your ally? Is not it a matter of fact to stick out for an ally? Shen Miao at last saw that Xie Jingxing was not one who would follow the rules to deal his cards. Pei Lang had already experienced Fu Shuyi's techniques, and if there was an official with eccentric temperament, when he was shameless, one have to be more shameless than him. Might as well use Xie Jingxing's own words to block him. Xie Jingxing froze for a moment before looking at Shen Miao. His eyes slightly moved as he said lowly, though that is said, not only have one saved you and ended an official's life, now one still have to help you assassinate a princess of a country. Allies are all mutually beneficial, but you do not do anything at all. To help others unconditionally is for spouses. I see that you do not treat me as an ally but a husband. Shen Miao was exasperated and sneered, Your Highness Prince Rui is as respected as gold and noble as jade. It is all right if one is unwilling and I would not be insistent. With regards to the matter of Princess Ming'an, I will think of a way. Think of what way? Xie Jingxing said indifferently, ask your older Biao brother for help. Shen Miao said, what does this got to do with older brother Ling? Xie Jingxing said, what are you anxious about? I did not say that I do not agree. Since one is an ally and it is not of a difficult matter, this prince will lend a casual hand. But what can you do for this prince? Shen Miao glared at him. See, one cannot think of anything. Xie Jingxing raised his brows and sighed, then just make 2 baskets of pastries for this prince first. During the journey of assassinating, one fear one will be hungry. Shen Miao. Only after Xie Jingxing left, then Shen Miao sat on the bed, but this time there was no sleepiness at all. She did not know what kind of methods Xie Jingxing would use to assassinate Princess Ming'an, but her heart felt surprisingly reassured. One thought that since Xie Jingxing had eyes and hands everywhere, that even when changing to a hidden identity, he would dare to outright swagger under the eyelids of Emperor Wenwei. From how casual he said to just take a princess's life, it was something that was as easy as reaching out to take. But today Xie Jingxing was really in a bad mood. Shen Miao took the cup from the side and started thinking. The atmosphere became somewhat moody. After a few days of sun in the Ming Qisding capital, it started to snow again. The noble ferns and young ladies were all delicate, and were not willing to go out as the roads were slippery on snowy days. Even those who went out would strictly cover up and would bring along a few hand warmers to refrain from catching a cold. The water in the Wanli Lake was all frozen. Even if there were people who came to fish, they would need to drill a hole into the lake before fishing. But on the next day, it would definitely be filled with ice again and would be very stable when one walk over it. This was also true for the residents of Prince Rui. Early in the morning, Ji Yushu slipped and fell at the doors, and complained loudly that the ice in the courtyards was dirty. Ever since Xie Jingxing bought these large plots of lands in the Yanqing Lane, other than the times when Ji Yushu go to Fengxian pawn shop so that Hong Ling could show him the accounting books, most of the time he would be in the residence of Prince Rui, playing with the big cat. Upon seeing Xie Jingxing walking over from afar, Ji Yushu called out, "Third older brother." Xie Jingxing could not be bothered about him. The white tiger broke free from Ji Yushu's grip and quickly ran towards Xie Jingxing's side. Gao Yang came out from the other side as he did not return to the palace yesterday, and stayed in the residence of Prince Rui. "You went to the Shen mansion to treat that young lady Luo again?" Ji Yushu asked. Speaking of that matter, Gao Yang felt his head hurting. He had treated so many people, be it the ladyships in the palace or the emperor, or even the ferns and young ladies of high-ranking officials. It was the first time he had seen a patient like Luo Tan. It was evident that she was so weak a few days back, that she almost died and just barely got back her life, but now that she got a little better she started practicing martial arts in the Shen mansion's courtyard. She said that during the matter of Shen Miao she had a realization, that only by practicing martial arts could one protect the people by one's side. But she did not look at what kind of condition she was in. How could her wounds heal quicker with her self-torment? Once the wound healed slower, Luo Tan would give a skeptical look to Gao Yang. "Are you really a doctor from the palace? Why is it that you are not even comparable to the apprentice in the Shaochun city's medical hall? When one knock one's head, the next day one can still go up the mountain to cut firewood." To actually compare a medical hall's apprentice with him, an imperial physician, and moreover, Luo Tan was not a patient that fell down and it was an injury that one could almost lose one's life. Gao Yang had never encountered such an incooperative patient in his life, and who also was not at all respectful to him. If he had not used the matter of Luo Tan sneaking out to look for Prince Rui as leverage, Luo Tan would have gone up to his head and pee there. As one had rarely seen Gao Yang losing his thoughts, Ji Yushu jabbed his shoulders, dreaming in the middle of the day. Treat until one gone silly. Gao Yang recovered to his senses and looked at Ji Yushu in despise. "You think everyone is like you." Xie Jingxing, who was at the side, suddenly said, "How is Luo Ling?" Gao Yang was slightly startled, skeptical of why Xie Jingxing would ask about Luo Ling without any rhyme or reason, and said, "He did not suffer any serious injury and is the same." "How's the hand?" "Hand," Gao Yang said, "the right hand cannot be used. Are you doubting my capabilities?" Xie Jingxing turned around and looked at Gao Yang annoyed. "Cannot you just heal his hand?" "Even though my medical skills are very high, I am not a divine physician." Gao Yang said helplessly, "The wounds on his hand were deep in his muscles and bones. Moreover, there were old injuries on top, thus I could not do anything. Without any rhyme or reason, how do you have a friendship with him? Even if one treat the Shen family well, Luo Ling is considered as a Biao relative. Even the Biao relatives have to be taken care." Gao Yang said incredibly, "You might as well aid everyone under heavens." Xie Jingxing raised his brows. "Who want to take care of him? Then why are you so concerned about his injuries?" Gao Yang was unable to make head or tail of it. "I know this." Ji Yushu, who was being left cold at the side, finally found a topic where he could speak and quickly inserted himself in. "I know. I know." He touched his chin proudly and put on a profound look on. "Young Master Luo is injured because of 5th Shen young lady, so if young Master Luo's condition remained as such, then 5th Shen young lady would inevitably feel remorse in her heart. Third older brothers and 5th Shen young lady's friendship is not at all shallow, so naturally one would not be willing to see 5th Shen young lady upset. Correct, third older brother. Did I say correctly?" Xie Jingxing looked coldly at him. Ji Yushu touched his nose and said in small voice, "I think that it made sense." However, when Gao Yang thought through about Ji Yushu's words, he seemed to have understood something. When he looked at Xie Jingxing again, his eyes were a little puzzled. If it is really the case, then it is a good thing that Luo Ling injured his arm. Like this, in front of you, he would be inferior. What a joke. Xie Jingxing did not get angry but laughed instead. Even if he grew another arm, he would still be inferior in front of this prince. Ji Yushu and Gao Yang. Did they say something wrong? Why did it feel like Xie Jingxing seemed to be even angrier? Ji Yushu attempted to appease Xie Jingxing, of course. One have to see who third older brother is. Prince Rui of the Great Liang, His Majesty's blood younger brother. Who in the entire world dare to underestimate you? That Luo family is just a small family at the outer skirts of the Mingqi. In our Great Liang, that is just a small little official rank. Moreover, he now could not even lift a sword up with his right hand, so how could he be compared to third older brother? Ji Yushu's ability to flatter was first-rate, and could say all that freely without hesitation. To compare this prince with a person who cannot anymore protect himself, Ji Yushu, do you want to go back home? Xie Jingxing's voice became colder. Ji Yushu went blank. He had already flattered till this level, what else could be done? It was Gao Yang who finally discovered his conscience and steered the conversation away. The people at the tower prison asked how will Xie Chongqiao's corpse be managed. Now that Shen Miao had returned to the Shen mansion, what is your next step of plans? Xie Chongqiao was dead, and Shen Miao was sent back to the Shen mansion safe and soundly by Princess Rongxin, and this part was also known to the entire city. Since many people were alerted about it, for this to pass so easily like this made others feel that it was not fully expressed. But since Princess Rongxin came forwards, it was difficult for rumors to rise, thus this was gradually forgotten. However, how could this be forgotten to the people involved? At least Xie Chongwu would be on pins and needles in his heart as Xie Chongqiao had disappeared, but the kidnapped Shen Miao had returned to her residence safely. Just what would he think about it? Hearing this, Xie Jingxing's lips slowly hooked up. The next step is naturally to settle scores. Gao Yang looked at Xie Jingxing for a while before sounding him out. You intend to also settle Princess Ming'an's scores together? Otherwise, Xie Jingxing said indifferently, if that dog the Qin country raised is not tied up properly and ran around biting others crazily. If it is being caught and killed, one cannot be resentful of others. But Gao Yang somewhat disagreed. Although this is the case, His Majesty had warned repeatedly that during this trip to the Mingqi, one must not make a rash move. Currently one did not know what is being planned at His Majesty's side. Once a move is being made against the Qin people, Huang Fuhao would definitely investigate, and if it is traced back to our people, even if you have a way, there would still be a lot of trouble. Who said that the Great Liang's people will be used? Xie Jingxing chuckled. Cannot my own people be used? Gao Yang was startled for a moment before speaking. Why do you insist on taking action against Princess Ming'an? It is all right to let her taste sufferings. Why must one take her life? This mad dog has given me a number of trouble. Xie Jingxing's gaze got slightly deeper. This prince will take whoever's life one want. No need to inform you. After speaking, he then got up and headed outside while ignoring the both of them. One did not know what he was going to do. Ji Yushu frowned, as third older brother having menstruation. Why is he so moody lately? You provoked him. Who have that kind of idle time? Gao Yang said, I still want to live longer a bit more. It seemed that Xie Chongwu and Princess Ming'an are in a lot of trouble. Ji Yushu said in sympathy. Speaking of that, Xie Chongqiao really died easily and probably he is lucky for it. Correct. Gao Yang expressed his approval to Ji Yushu's words. As compared to the brightly colored decorations 2 years ago in the Ding City's residence of the Marquis of Linen, it was much quieter now. It was no longer bustling with coming and going, and the people who came to visit Xie Ding was getting less by the day. There was no choice. Ever since Xie Jingxing died, Xie Ding had lost interest with the matters of the court. The Xie family that made the emperor's headache about finally lost their spirits and could no longer cause issues. Now that the Xie family was left with Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongqiao who were still climbing in their careers. Even though these two people were not as mesmerizing as Xie Jingxing, they had some abilities. If they did not have the identities of Shu sons, one thought that they would have climbed even higher. Even so, to be able to be promoted to such a level was already astounding to others. In the Xie residence, Madame Fang was handling the newly tailored clothes to Xie Chongwu. Madame Fang was nearly 40 this year, but her appearance did not show too much old age. Different from Princess Yu Qing, who had the magnanimity and elegance of the imperial family. Up to now Madame Fang had some Zhongnin's unique features, and since she speaks softly and slowly, it make others to could not help but have tender affection for her. With such delicate bearing, it was no wonder that at the beginning years ago, the Marquis of Linen would end in Madame Fang's bed, even when he had such a pampered wife like Princess Yu Qing. Madame Fang said, "This is the new material that came out this year. One had let the tailor make some winter clothes for both you brothers. The days in the Ding capital are getting colder by the day, and both of you all are often out all day. One must not catch a cold." Xie Chongwu reached out to take it, thanking mother. But his heart was thinking of other matters. Your younger brother's clothes are also here. One heard that Chongqiao had gone with others to hunt. Why is it that he is not back after so long? Madame Fang complained. The Marquis even said to me that previously, Chongqiao had been harping on wanting to go to the Ministry of Appointments, and he wanted to bring Chongqiao to the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Appointments for a chat, but at the end Chongqiao have not been seen in these days and this opportunity was wasted. Madame Fang sighed. Previously, Chongqiao was thinking of progress, so why he is thinking of having fun now? Xie Chongwu forced a smile out. Third younger brother. Is not just having fun. It's just that lately the snow is heavy and the weather turned cold, thus it was not a good time to leave the mountains after hunting, thus there was some delay and can only return after a few days. At that time, father can then come forward to invite the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Appointments for a banquet. Hearing this, Madame Fang became worried. The snow is heavier, would the mountains be sealed? Will Chongqiao be in any danger? How can it be? Xie Chongwu smiled. There are a lot of people that are following along and they are all experienced. Mother can be rest assured. Madame Fang then let her heart down and pulled Xie Chongwu's hands. Mother, now only have both of you as support. Master had treated me neither warm or cold for all these years. At the beginning there was Xie Jingxing suppressing both you brothers, and mother's heart was very upset watching you in grievance. After so many years, it was fortunate that heavens have eyes and he wound up dead. Now there is no one in this residence of the Marquis of Linen that will block your way. We can only go forward non-stop and step on all the people that once mocked and scorned us, mother and sons, and in the future even the Marquis would not be able to ignore your feats and would grant mother a title. With this, there would not be any Shu son's identity and the entire residence of the Marquis of Linen will belong to you both. As Madame Fang said those words, her tone was as usual slow and soft, but there was after all some resentments and unwillingness in it. After all these years she had been suppressing this anger and kept on living. Xie Chongwu said, "Do not worry mother. Since the heavens already let Xie Jingxing die early, it means that the heavens are standing at our side. There will be a day where it is us, mother and sons, that have the final say in the residence of the Marquis of Linen." Madame Fang nodded her head. After sending Madame Fang away, Xie Chongwu returned to the room and paced around the room with some irritation. Those words that were said to Madame Fang were naturally just to deal with her. It was easy to deal with Madame Fang as she was after all a married woman in the inner courtyard, but now even Xie Ding was asking about Xie Chongqiao's whereabouts every now and then. This was somewhat not good. Ever since that day when Xie Chongwu went out to the banquet with Xie Ding, he had not seen any trace of Xie Chongqiao. It was fine if it was as such as Xie Chongqiao perhaps had left due to some urgency, but even the person in the secret chamber had disappeared. This made Xie Chongwu tremble with fear. The secret chambers in the residence of the Marquis of Linen were built by the two Xie brothers, and it cost quite a fortune too. Those workers that built the secret chambers were eliminated by Xie Chongwu at the end, so in the entire Marquis residence, other than both brothers, there was no one who knew where was the entrance or exit. Xie Ding had no knowledge of it, much less outsiders of the residence of the Marquis of Linen. At first, Xie Chongwu thought that it was Xie Chongqiao who brought Shen Miao out, and perhaps he had found a way to move Shen Miao to the lowest ranked brothel, or perhaps Xie Chongqiao had other plans. But after much waiting, the news that he heard was that Shen Miao was sent back to the Shen mansion by Princess Rongshin. Xie Chongwu immediately felt that the situation was bad. Shen Miao was saved, so where did the missing Xie Chongqiao go? Did those people stole Shen Miao away from the secret chambers? But there was no signs of fighting in the secret chambers, moreover it was not possible for others to know about them. Could it be that Xie Chongqiao was discovered by others when he brought Shen Miao out, thus Shen Miao was then saved? But what was with the story from Princess Rongshin? Xie Chongwu felt that he was caught in a strange phenomenon. No matter what was it was incorrect. If alive, one would see the person, if death, one would see the corpse. Xie Chongwu had sent out everyone to search for Xie Chongqiao but there was no news at all. Not only was Xie Chongqiao's long absence go unexplained, over at the Qin country's residence when Princess Mingyan came to know that Shen Miao had returned safely, she flew into a terrible rage and made Xie Chongwu rush over. Xie Chongwu could only temporarily make excuses to appease Princess Mingyan but paper could not hold fire, Princess Mingyan would erupt at the end. Xie Chongwu was so anxious that blisters appeared at the corners of his mouth. He put on a robe and planned to instruct people to search the different corners of the Ding capital, when he suddenly glanced at a letter on the table. One did not know who had placed it on his study table. However, Xie Chongwu had never allowed servants to enter the study or even anyone else. He first looked around vigilantly and seeing that there was no one else, he opened the letter and a familiar handwriting appeared in front of his eyes. It was Xie Chongqiao's handwriting. In the letter Xie Chongqiao said that he wanted to bring Shen Miao out to look for a low-ranked brothel that day, but who knew that during the journey they met some soldiers and had to hide in a commoner's place by the Wanli Lake. These days the news about Shen Miao returning to the Shen mansion was actually a trap that was conspired by Shen Xin and Princess Rongshin. The purpose was to let the people who kidnapped Shen Miao to put their guard down. On the surface the Shen family army and the officials had already stopped searching, but in private the search was not relaxed at all. Thus Xie Chongqiao dared not show up with Shen Miao. Now that Princess Mingyan was forcing, it was better to sell Shen Miao to the Wanli Lake's brothel tonight at Sishi 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. No matter what, Shen Miao must be humiliated first so that Princess Mingyan would be happy. The best was to let Princess Mingyan watch it together, so that it would make up for the two brothers' miscalculation. After reading the letter, Xie Chongwu only believed 7 to 8 tenths of it. First, like what the letter stated, even though Shen Miao was said to have been sent back by Princess Rongshin and it was spread all around outside, but on that day when Shen Miao returned to the Shen mansion or after Shen Miao returned, she had not been seen. This was saying that no one saw with their eyes that Shen Miao had returned, and if that was the case, why did Shen not let Shen Miao make an appearance to clarify the truth? Could it be that Shen Miao was not found at all? Secondly, and this was the most important point, the handwriting on the letter was no doubt that of Xie Chongchao's, as it even used the secret communication codes that Xie Chongchao and Xie Chongwu used. Xie Chongchao, even during officialdom, would only written a few documents personally, and if one were to retrieve those, it was impossible to imitate Xie Chongchao's handwriting. If one were to use something, then it would be the writings that Xie Chongchao did when he was young. There were a number of such books, and if Xie Jingxing was alive, perhaps he would be able to copy Xie Chongchao's handwriting. Regardless of whether Xie Jingxing had the intention to copy Xie Chongchao's handwriting or not, it was already not possible. Xie Jingxing died 2 years ago in the battlefield without a single bone left. In this world, no one could be able to imitate Xie Chongchao's handwriting. Xie Chongwu thought for a moment before walking to the table, and rolled out a paper to start writing with a brush. In the Yanqing Lane, in the residence of the Qin imperial family, even though the Qin country was better off than the Mingqi, it was not as high as the Great Liang who could buy the entire street of residences. They were situated at the entrance of the street, and it was deliberately far away from the residence of Prince Rui. Princess Mingyan sat in the room with a variety of exquisite snacks and tea in front of her, but she had no mood at all as her eyes were filled with annoyance. Today a number of maids were scolded by Princess Mingyan without rhyme or reason, and no one knew what had angered her. Is there still no news at Xie Chongwu's end? Princess Mingyan asked her servants. That person shook their head. With a bang, Princess Mingyan violently smashed the cup in front of her onto the ground and angrily said, "Useless people." The surrounding people were all accustomed to Princess Mingyan's craziness, and dared not even breath loudly. Princess Mingyan felt extremely annoyed and simply got up to walk out to the courtyard. One did not know how Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongchao handle matters. That day they had already snatched Shen Miao from the Shen family's hands, but they delayed in taking actions, and at the end, Shen Miao returned back to the Shen mansion safely. After knowing that Shen Miao had returned to the Shen mansion, Princess Mingyan almost exploded. She immediately sent someone to pass a message to the Xie brothers, taking her anger out on them. Xie Chongwu wrote back to her indicating that he would inform her of the plans later. On one hand, Princess Mingyan had to be on guard against Huang Fu Hao learning of the matter, and on the other hand, because she was on confinement, her heart was frustrated and could only wait in the residence for Xie Chongwu's news. At the end, this wait became a number of days, and she finally could not hold back and became angry. She planned to have the Xie brothers bear the consequences. There was no one in this world that could live without doing the task that she assigned. Just as she wanted to call someone to look for the Xie brothers, she saw a servant running over at the other end. Seeing that there was no one around, she then secretly handed a letter over to Princess Mingyan. "Your Highness, this is sent from the second young master of the Xie family." Princess Mingyan was stunned, as she did not understand why Xie Chongwu would dare to take the initiative to send a letter over. She quickly opened it up to read, and after reading it, the frustration on her face disappeared. She then tore the letter up into small pieces before speaking to the palace maid happily. "Go and choose a bright and beautiful outfit for Bengong, and go and pick some jewelry from the chest. Bengong will select carefully." The servants were somewhat doubtful. Since Princess Mingyan did not leave the residence, for whom did she dress up for? Moreover, what was the point of dressing up? Although they were puzzled, everyone dared not to provoke Princess Mingyan, and just did according to her words and dress her up according to her wishes. This day passed fairly quickly, as if time was like running water, and the winter night quickly fell. At night, snow started to fall, but it was not a light snow, as the snowflakes seemed to be flying around like goose feathers. The winter nights were bone-chilling, and even those night watchers would quickly walk by. The entire Ding capital was silent. At Zishi 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., the Wanli Lake was very quiet. The restaurant by the Wanli Lake was open the entire night, and was filled with people drinking and having a joy of a time, but there was no one outside the restaurant. Even the windows of brothels were all tightly shut. In such a cold late night, the wind was like knives when blown onto people's faces. Ladies were afraid of the wind outside, and also it would freeze all fine wine, wasting it. In the middle of the Wanli Lake, those few pleasure boats had stopped operating. Since it was winter, the surface of the lake froze, thus it was not possible for them to move. The pleasure boats were frozen in the middle of the water, making the scene exceptionally depressing. But today there was someone on the pleasure boat that was frozen in the middle of the lake. Xie Chongwu sat in the pleasure boat and rubbed his hands restlessly. Perhaps he had a guilty conscience of a thief, perhaps it was because Xie Chongchao had mentioned that Shen Xin's people were still secretly searching, and it had made him somewhat anxious that he did not even bring along a hand warmer, and dared not light a fire to warm up. He had wore quite heavily, but it was very cold by the water, and in addition, there has not been a fire in this pleasure boat for days, thus the cold was bone-chilling. When Xie Chongwu looked out of the pleasure boat, there was no one in sight, making him feel a little anxious. Xie Chongchao said in the letter that they would meet in the pleasure boat in the Wanli Lake in the middle of the night. It was said that everywhere was being searched in the Ding capital, and Shen Xin's spies were everywhere, thus it was not safe outside. Since no one will come to the Wanli Lake during winter, it would not be seen by others, thus making it safe. At that time, when Princess Mingyan see for herself that Shen Miao has been disgraced, Princess Mingyan would definitely be happy about it. The winds on the lake surface were big, and the nearest restaurant by the lake had their windows tightly shut, thus no one would actually notice the commotion over here. The time is right, geographical and social conditions were all favorable. Everything was foolproof. Even if Xie Chongwu was somewhat unwilling in his heart, Xie Chongchao had already arranged everything, thus Xie Chongwu could only accept it. It was just that as the time was nearing to Zishi 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. and there was no one coming, thus he became anxious. Just as he was thinking about it, there were some slight movements outside. Xie Chongwu's heart was surprised, and he opened the window somewhat delightedly. Indeed, he saw a figure approaching from afar, and the figure was carrying another person. Xie Chongwu thought that it was definitely Xie Chongchao carrying Shen Miao, and sighed in relief as he headed to the bow of the boat to welcome. As that person walked nearer, Xie Chongwu realized that something was not right. Xie Chongchao was not as tall as this person, and the stature was not like him. There was some uneasiness in his heart. Just as he wanted to retreat, the other party lit a torch, and a familiar voice rang. "Xie Chongwu, what are you up to?" Xie Chongwu looked over stunned, and saw that the oncoming person was a guard, carrying what looked like Princess Mingyan. Princess Mingyan was extremely displeased. In the letter that Xie Chongwu gave her, it said to meet at the Wanli Lake late at night at Zishi 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. The Qin country had favorable climate throughout all the year like spring, so she was not used to the cold during the Mingqi's winter. Thus she was so cold that she kept sneezing. Fearing that Huang Fu Hao would discover, Princess Mingyan could only bring along her own secret guards and left quietly. Against expectations, Xie Chongwu chose to meet in a pleasure boat, and only let one guard to carry her over and keep the rest outside. Princess Mingyan was already extremely delicate, and if it was not because of being able to personally see a good show of Shen Miao who then would neither live or die, she would not have forced herself out. Seeing Xie Chongwu, her stomach full of anger started bubbling up. Xie Chongwu said, "Why is your Princess Highness here?" "Xie Chongwu, have you gone crazy?" Princess Mingyan said angrily, "Was not it you who called Bengong over to enjoy Shen Miao's ugly state? What kind of nonsense are you saying now?" Xie Chongwu was somewhat blank. Even though Xie Chongchao's letter indicated wanting Xie Chongwu to invite Princess Ming'an along to enjoy, so that Princess Ming'an's temper would be cooled off. But Xie Chongwu kept a consideration for himself. He feared that if there was an incident midway, it would only be a bad thing if Princess Ming'an was pulled in. Moreover, today's matter was not foolproof, and if Princess Ming'an came over but Shen Miao was not disgraced, then Princess Ming'an would be even angrier. Then what would happen? Thus Xie Chongwu did not invite Princess Ming'an over. But Princess Ming'an still appeared here, and said that it was Xie Chongwu who invited her here. A strong sense of unease appeared in Xie Chongwu's heart. When Princess Ming'an saw Xie Chongwu's face of puzzlement, she became even more displeased. Xie Chongwu, are you playing with Bengong? This official do not dare. Xie Chongwu was filled with sweat as he said, it is that this official really did not write a letter to your Princess Highness. When Princess Ming'an heard this, she said in anger, since you did not write a letter to Bengong, then explain to Bengong why are you here now? Just like the letter indicated, you are here tonight to give Shen Miao an unforgettable torturous pain. So why not tell Bengong? Xie Chongwu was at a loss for words, and his heart was secretly fearful. That letter actually indicated everything that he planned to do, and that was only known to him and Xie Chongchao. If this letter was written by Xie Chongchao to Princess Ming'an, then why did Xie Chongchao do that? He could only say, this official indeed think like this. It is just that Shen Miao is in the hands of this official's younger brother, and this official is waiting for one's younger brother to come. Xie Chongchao. Princess Ming'an frowned, you brothers are not together. Xie Chongwu dared not mention the fact that Xie Chongchao was missing for a number of days and could only vaguely said, for fear of suspicion, third younger brother and this official act separately. Princess Ming'an was not suspicious and asked after some thought, you are saying that Shen Miao returning to the Shen mansion was a trap that Shen Qin and Princess Rongshin planned together. Is this real? Xie Chongwu's heart jumped, that is correct. Actually Xie Chongwu also had some doubts, as all this was only Xie Chongchao's side of the story. But now he could only chose to believe Xie Chongchao, and Xie Chongwu had never doubted that the letter on his table was false. After all, other than Xie Chongwu, there was no one under the skies that could mimic Xie Chongchao's handwriting. Moreover, it was impossible for anyone to know about the secret code that the two brothers used. Princess Ming'an rubbed her hands, probably because she was unusually cold, and shouted at Xie Chongwu, when exactly is Xie Chongchao coming over? Xie Chongwu had hardship in his heart but was unable to talk about it. Third younger brother said that he will come during Zishi 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. What is the time now? Princess Ming'an asked her own guard and the guard answered, it is almost Zishi. The wind and snow were blowing outside and it seemed that they could chill the heart. One did not know why but Xie Chongwu's heart suddenly became uneasy. Looking at the dark night skies, his heart was beating extremely quickly, as if it could sense the danger and instinctively wanted to escape. He looked at Princess Ming'an and tried to sound her out, why not your Princess Highness return first? If there is any news, this official will inform your Princess Highness the next day. You are taking Bengong for a ride. Princess Ming'an thundered in rage, Bengong already personally came down, and now you are telling Bengong to return. Xie Chongwu, Bengong can make you lose your head anytime. Seeing Princess Ming'an that fierce and violent, Xie Chongwu could only smile bitterly and no longer speak, but he seemed to have heard footsteps outside. Princess Ming'an's face brightened, he is here. Both of them walked to the bow of the boat to see, and saw that there was an entourage of black-clad people walking on the frozen surface of the lake. These black-clad people were covered from the top to the bottom and only their eyes were revealed, thus one was unable to see their appearance at all. Princess Ming'an said, this is indeed done very secretly. Her gaze then swept across the entourage of people before frowning, where is Shen Miao? These black-clad figures all had the stature of a man, and there were no signs of Shen Miao's whereabouts. Princess Ming'an turned to look at Xie Chongwu in annoyance, Xie Chongwu, what is going on? When Xie Chongwu looked at the 10 oncoming people in black, he instinctively felt his back gone cold. These 10 individuals did not seem to come with good intentions, not to mention that Xie Chongwu did not even see Xie Chongchao among this group of people. Xie Chongwu wanted to escape, but in this icy cold place, the Wanli Lake was frozen and it would be slippery to walk on its icy surface. Moreover, the surface of the lake was large and there was nothing in which one could take shelter, so how could it be easy to escape? Seeing Princess Ming'an not pleased, Xie Chongwu boldly shouted out, who are you people? The 10 oncoming black-clad people did not speak and moved closer to them. Princess Ming'an finally realized that something was not right and asked Xie Chongwu, they are not Xie Chongchao's people. Xie Chongwu's heart was frantic, and he did not know how to answer Princess Ming'an's question and only said, one does not see third younger brother. Princess Ming'an said, outrageous. Still do not kneel down after seeing Bengong. Those people seemed to be deaf and continued to come closer. The guard by Princess Ming'an's side pulled out his sword, and rushed towards the black-clad people to protect the princess, and they began to fight at close quarters. Princess Ming'an finally understood that the oncoming people in black had ill intention. She suddenly thought about something and looked towards the outside of the lake, secret guards. Where are my secret guards? When Princess Ming'an came over, she did not want others to hear the conversation between her and the Xie brothers, thus she only brought one person but the rest of the people did not left, and were at a distance away from the pleasure boat. However, with the current big disturbance, they should already be alerted and come over, so why was there no one? As Princess Ming'an was in a fluster, Xie Chongwu was likewise. He did not come over by himself and planted some subordinates in either side of the pleasure boats, so as to prevent any mishaps occurring. But why was there no activity at all? Where were his people? The only guard Princess Ming'an had, was very quickly thrown aside by the black-clad people with his face cut into stripes. Large drops of cold sweat quickly formed on the foreheads of Princess Ming'an and Xie Chongchao. Who are you? Princess Ming'an suppressed the fear in her heart. Bengong is the princess of the Great Qin. If you leave now, Bengong will overlook this misdeed, else in the future do not blame older crown prince brother for chastising. Xie Chongwu did not know to be afraid, or to scold Princess Ming'an for being a stupid fool for even identifying herself out. However, thinking about it, it was obviously a trap today, and one feared that the other party was already aware of Princess Ming'an's identity, but one still did not know about the whereabouts of Princess Ming'an's letter. But what could they do about it? Xie Chongwu knew that one could not call for help here, not mentioning if others were to hear it, even if others discovered them. He was an official of the Mingqi, and to be with the princess of the Qin country in the middle of the night at the Wanli Lake, no matter how many mouths he had, it could not be clarified. With no room to advance or retreat, Xie Chongwu unexpectedly calmed down. He looked at the other party and sneered, the offense of conspiring to harm a princess of a country is not light. If your distinguished selves does not fear death, then by all means try. Have a taste of being chased to the four corners of the earth, and be like stray dog that live each day in fear. With Xie Chongwu's words, Princess Ming'an's heart was slightly comforted. Although she was also afraid, but with the background of being a princess of a country, other people would not dare to do anything to her. Correct. This Bengong's identity, it is not what you people can touch. Today if you all dare to touch Bengong, in the future the Qin country's imperial family will definitely grind your bones to dust. Really? Suddenly a male voice rang out from among the people clad in black. That voice was low and a bit husky, but it was like a warm wine in the cold winter, making others feel good when hearing it. Princess Mingyan and Xie Chongqiao looked over and saw that among the black-clad people, there was one person who came forward. Because they were all clad in black, one was unable to see them clearly. Currently one felt that this black-clad person was somewhat different from the others. Under the weak light, that person's stature was significantly taller that even when wearing the same clothing as the rest, it could not hide his noble air, as if this could be discerned with a glance. Who are you? Princess Mingyan said furiously, do not you know who Bengong is? Bengong is the princess of the Great Qin. With Bengong's order, one can make all of you lose your heads. Hearing this, that person in black paused but started to chuckle. Even if one was unable to see the other party's face due to the cloth covering, his laughter was obviously joyful. However, Xie Chongwu and Princess Mingyan could hear the ridicule and mockery through the cloth. Princess Mingyan's face flushed red as she had never been that insignificant before. However, there were some doubts in her heart, as she felt that this person's voice was familiar and seemed to have heard it somewhere before. However, one was unable to remember where had one heard it from. She asked, what are you laughing at? Laughing at you overestimating your capabilities. You, Princess Mingyan was furious. Just a princess of the Qin country, what significance is this? That person's voice was good to listen but the words were vile, as usual a heap of white bones when dead. Audacious, Princess Mingyan shouted out. This prince is audacious, what can you do? The person said without a rush. This prince. Princess Mingyan was startled, but in a flash she suddenly thought of another person. That person's voice was as mesmerizing as this. She looked over and was unable to see the person's face due to the cloth, but the pair of eyes that was exposed was as intoxicating as peach blossom wine. It was as if there was a sentimental smile in the eyes but when one seriously looked at them, they were filled with indifference. You are, His Highness Prince Rui, Princess Mingyan cried out involuntarily. His Highness Prince Rui, Xie Chongwu looked swiftly at the black-clad man. He also felt that the black-clad person was familiar, as if one had seen him somewhere before, but he had never thought that it was His Highness Prince Rui of the Great Liang. The black-clad person did not admit nor deny, but there was some sense of acquiescence when looking at them. Xie Chongwu hesitated for a bit before asking, for what reason does Your Highness Prince Rui come here for? Even if Xie Chongwu cracked his brains thinking, he was not able to think why Prince Rui would appear here. One knew that there was no relations between him and Prince Rui, and there also seemed to be no contact between him and Princess Mingyan either. So why would he appear here? And to do what? After Princess Mingyan recognized that the person in front was Prince Rui, the fears that she felt disappeared, and in a flash her voice was filled with tenderness as she said softly, for Your Highness Prince Rui to come here at such a late night, what is it for? Xie Chongwu felt that Princess Mingyan was really stupid. Since the other party had already killed all the guards that both of them brought, it was apparent that he was not here to rekindle about the past. Moreover, this Prince Rui gave the feeling of danger to others. This made Xie Chongwu's heart tremble. Prince Rui ignored Princess Mingyan and instead looked at Xie Chongwu. You seem to have something to ask this prince. Xie Chongwu forced a smile. One dared to ask Your Highness if one had seen my third younger brother. That letter had Xie Chongqiao's handwriting, but the person who came was Prince Rui. Could it be that Xie Chongqiao fell into Prince Rui's hands? What conflicts did Xie Chongqiao had with Prince Rui? The black-clad man laughed. Seen before. Xie Chongwu's eyes widened. He was killed by me. As soon as the words were spoken, Princess Mingyan and Xie Chongwu were simultaneously startled and could not help but shudder. After a long pause, Xie Chongwu then asked, why did Your Highness Prince Rui kill my third younger brother? He messed with people that he should not mess with. Messed with people that he should not mess with. Xie Chongwu's heart was in doubt. Could it be Shen Miao? The only person Xie Chongqiao offended would be Shen Miao. But why did Prince Rui stick out for Shen Miao? Is there some secret relationship that was going on with Prince Rui and the Shen family? Xie Chongwu felt like he had stumbled onto an earth-shattering secret iceberg, but because he was unable to see the overall picture, he was totally confused with it. For Your Highness Prince Rui to come, one did not know what would be the matter. Princess Mingyan finally awakened when she heard the other person had killed Xie Chongqiao, and seemed to be finally aware of the dangers that was posed by the darkness of the night. She tried to probe by talking, but her heart started to beat fiercely. That person's voice was as soft as the wind, but was like the snow that was falling down from the skies onto the Wanli Lake. It was very beautiful but made one feel cold. He said, is not it good for such a beautiful scenery to be the place where one is buried? Xie Chongwu said, why are you doing this? There is no animosity or grievances between you and me. Can you let us off? He obviously knew that the other party had murderous intent, but he had no way out. Xie Chongwu finally was unable to hold back the fear in his heart and cried out. No animosity or grievances. The other party seemed to have heard a joke. You are a bit too forgetful. Xie Chongwu felt that these words were somewhat familiar, and immediately following that, he saw the black-clad person slowly pulling off the cloth covering his face. Even the extremely faint and weak light was unable to conceal the brilliance from this person. The long eyebrows, straight nose and thin lips were per usual, and the pair of peach blossom eyes was looking over filled with ridicule. It was clearly a gentle smile but had a touch of contempt. That was the biggest nightmare of Xie Chongwu's life. Xie Jingxing. Princess Mingyan was indulging herself in that charming look, and was thinking that Prince Rui's face was indeed as astonishing as the rumors said, but was interrupted by Xie Chongqiao's cries. Xie Jingxing was not that the Xie family's son of the residents of the Marquis of Linen, that died 2 years ago in the battlefield, and also the one that made one sigh in admiration. It is tough for you to still remember me. Xie Jingxing smiled gently. That originally handsome smile now looked exceptionally scary in Xie Chongwu's eyes. He turned around and wanted to flee. This was the instinct that was brought out from his bones, just like a subconscious reaction of a prey to danger. One's brain would not comprehend if it was possible or not. His body was held down by others with his mouth stuffed and his entire body unmovable. Princess Mingyan also had the same fate as him. The pleasure boat was floating in the middle of the Wanli Lake. Deep in the middle of the night at Zishi, 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., there was not a single person on the streets. Even the restaurant that was lit far in the distance was drowned in its dance and music, that even the sound here would be like a stone falling into a pond, whose splashes would not be heard as it slowly sank down. Xie Chongwu and Princess Mingyan were held down by the black-clad people, and could only watch as the person in charge walked out of the pleasure boat. Even on the icy surface, he walked with an overflowing grace, and his voice was as cold as the snow falling onto the Wanli Lake, chilling one's heart. The game has ended. Shen Miao woke up in the middle of a dream. One did not know why. But tonight's sleep was rather tedious, thus at this moment one just simply woke up. There was not a trace of movement outside, as if the night was sleeping deeply. She rubbed her forehead and felt some pain in her mind, but she was unable to sleep no matter what. The brazier in the room was boring hot and she felt stuffiness in her chest. After thinking about it, she took a cloak nearby and casually wore it before opening the window, wanting to get rid of the stuffiness in her heart. When the windows were opened, the shadow of the big tree in front was whirling. It was still snowing outside and large pieces of snow were falling down, and some were blown into the room. Shen Miao stretched one of her hand out to watch the snowflakes slowly melt in her palm. One did not know why, but there was some sense of loneliness. In such a night to not be able to sleep and watch the snow alone with a cloak, it was somewhat fake. But her mind could not help but think about some matters in her past lifetime. For instance, Wan Yu and Fu Ming, and all the pain from those old wounds that were concealed in her heart started to resurface. A little flower fluttered down from the skies and fell onto Shen Miao's palm. Shen Miao was startled, and used the lantern that was hanging on the tree to look carefully at it. It was not a snowflake but a crimson begonia. How would there be begonia in this season? This tree did not grow begonia too. Shen Miao unconsciously looked up and saw that in the shadows of the tree, there was a person who was lying with his hands behind one's head, like a contented youth. Seeing her looking over, that person lowered his head slightly and looked at Shen Miao from top to bottom. His brows were handsome as he laughed frivolously. Why are you dazed? Shen Miao said, what are you doing here? Without any rhyme or reason, Xie Jingxing just ran over to others' courtyard and sleep on the tree. This Prince Rui of the Great Leon's habits were really too queer. Cannot sleep. That person sighed and suddenly jumped off from the tree, and landed in front of Shen Miao before leaning against the window. One was outside the window, the other was inside the window. He placed something on Shen Miao's palm and pouted, broke off flowers and came over to give them to you, but one feared that you have fallen asleep, so one waited up in the tree for you to wake. Shen Miao rolled her eyes at his babbling nonsense, but saw that even though this person was smiling, the expression today was not like the past. Her heart moved and Shen Miao did not know why she blurted out, come in. There are snacks in the room. In the winter night, the tea was cold along with the snacks, but the handsome and proud youth was not even a little disgusted with this. Even it was just an appearance of eating normal food, it was as elegant and moving as a painting. Shen Miao slightly pulled the wick on the table lamp, and noticed that the clothes on Xie Jingxing's back were filled with coldness, as if he had just returned from outside and said, you had been here the whole time. It could not be that Xie Jingxing was hanging from the tree in Shen Mansion all this time. Thinking that they were just casual words, Shen Miao did not truly believe that the Prince Rui would have nothing to do all day. Xie Jingxing smiled without a care, was not it you that asked me to kill Princess Ming'an? Shen Miao was startled for a while and looked at Xie Jingxing before asking, you killed her? More than that. Shen Miao did not speak. She had in fact experienced Xie Jingxing's means and methods before. 2 years ago when Xie Jingxing was still the little marquis of the residence of the Marquis of Linen, those masked people that appeared during the Lantern Festival, he did not leave a single one alive and cleaned it all up. 2 years later in the secret chambers in the residence of the Marquis of Linen, he also dealt with Xie Chongqiao cleanly and neatly. Actually at some times, Shen Miao felt that Xie Jingxing do possess certain qualities that an emperor should have. But Xie Jingxing and Fu Shuyi were not the same kind of people, most probably because in order to put up an act during the Game of the Throne, Fu Shuyi endured for so many years but Xie Jingxing would arrogantly use the most direct methods for confrontation. Perhaps this was the imperial family of the Great Liang's pride. Shen Miao thought for a while before shaking her head. The Great Liang was so far away and what it had to do with her. Upon looking at Xie Jingxing again, she suddenly felt that the current situation now was somewhat strange. Since when had Shen Miao tied herself together with Xie Jingxing? Could it be that she really treated Xie Jingxing as an ally? She asked, what did you do to her? How would Xie Jingxing deal with Princess Ming'an? Shen Miao actually looked forward for it a little and this had a little maliciousness in it. After staying deep in the inner palace for so long, Shen Miao had never seen a kind female who could not see blood at all. Moreover with such a malicious person with vicious means like Princess Ming'an, Shen Miao would not have the slightest sense of pity for her. Looking forward that much, Xie Jingxing looked at her laughingly and said lazily, you will know about it tomorrow. Shen Miao thought about the meaning behind Xie Jingxing's words. How lively would Princess Ming'an death be? She asked, how about Xie Chongwu? Xie Jingxing even dared to take action against Princess Ming'an, so there was no reason to let Xie Chongwu go. Indeed one heard Xie Jingxing said, killed. Are you not afraid that the Marquis of Linen would be upset about the matter? Shen Miao asked as she looked at him. The fire was burning hotly in the room as Xie Jingxing picked up the teacup and took a sip. His thin lips that were soaked in tea became a little red, and his smile was just as casual as always. What does the family matters of the Marquis of Linen got to do with me? It was obviously words of little feelings, but Shen Miao felt a little self-deprecation in that youth's careless smile, and her heart moved slightly. Since the beginning with the handling of the Xie brothers, Xie Jingxing did really cut off all ties and relationship with the residents of the Marquis of Linen. Because if there was one day when Xie Ding investigated his whereabouts, even if Xie Ding was not hostile to Xie Jingxing initially, he would never let it down due to the death of the Xie brothers. Father and son became enemies, even though they were not real father and son. Did Xie Jingxing really had no emotions as he portrayed on the surface, or was it that he had hidden all the emotions, be it good or bad, under that pair of always smiling eyes? Everyone in this world would have secrets that one was unwilling to tell, and Shen Miao could never know about Xie Jingxing's thoughts. In this snowy and cold winter night, Xie Jingxing coming over to the tree at Shen Mansion to hang out, was it really just to give a plucked flower as a present? Or was it like her, unable to sleep in this night, and borrow the snowy winter to think about the unhappy thoughts to keep herself sober? In doing so, both of them did have some similarities. Suddenly Shen Miao felt that Xie Jingxing was somewhat pleasing to her eyes. When Xie Jingxing caught sight of her gaze, he was slightly stunned before he said immediately, what kind of look is that? Pity me. Shen Miao laughed, I cannot even take care of myself, what qualifications do I have to be sympathetic to others? Moreover it is your highness Prince Rui who have the power to cover the heavens. Shen Miao spoke jokingly but perhaps she did not realize that her words stirred the conversation away, and made Xie Jingxing's heart a little better. Xie Jingxing looked at her with a raised brow, and suddenly both of his hands were on the table as he got closer to Shen Miao and said with a smile, you do not have to think yourself as such. The allies that follow me have the qualifications to be higher than others. In the winter night, his voice seemed deliberately low and had a little warmth. Of course, if it is a female who follow me, then one will have every qualifications. His eyebrows were extremely beautiful. Even though Shen Miao had seen countless of handsome men in the palace in her past life, she had never seen one this good-looking before. It was not only that the appearance was good-looking, but also it was like his elegance and bearing were carved onto his bone and deep into his soul. Every single movement was mesmerizing, as if spring flowers were blooming in the winter, and made others feel cold yet warm. When he carefully stared at a person, it would make the other party have a misconception that in this entire world, he only took themselves seriously. His gaze landed on Shen Miao's lips and he slightly tilted his head and with a fleeting smile, slowly lowering his head. The shadows under the lamp were almost intertwined. The male tall and strong, the female small and delicate. It was indeed a good painting of flowers and moon. Shen Miao's heart slightly delayed before she pushed Xie Jingxing away. Most probably she felt that her movements were too sudden and unnatural. She then covered it up by picking up the cool tea in front of her for a drink, but had forgotten that this tea had been drunk by Xie Jingxing before. She lightly coughed twice and turned her head without looking at the other party, but her face was slowly beginning to heat up. Xie Jingxing could not help but to be overwhelmed by Shen Miao's push and almost fell off. He landed on the chair, and then saw Shen Miao picking up the teacup in a fluster to drink. His displeased expression suddenly changed and he felt somewhat funny. He said lazily, oi. Shen Miao did not look at him, and lowered her head to look at the shadows on the floor. The smile in Xie Jingxing's eyes got deeper and he deliberately teased, you still know how to be shy. Shen Miao looked up suddenly and glared at him. However, even when such an angry look was being cast, most likely it was because of the slightly warm light in the room, that it made it appear soft and made it even more moving. Her brows and eyes were small and cute. They were not like the usual magnanimous and proper, but at this moment there was 3/10 of shyness and 7/10 of annoyance. Her fair face had a touch of redness like when one drank alcohol and was rather emotional. Suddenly it made one thought about the winter night 2 years ago, when she was wearing her middle clothes with long hair, standing in front of the windows intoxicated but was wanting to watch the fireworks. Thinking about that, there was some scent of plum blossom between her lips. Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up. Shen Miao. What? Shen Miao was filled with anger. With regards to Xie Jingxing, if he took a hard approach or used some tricks, Shen Miao could deal with it indifferently. But Xie Jingxing would purposely treat her like he was teasing some young female, which made Shen Miao unsure how to deal with it. In her previous life in the palace, people would be respectful in front of her and criticize her from behind, but from the beginning to the end, all the people that she had come into contact were all old-fashioned people who adhere to ceremonial rules and mannerism. She had never met such an arrogant and conceited person like Xie Jingxing before. It was as if all her countermeasures had lost its effect with the other party's unruly tricks. The cup that you are drinking from is mine, Xie Jingxing reminded her. Shen Miao unconsciously looked down before she wanted to directly walk out with embarrassment. She suddenly felt that tonight letting Xie Jingxing into the room was the biggest mistake that she ever made. Shy, Xie Jingxing seemed to like her shy look and continued to get closer. The skies are no longer early, Shen Miao said bluntly, you are still not leaving. Xie Jingxing did not speak and stared at her for a while. His gaze was sharp and deep that made ordinary people unable to bear it, but Shen Miao forcefully looked at him calmly. After a few moments, Xie Jingxing stood up, never mind. When you are this shy, I will not bother you. The warmth that he spoke with made one imaginative, but he did not see Shen Miao's instantly stiff face. He walked to the window side and Shen Miao stood up. Xie Jingxing opened the window and the cold winter air blew in from outside, making Shen Miao shudder. It is cold outside, there is no need to send off. Xie Jingxing said, many thanks for hosting, the tea is good to drink and the snacks are not bad. His figure flashed and he already reached the courtyard outside the window. Shen Miao walked over as she planned to close the windows, but she saw that in the snowy skies that handsome purple-robed youth suddenly turned back, as if he suddenly remembered something with a gentle smile. Oh right, you were rather cute when shy. Shen Miao closed the window with a bang. She should not have been soft-hearted. This person was so hateful. After Shen Miao closed the windows, she then sat back onto her bed and watched the oil lamp at the head of the bed that was so weak that it was almost extinguished. However, her eyes were unusually bright and sparkling, like they were a good quality gemstone that was glowing lustrously in the dark night. She thought about it. If it was in her previous life, Xie Jingxing's action would be considered as guilty of offending the higher ranked, and she could just shout the word, impudent, and afterwards get people to drag him out to be beheaded, but in this lifetime she had no way to deal with it even as she was being teased. But why would it be embarrassing? Under the swaying light, that person tilted his head down and she could almost see each of his long eyelashes. His eyes and gaze were even more moving and intoxicating than the moonlight, and the slight coolness of his thin lips. Shen Miao quivered and quickly recovered to her senses. She rubbed her heart and thought that she most likely had been too tired these days, so she was now bewitched. Such good-looking person like Xie Jingxing would attract females, just like the lead role of a troupe. She soothed herself as such, but could not appease her strange heartbeats. When she was lying on the bed, she did not realize that her lips were unknowingly hooked up. The winter days in the Ding capital were particularly cold. The commoners that lived at the feet of the emperor were ordinary people and most probably felt honored, feeling that one was different from the people living outside the city and would feel superior, not to mention the officials and nobilities. Thus even when it was winter, even though people would wake up late, other than the hawkers who had to go to the streets early to set up their stalls, normal people were more willing to stay longer at their residences for more warmth before going out. Snow fell down heavily for an entire night yesterday, and it was extremely cold outside. Fortunately the snow stopped early in the morning, thus everyone was still willing to go out. When it was later a little, there were gradually more people on the streets. After such an entire night of snow, the lake surface was already frozen into hard ice, that even the old people who often fished were unwilling to come over. It was not because of anything but because it would be very difficult to drill holes into such a hard ice, and would rather wait till tomorrow. Although there was a lack of older folks fishing, there was increased number of playful children. The surface of the lake was sparkling and children loved to wear hard-soled boots, and if they found a piece of wood, they would then chase each other around on the ice. Most of the children that were playing were all sons and daughters of the street hawkers. Their mothers would scold them as this would dirty their new clothes, and also feared that the ice surface would suddenly split. However, the children were at the age where they loved to play, thus how would they obediently listen to their mother's words? Thus 3 to 5 of them secretly picked a piece of wood to play on the Wanli Lake. It was the same today. There were several 5 to 6-year-old children carrying pieces of wood to the Wanli Lake. The surface of the lake was very slippery and the children could only walk very carefully. It was all right if one were to slip, but if the surface of the ice dirtied the newly made clothes, one would definitely be scolded by their mothers when they returned, thus they walked particularly slowly. After reaching to the center of the Wanli Lake with great difficulty, the few children placed the pieces of wood in their arms down and sat on them. One of them was pushing them at the back, pushing from the center of the lake out, feeling particularly happy while playing the game. A little girl who was wearing flower buds in her hair carried the wooden pieces and headed back, most probably wanting to walk further away, but she suddenly stopped. Ah-chun, why are you standing there for? The older boy saw his younger sister standing there in a daze and could not help but ask. Older brother. The girl by the name of Ah-chun pointed her finger in front. That ice sculpture is strange. There were exquisite restaurants in the south of the city, and naturally there would be some ordinary shops. Most of the owners of these shops had accumulated their wealth and could be considered as a little wealthy, but yet could not rent the shops similar to the large restaurants. But even so, because of the unique location of the south of the city, it was still quite lively at the shops in this area. Normally the shopkeepers or their wives would be busy with their own matters, and when they were not busy, they would always like to chat and drink tea. It was probably early today and there were not many customers. Several adjacent shopkeepers gathered around the storefront to chat. Just as they were talking about the weather that was getting colder day by day, they saw several children running over and each one of them were panting breathlessly. These few children were the children of this group of shopkeepers and would usually play together. The female shopkeeper that sells rouge took a look and suddenly became angry. Dong-er, did you bring Ah-chun to the Wanli Lake again? I made new clothes for Ah-chun yesterday and now it is all wet. Is your skin itching? Just as they were speaking, one saw the few shopkeepers coming over to discipline their own children. This was because this group of children were all in a mess. Their clothes were wet, messy, and some even lost a shoe, as if they had ran over from somewhere in a rush. Just as one wanted to say a few more words, that boy by the name of Dong-er started crying. Wanli Lake. There is people in the Wanli Lake. As soon as everyone heard, they were startled before a middle-aged male said, this is bad, could it be that some child fell into the water? There were cases of children drowning in the Wanli Lake all around the year. Even though it was not common in winter, it did not mean that it did not happen. If a child cracked the ice while playing, there were cases where they would die when they fall into the water. When the words were spoken, everyone's faces changed. The female shopkeeper who was selling rouge was one who was warm-hearted and quickly walked. Why so still? Go and take a look first. We are all neighbors and would worry no matter whose child fell into the water. Go and look. As soon as everyone heard this, they all echoed the same sentiments and followed the female shopkeeper and ran over to the surface of the Wanli Lake. When they reached the Wanli Lake, they were stunned. They only knew that other than the children who were playful and would often come here, the usually desolated river was already surrounded by a number of people, and most of the people actually went towards the center of the lake. It cannot be that one fell into the water. The female shopkeeper murmured. If anything were to happen, some people would go forward to help and some people would watch the commotion, but there would not be so many people who would head to the center of the lake together. Especially when among the people heading towards the middle of the lake, many of them were the rich and noble gentlemen. This was somewhat unusual. This was not saying that the rich were not good, but in this world, one would only sweep the snow to others, and the rich would not care or manage the matters of the commoners. But currently, since when were there so many hospitable and friendly people in the Ding capital? At this moment there were some people that were heading to the middle of the Wanli Lake. Kai Lin was already so cold that he was shivering. Even though he was already wearing heavily and had a thick fur coat around him, the Wanli Lake had always been much colder than the ground by a lot. It was especially so as the ice under one's feet would drill the coldness from the soul up, thus making Kai Lin, a delicate and spoiled gentleman, unable to bear with it. What is exactly on this lake? Kai Lin asked the scoundrel friend that he always hangs out with. Why make one come over here to look so early in the morning? Early in the morning, Kai Lin found the group of gentlemen that he usually hang out with, and planned to go to the gamble house to play, but who knew that his friend mentioned that there was a big incident on the Wanli Lake and just had to pull him along. Actually, I do not know either. That person said, but I heard the servant speaking, and thus pulled you along for a look. He approached Kai Lin and said in a low voice, normally we only read about corpses in books, but now one can actually see a genuine corpse. Corpse. Kai Lin jumped in shock and quickly said, I am not going. Even though he normally liked novelty things, but the excitement was only on his mouth as he was timid to his bones. Even though he had the title of a little overlord in the past, that was extinguished by Shen Miao 2 years ago during the academy exams, and now he was much more aware of his place. That friend did not listen to excuses. Since we have walked till here, then just take a look. Just a look. What are you afraid of? Kai Lin could not stand being incited by others and immediately said, how am I afraid? I will now go and take a look with you. I want to see just what kind of thing it is for it to be met with such excitement from you. Both of them had already walked most of the way, and were currently very near to the center of the lake. When they reached the most central area, there were already many people surrounding it and pointing. The friend towed Kai Lin and pushed away the crowd and reached the front before pointing at the thing in the middle. Quickly look, this is it. Kai Lin followed to look up. The winter days in the Ding capital are cold, and this was especially so recently. Whenever there is a bucket of water in the courtyard, on the second day, it was worth noting that it would definitely become a bucket of ice. As long as anything was drenched in water, such as the branches or the roof, after a night there would bound to be ice formed. And in the center of the Wanli Lake, there stood 3 ice sculptures. It was not accurate to call them ice sculptures. Those 3 persons were frozen in the ice, and one could clearly see through the icy surface to see those persons' appearances. It was because it was like so, people could clearly understand that this was not something that craftsmen could meticulously sculpt, and it was truly 3 live people who were frozen to death before turning into an ice sculpture. And the thing that made people click one's tongue in wonder was the postures of the 3 persons. The person that was in the center was apparently a female. Her clothes were untied and half of her body was revealed, and the male at her side was reaching out to untie her judo while the male behind held onto this female's waist. The female raised her head and half leaned to the male at the back. Even though the expression was somewhat stiff, but this kind of erotic movement seemed to be a living spring drawing, making one's imagination roam. The layers of people surrounding the ice sculptures were mostly male. There were normal commoners, rich and noble gentlemen, some were curious but some had the mindset of looking, since it was there to look even though it was a corpse, it was after all a beautiful female. Moreover, this ice sculpture was so lifelike that it did not make one horrified but made one feel allured. And the truth was overlooked. People would always put their sights on things that they were interested in, and men would take delight in talking about where the spring drawings were from or where to find such wanton female, but no one had thought about what kind of case this was. 3 people were frozen to death and it should have been a terrible matter. Kai Lin stared at that 3-person's ice sculpture. He was initially somewhat afraid of corpses, but this ice sculpture was not at all scary, and instead there was some vulgar sense of pleasure, thus he looked at it. The friend beside him said, this female is beautiful looking. Look, how would a normal family be able to raise such a beauty and to be this tempting too? The words that were used were like one was providing a point-by-point commentary on a young lady who just arrived in a brothel. Kai Lin was parroting his friend's words and at the same time staring carefully at the female ice sculpture. Even though there was a thin layer of ice on the surface, one was able to vaguely see the facial features of the female. The facial features were delicate and beautiful and looked familiar. Looked familiar? Kai Lin asked. I felt that this young lady is somewhat family. Think about it, is this one of the young ladies that we have seen in those restaurants? His friend carefully looked and shook his head. Not possible. I have been to all the pleasure houses in the Ding capital and seen all the young ladies, but I have not seen this person before. He then said casually, the judo that she wears is gold gilded. Maybe she is some noble or official family or even from the palace. His words were unintentional remarks, but it stunned Kai Lin. From the palace. He looked up towards that female, and what appeared in front was the memory of a palace banquet and a young female wearing a chiffon gold dress. That slightly sullen face merged with the current stiff face and it finally became a person. Princess Ming'en, Kai Lin cried out involuntarily. What? The friend was startled. This friend was from a wealthy businessman family, and normally did not have the opportunity to encounter the nobility from the palace, thus he did not understand what Kai Lin was talking about. However, Kai Lin's face changed in an instant. He finally understood why he thought that this female corpse was somewhat familiar. Previously during the Ming Qi's tribute banquet, because he paid close attention to Shen Miao and because he once competed with Shen Miao on archery before, he also noticed Princess Ming'en, who because the second him. At that time Kai Lin felt in his heart that Princess Ming'en was a fellow sufferer and empathized with her. And the alluring postured female with the 2 men in the ice sculpture, if it was not Princess Ming'en then who was it? Even though Kai Lin's words were not parroted by his friends, but the surrounding people had sharp ears and they quickly asked him, the Princess Ming'en that you mentioned, is it the Princess Ming'en that came from the Qin country? Really, the person inside is Princess Ming'en. How could a princess of a country be like this? It is fake. Speaking of that, the clothes that this female wear really look somewhat like the princess. In the wake of this turbulent disturbance at the Ding capital's Wanli Lake, Princess Ming'en and the 2 males' extremely erotic positions were being talked about by the people of the Ming Qi in delight, and it quickly spread into the palace. Naturally, it also spread to the Shen mansion. Because Shen Miao had a conversation with Xie Jingxing in the middle of the night, she could not sleep afterwards and it was only when the skies were slightly brightening when she could vaguely sleep, thus she woke up late. When Jingjie and Gu Yu saw that Shen Miao was sound asleep, they did not dare to wake her up, and when Shen Miao woke up to have breakfast, it was already quite late. While she was sipping on the porridge that was made by the kitchens, she was thinking of the words that Xie Jingxing said last night, when she saw Luo Tan running in from outside like she was on fire. Under Gao Yang's treatment, Luo Tan's injuries had improved a lot these few days. Even though Gao Yang always stressed Luo Tan to rest calmly, but how would Luo Tan have the ability to calm down? She as usual did what she wanted, and sometimes she made others suspicious if she was the person who almost lost her life a couple of days ago. Youngest Biao sister. Youngest Biao sister. Luo Tan rushed in and immediately sat opposite Shen Miao. Shen Miao's eyes did not even raise as she continued eating the porridge in her mouth. These days Shen Xin did not allow Luo Tan and Shen Miao to go out anymore, lest to encounter the kidnappers like the last time. Thus Luo Tan had to stay in the residence and most probably was bored out of her wits. Every time Shen Miao saw Luo Tan, she felt that Luo Tan was the one who should be the younger sister and became more tolerant. Youngest Biao sister, do not eat first and listen to me talk about a major event. Luo Tan sat upright and still. Shen Miao lack of a better option and placed the spoon in her hand down. What happened again? Princess Mingyan is dead. Luo Tan said. Some people discovered her corpse at the Wanli Lake early today morning, and she was together with two males. Doing that kind of stuff. But one did not know how they were frozen. Now the entire capital is talking about this matter. Princess Mingyan died. Shen Miao was startled. Luo Tan harped on about it, even though it was not clear. Shen Miao was able to understand most of it. There was no doubt that the death of Princess Mingyan was on Xie Jingxing's hands. As for those two males, Shen Miao could almost immediately thought that they were the Xie brothers. The more she thought about it, she could not help but take in a breath of cold air. One had no choice but to say that Xie Jingxing was indeed one who was vicious and merciless. If Princess Mingyan was harmed ordinarily, there would not be much of a problem, but to put Princess Mingyan and the Xie brothers in such an alluring manner, everyone would not focus on the fact of that they were dead, but on the love affair between them. It was true that perhaps everything was the perpetrator's doing, but comparing to a cold investigation of the case, this kind of amusing and alluring case was easier for everyone to talk about. No matter what, even if Huang Fuhao or Emperor Wenwei suppressed it by force or explaining it by person, no one would believe it. Princess Mingyan had an appearance of a princess of a country, but was looked upon like a young lady in a brothel. One feared that when the matter got back to the Qin country, it would also be a joke there. Xie Jingxing was indeed one who was not in the least tender-hearted. As for the Xie brothers, Shen Miao's heart was slightly heavy. Perhaps Huang Fuhao would be in a rodent rage, but no one was able to prove that the Xie brothers forced Princess Mingyan to anything because the Xie brothers were also dead. Huang Fuhao would not be able to take his anger out on the Marquis of Linen, as the Marquis had lost two sons in a row and that was very tragic. Luo Tan saw Shen Miao's thoughtful look and could not help but ask, youngest Biao sister, have you guessed it? Who do you think the person behind the scenes is, to be this audacious? Shen Miao smiled gently, I am not an expert in investigating cases. If one wants to know the results of it, one can go to Judicial Bureau to see how the case is trialed. Anyways, Luo Tan was one who says what she thought, I am not a little bit sympathetic to her at all. That princess was so bossy and domineering. One heard that she holds a grudge, so if she was still alive, one would not know if one day she would be able to find a small mistake of youngest Biao sister, so it is better with the current situation. One did not know which hero helped to eliminate a public threat. Luo Tan rubbed her fists and wiped her palms, seemingly looked like she really wanted to make friends with that person. Shen Miao took a glance at her and said, you are very fond of the person who murdered and arson. Luo Tan said, we, the Luo family, have always been clear to distinguish our grudges, hate, love and gratitude. She suddenly paused and said, speaking of being clear on grudges and gratitude, previously when you were kidnapped by others, I went to the great Liang's Prince Rui for help and he immediately rescued you. Youngest Biao's sister must not forget to thank him when you have time in the future. Shen Miao said, many thanks for your concern. Luo Tan patted her shoulder and heard Jingjie coming in from outside with a smile, young lady Luo, Imperial physician Gao has come to take your pulse. Luo Tan's face instantly changed and she immediately stood up and said to Shen Miao, then youngest Biao's sister, I will leave first. Think about the matter of Princess Mingyan and if there is any conclusion to it, tell me about it as I want to look for that person. Finishing it was like she had become a mouse who had seen a cat's tail, and ran off with her skirt picked up. Shen Miao sighed when she looked at Luo Tan's back and her eyes gradually became serious. Xie Jingxing had made such a big ruckus and naturally he had helped to unleash the resentment. However, it was after all, a princess of a country and involved a number of people. Could it pass by calmly? Shen Miao did not think so. The matter of Princess Mingyan and the Xie brothers becoming ice sculptures quickly spread out throughout the entire Ding capital. The people from the government office quickly chased away the people surrounding the Wanli Lake and removed the three people. When Huang Fuhao saw Princess Mingyan's body, he flew into a terrible rage that even Emperor Wenwei was somewhat unable to hold on his own. With Huang Fuhao's solemn face, he sneered, in the land of your majesty, my Qin country's princess can be this humiliated upon death. One can only be suspicious of what intentions the Mingqi is harboring. Perhaps Benwei Ng should report to Imperial Father about the matter promptly, and request for Imperial Father final decision. Emperor Wenwei pressed his heart. The threatening words of Huang Fuhao made him very unhappy, as he did not seem to take him the Emperor of Mingqi to mind. However, this matter suddenly happened and Emperor Wenwei did not know how the matter would appear to be as such. The Marquis of Linen, Xie Ding, followed and knelt down as he cried profusely, begging your majesty to investigate this matter thoroughly. Give this old official's sons justice. The 100 of officials in the hall of the Golden Throne were somewhat sighing. The residence of Linen was so splendid initially, and when the Marquis of Linen was young, he was full of mettle that he could even find an excuse not to listen to imperial instructions, and at the end could marry the Mingqi's noble Princess Yu Qing. But since Princess Yu Qing passed away, the residence of the Marquis of Linen seemed to have lost its spirits and gradually declined. Xie Jingxing, Princess Yu Qing's blood, was a rarely seen young talented character, but was buried by the yellow sand of the battlefield. Emperor Wenwei initially wanted to deal with the residence of the Marquis of Linen, but upon seeing that the Marquis of Linen squandered himself away after Xie Jingxing's death, he gradually paid no attention to the residence of the Marquis of Linen. Now that the remaining two Shu sons of the Marquis of Linen died this tragically, there was no one to succeed the Marquis of Linen, and one day would only disappear from the history of the Mingqi. Recalling the glory of the past and seeing the bleakness of today, everyone could not help but felt grief. Huang Fuhao glanced at Xie Ding without a trace and a hidden look appeared in his eyes. No matter if the Xie brothers were the victims or not, or if they were placed in that position after death, without a doubt Princess Minan's innocence and dignity was destroyed because of the Xie brothers. The person behind the scenes was hateful but the Xie family should not be let off. How would the imperial family of the Qin country be able to bear such humiliation? Huang Fuhao looked at Xie Ding and he made up his mind. Emperor Wenhui's head ached, and he waved his hand to indicate to everyone to be quiet before speaking seriously. This matter is extremely vile. There is actually someone who dared to commit such a monstrous crime at the feet of the emperor, ignoring Mingqi's law and order. Zhen had already instructed the people of the Judicial Bureau to thoroughly investigate the case, and will definitely catch the people behind the scenes and give everyone an explanation. In spite of those words, Huang Fu Hao was not satisfied and said after cupping his hands, since it was the princess of the Qin country that suffered this calamity, may your majesty agree to let my Qin country's people to follow the investigations. Else in the future when one returned and is questioned by imperial father, Ben Wei Ng would not be able to explain. The meaning behind those words was that he did not believe that the Mingqi would really investigate the matter at all. Emperor Wen Wei resolutely suppressed the anger in his heart and said, in that case, Jen grant it. After Emperor Wen Wei left, since the hundreds of officials in court were unfamiliar with Huang Fu Hao, they did not take the initiative to go forward. However, the Marquis of Linen was a big clan of the Mingqi, and they went up to give comfort for encountering such misfortune. During the mass consoling, one person walked to Huang Fu Hao and warmly said, may the crown prince restrain one's grief and accept fate. This person was Prince Ding, Fu Shuyi. Huang Fu Hao was at the point of extreme anger thus when he saw Fu Shuyi, his facial expression did not improve and he cupped his hands before leaving. However, he heard Fu Shuyi's voice from behind him, regarding the matter of the princess being murdered, this one have some thoughts. Not sure if the crown princess is willing to listen. Huang Fu Hao was a little startled. Currently the hundreds of officials were busy comforting the Marquis of Linen, and at the same time they just walked towards the corner thus no one saw both of their actions. Huang Fu Hao sneered and asked, could it be that Prince Ding have some wise opinion? One only felt that there are some odd areas. Fu Shuyi smiled without a care, if the crown prince is interested and free, this one is willing to carefully explore it with the crown prince. Huang Fu Hao turned back and Fu Shuyi smiled before turning away to leave. Huang Fu Hao stood on the spot for a while before looking over at Xie Ding, who was being surrounded by people and sneered before he strode away. The person that was investigating the case of Princess Ming quickly took action, because the Qin country's princess was implicated in the case, everyone in the judicial bureau dared not lower their guard. But one did not know why there was no small trace or clue in this case at all. After looking through thoroughly at the various scenes, they only managed to find out the fact that there was an affair between Princess Ming and the Xie brothers. But this result could not be shown to Emperor Wen Wei. Disregarding the emperor, one feared that if the crown prince of the Qin know about it, he would be furious. The case seemed to be in a deadlock. In the Shen mansion, Shen Chu walked into Shen Miao's room. Seeing that Shen Miao was casually flipping through a biography bought from outside, he then sit opposite her. Shen Miao glanced at Shen Chu and upon seeing that he was stopping what he was about to say, she asked, with how eldest brother is looking at me, does eldest brother have anything to say? Younger sister. Shen Chu hesitated, looking as if it was difficult to speak in a tangle. Shen Miao felt somewhat strange and asked, eldest brother can just directly speak about it, there is no need to have apprehension. After Shen Chu considered it for a while, he then asked, younger sister, the matter of Princess Ming is it your doing? Shen Miao was slightly surprised as she did not expect that Shen Chu would actually thought about her. But she quickly smiled, why would eldest brother think so? Just depending on my abilities, one will not be able to take action on Princess Ming and the Xie brothers. Shen Chu looked at Shen Miao with a complicated gaze in his eyes. After a moment he sighed, younger sister, previously it was father, mother and me who were unable to protect you, and had let you stay with those beasts in human forms. Initially I did not understand what you have experienced but afterwards, one understood. I know that you have knowledge of self-protection but, we are your family, he said seriously and earnestly, so matters do not need you to solve them by yourself. Tell me, father or mother, even though we will not cover the skies with our hands, we can do our best to protect you. Shen Miao's eyes hang down, and she quickly sorted out the myriad of emotions her heart had and smiled, eldest brother, your words are correct. Admittedly it's true that we are family, it is just that Princess Ming and matter is not of my doing. I do not have such a capability and do not have such courage. Moreover, she answered the question with a question, never mind if it is Princess Ming but what kind of connection does the Xie brothers and I have? Shen Chu sighed, you are still not willing to tell me the truth. Shen Miao did not speak. In fact, towards Shen Chu, Shen Miao was revealing the information about her a little at a time so that if there was a time, when one took the route of no return, at least Shen Chu would be able to understand why did she do all these things. But in this world, there would not be success in one step in all matters, so she could not open up with everything. Never mind. I only wanted to tell you that since I could guess that you are connected to the matter, father and mother might not be ignorant to it. Shen Chu stared at Shen Miao with a solemn expression, one have to know that Princess Ming did not have any conflict with others in the Mingqi and if there was, it would only be you. If we think like this, the crown prince of the Qin country would also think like so. In fact, no matter if this is connected with you or not, there would always be people who will put their gaze on you. Younger sister, you are now in dangerous situation. Shen Miao said, but I have nothing to do with this matter, so no matter how one investigate, it would not lead to me, is it not so? With regards to what Shen Chu said, how would Shen Miao not thought of it before? Xie Jingxing conceal the entire Ding capital's mouth and not let the people in the Ding capital discover any tiny hints, but how would Huang Fu Hao think? Xie Jingxing could not stop this. You really have such confidence? Shen Chu asked. Shen Miao said, rest assured eldest brother, this matter really has nothing to do with me. Shen Chu then released a little sigh of relief, these days, do not go out of the residence. The Ding capital is not peaceful and moreover, there are still people who harbor sinister motives. There are additional guards in the residence so it is still safer here. Shen Miao nodded her head as Shen Chu stood up. He still had military matters to attend to and had to rush back. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought about something and looked back at Shen Miao to ask, youngest sister, are you acquainted with powerful people? Shen Miao's heart moved, but her appearance remained calm as she shook her head, no. Shen Chu did not say more and turned around to leave. In fact, Shen Chu's worries were not unfounded. On this night, there was a special guest that went to the residence of Prince Ding. This distinguished guest was none other than the crown prince of the Qin country, Huang Fu Hao, who was extremely angry due to the tragic death of his beloved younger sister. In the hall of the Golden Throne, Fu Shuyi's feather-like words to Huang Fu Hao finally made the ever-suspicious Huang Fu Hao make this trip. Before Huang Fu Hao arrived, Fu Shuyi had hidden Pei Lang in the room beside, so that he could hear the conversation between the two people through the secret window. Huang Fu Hao placed the teacup heavily on the table and did not dawdle with Fu Shuyi, getting right to the point. Previously your highness Prince Ding said that one's beloved younger sister's matter is odd, can one explain in detail? Your crown prince need not be impatient. Fu Shuyi smiled faintly, I am deeply regretful of Princess Mingyan's misfortune. But the current stratagem is not to immediately capture the perpetrator. Huang Fu Hao frowned and sneered at Fu Shuyi, could it be that Prince Ding also believed that Ben Wei Ng should keep the peace? One did not know what kind of laws does your Mingqi have but in the Qin country, a mishap of a princess of a country is a top priority matter. Even if one keep the peace, in the future when Imperial father is aware of this, he would definitely seek justice with the majesty of the Mingqi. It was just a tribute dinner but my Qin's princess had to die. Does Prince Ding think this is proper? There was some vague hint of threat in his words. Fu Shuyi shook his head and said, since your crown prince is so anxious, then I would not talk in riddles with your crown prince. Generally when murder happens, there would always be reasons. This matter appeared to be that the Xie brothers and Princess Mingyan were murdered together, and the other part displayed their corpses in such a way, with the intention to humiliate. It is obviously done on purpose to ensure Princess Mingyan's reputation would be at an all-time low. This meant that the other party is clearly targeting Princess Mingyan. Huang Fu Hao sneered. I naturally know of that. To actually dare to do such a thing, one is really bold. Your crown prince might as well think who would have such an enmity with Princess Mingyan in the Mingqi. Huang Fu Hao was startled and his brows started to knit afterwards. Princess Mingyan had an arrogant personality and on normal days would beat and scold the servants, so naturally there would be a number of people who hated her. But after entering the Mingqi, because of Imperial Father's sincere advice of not making matters sour with Emperor Wenwei, Princess Mingyan had to tone it down. Thus even though Princess Mingyan acted rashly towards the Mingqi's officials, she did not offend them. Unless, Huang Fu Hao suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up as he asked, you are saying Shen Miao? Fu Shuyi smiled without speaking. Impossible, Huang Fu Hao said, even if she has some misgiving with Mingyan and afterwards Mingyan also made fun of her, Shen Miao is only a woman whereas Mingyan had guards by her side. So how would Shen Miao deal with that? Fu Shuyi smiled as he shook his head, Shen Miao cannot but you must not forget that she is Shen Shen's daughter, and how does he treat her? In the tribute banquet, the crown prince saw it for yourself. Huang Fu Hao then remembered the day of the tribute banquet. When Princess Mingyan and Shen Miao were in a deadlock, Shen Shen, as a father, stood at Shen Miao's side from the beginning till the end, and even expressed his unyielding attitude to Emperor Wenwei. If one were to say that Shen Shen had gotten a subordinate to take action to stick out for his own daughter, it would not be impossible. Then what about the Shu sons of the Xie family? Huang Fu Hao said in a heavy tone, even if Shen Shen stick out for Shen Miao, there would not be any reason to include the Xie family's people. Xie Ding is after all an official of the Mingqi, thus Shen Shen would not cause trouble for himself. Fu Shuyi sighed, Crown Prince still do not understand. These days, it was me who let the Xie brothers entertain Princess Mingyan, so the Xie brothers would be at the same location with her. Since Crown Prince was siblings with Princess Mingyan, one would know about the princess temperament. Shen Miao and Princess Mingyan were not in agreement and also if Princess Mingyan wanted to deal with Shen Miao, it would be pardonable. It is just that the princess is from the Qin and Shen Miao is an official's daughter, so there would be inconveniences if one were to take action, thus the Xie brothers were used. Huang Fu Hao was startled before he said angrily, it cannot be that you are saying. Your crown prince need not be angry. I initially thought of grooming the Xie brothers so that in the future they could be subordinates, but these two did not have the fortune of a meteoric rise. You are also aware of the matters behind. It is probably that something went wrong during the Xie brothers' plan and at the end it was both of them that died and implicated the princess. Even though Huang Fu Hao had an unbelievable express on his face, the knot in his heart started to unravel. First it was Shen Miao who was kidnapped without rhyme or reason, and at that time Huang Fu Hao suspected that it was the doing of Princess Mingyan, but afterwards seeing that Princess Mingyan did not leave the residence and did not know many people in the Mingqi, he then did not think more of it. Afterwards Shen Miao was sent back to the Shen mansion by Princess Rongxin unfathomably, and following that, Princess Mingyan and the Xie brothers had the accident. What Fu Shuyi said was correct. Princess Mingyan had a personality of one who held a long grudge. Since Shen Miao had caused her to lose face, she would indeed not let it settle so easily. These days the Xie brothers often appeared in the residence, and if it was because of this matter, then it was reasonable. But does Shen Miao really have such a big of an ability? Huang Fu Hao still found that something was not right. Even if Shen Shen doted on Shen Miao and had that kind of ability, it would not be a wise move to openly confront a princess of a country. Especially when Shen Shen just returned to the capital and had yet to stabilize himself. Even if he did not think for himself, he would also think about the other people in the Shen family. Was Shen Shen this stupid? To lose all rationality because of his daughter? Afterwards whatever that Fu Shuyi said, Huang Fu Hao did not listen to anything. He felt that Fu Shuyi's words had some logic, but felt some hesitance in his heart. Seeing that Huang Fu Hao was somewhat restless, Fu Shuyi did not speak more afterwards. After Huang Fu Hao left, Pei Lang walked out from behind the dividing screen. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Pei Lang asked, why must the topic be led towards the Shen family? Fu Shuyi glanced at Pei Lang and shook his head, gentleman is ignorant of something. I think that Shen Miao perhaps have some involvement with the great Liang's Prince Rui. Pei Lang's heart jumped but on the surface it was still like a gentle wind in clear skies. Is your Highness still concerned about the matter in the residence of the Crown Prince? Prince Rui only came to this country now and Shen Miao left the capital 2 years ago, so there is no possibility of them knowing each other. It would be too far-fetched if one were to say that they have a friendship in these short few months. I know that gentleman feels that this matter is unbelievable. Fu Shuyi said, but I have an intuition that there is something fishy between Shen Miao and Prince Rui, as these days there are just too many coincidences happening. It is because Shen Miao and Prince Rui became familiar in these months, then it is deliberated. Prince Rui is so arrogant that even Imperial Father cannot get close to. I also want to know what kind of abilities does Shen Miao have. Pei Lang knitted his brows and asked, then what does it relate to the matter with the Qin's Crown Prince today? Fu Shuyi smiled and looked towards Pei Lang. Gentlemen believe that Shen Miao alone would not be able to do this, and that Shen Shen is not an impulsive person that does not use his brains. Just the Shen family alone would not kill hastily without careful consideration. Pei Lang suddenly understood. Could it be that your Highness thinks that? Correct. Fu Shuyi said, I suspect this matter is the doing of Prince Rui. Pei Lang did not speak. Seeing that Pei Lang was silent, Fu Shuyi on the contrary took the initiative and spoke. Prince Rui's conduct is loud and while the great Liang have numerous capable people. One think that with Prince Rui's abilities, killing a princess would be just like reaching his hands out. But just as you, I and everyone know, Prince Rui do not have any grievances and animosity with Princess Mingyan and have no relation with the Xie family, thus one will not bring trouble for oneself by doing that. But if it was because of Shen Miao, then everything would make sense. He smiled faintly, even though there was such a saying of being in a fit of rage because of a beauty, I do not think it is so. There must be some special relationship between Prince Rui and Shen Miao. So your Highness let the Qin's Crown Prince to take action, so as to attract a snake out from its hole. Pei Lang asked. Correct. Fu Shuyi smiled. Huang Fu Hao is suspicious by nature and even if he did not believe my words, he would have doubts in his heart and thus would one day investigate. The spearhead will then be directed at the Shen family. If Prince Rui is linked together with Shen Miao, then he would definitely take action. When the time comes, one will be aware of both of their relationship and make other plans. Pei Lang asked, what if Prince Rui did not take action, then what? It is of no bother. Fu Shuyi said, if Prince Rui does not take action then since the Shen family is being overly excessive lately. Let Huang Fu Hao deal with them. Suppressing the Shen family's strength is also a good thing for us. Your Highness has already determined to suppress the Shen family. Pei Lang looked towards him. Since they cannot be used by me, naturally one must not leave future trouble aside. Fu Shuyi's smile was warm but his tone of voice was very cold. He turned his head to Pei Lang. In the future, one will need gentlemen to think of more strategies and tactics. Pei Lang continuously said that he dared not accept the honor. After Fu Shuyi left, Pei Lang returned to his room and looked at the lights in front of him, and could not help but sigh. 2 years ago, Shen Miao made him hide himself by Fu Shuyi's side to be her spy, and Pei Lang had no other choice but to do it. Fortunately he had some abilities that caught Fu Shuyi's eyes. Currently Fu Shuyi treated Pei Lang as the number one confidant. For example, Fu Shuyi did not even hide anything of the secret exploration that Huang Fu Hao did today to Pei Lang, and trusted him a lot. Perhaps it was truly that Fu Shuyi completely did not guard against Pei Lang, or perhaps it was one of Fu Shuyi's techniques of managing his subordinates. It was inevitable for ordinary people to be even more loyal if one sees one's master treating one well, if only Pei Lang was not Shen Miao's people. The more Pei Lang get along with Fu Shuyi, the more he exclaimed in admiration. Fu Shuyi was indeed a person who had a mindset of longitude and latitude. Not only that, he had the viciousness of a man of character, and he was very familiar in hiding a dagger in his smiles. He indeed had the means and methods of a monarch. Pei Lang felt so much that in another few years or 10 over years, the entire land under heavens would end up in Fu Shuyi's hands, and Fu Shuyi would become the master of everything under the heavens. There was no other reasons than among the princes in the Mingqi, no one was better suited for the position other than Fu Shuyi. But Shen Miao antagonized Fu Shuyi against all expectations. Pei Lang was not optimistic about Shen Miao, and thus was not optimistic about himself. It was not that he did not selfishly thought about turning his back, but Shen Miao had firmly grasped his vulnerable spot, Lu Ying. As for this little bit of reluctance, it could only drift off with the wind. He looked out the window. Fu Shuyi treated him extremely well, just his individual room was prepared in extreme detail. Pei Lang took out a piece of paper from the head of the table, and picked up the brush and quickly wrote. The night was as dark as ink, and in the residence of Prince Rui, Xie Jingxing was teasing the white tiger at his feet. Lately the white tiger ate a lot as it was fed by Ji Yushu 5 times a day. Her body was rapidly expanding that she was now a round fur ball. She was not as agile and quick-witted as before when one played with her, and had some bit of a stupid appearance. Xie Jingxing was an extremely picky person, thus he was too lazy to pick her up, and even when he was teasing her, it was also done half-heartedly. A man, who looked like a guard, walked in from outside. He was much younger than Tai Yu, and he took out a letter from his clothes before handing it to Xie Jingxing's hand. This is a letter that came out from the residence of Prince Ding. It was written by Prince Ding's top aide, Pei Lang, to be sent to the hands of 5th Shen young lady of the Shen mansion. Xie Jingxing's eyebrows raised and pulled the letter out from the envelope and quickly glanced through it. When he glanced at the last sentence, his lips pricked up. In the night skies, his brows were as handsome as a painting and his purple gold robes were flowing with light and color, just like a person in a night painting. It was obviously an indifferent smile, but Nan Qi felt a light shiver and sensed that his master was not happy again. That last line was, be sure to stay away from Prince Rui. Although the matter of Princess Ming'an had set off an uproar among the people in the Ding capital, the Judicial Bureau was unable to investigate the end of it. Emperor Wenwei would get angry every 3 to 5 days and a number of officials were embroiled in it, but it seemed to have become an unresolved case. In the course of time, the commoners' enthusiasm for this case also faded. After all, one had to go about their things and was unable to resist the coldness of the winter, even if one kept watch on an unresolved amorous case. In the cold winter days in the Ding capital, a major event happened in the Shen residence. Shen Yu was engaged and would soon be married. The family that Shen Yu was spoken to was the family of the Minister of Land that Shen Wan and Chen Ruchu thought highly of. In total there were only 2 sons in their Wang family. The youngest son was less than 10 years old this year, and the eldest son was Wang Bai, and the one that was engaged to Shen Yu. Wang Bai was 24 years of age this year and had entered officialdom. He was serving in the education ministry, had great learnings and was considered a person with a promising future. In addition, even though the position of a Minister of Land was not one of the most important officials in court, the other officials would often inevitably have contact with him. Thus if one were in laws with the Wang family, in the future there would be quite an amount of help in one's career. The help in one's career was naturally viewed by Shen Wan's eyes, and in Chen Ruchu's view, Wang Bai was the eldest son of the Wang family, and currently there was no Tongfang or concubines in his courtyard, and in a lucky coincidence, Shen Yu was one filled with a thick scholarly air. If she was able to capture Wang Bai's heart when she was married over, she would be able to stand firm in the Wang family in the future. And by giving birth to a son and a daughter, she would be able to sit back and relax in this lifetime. The marriage was personally set by Chen Ruchu with the Wang family, and the 8 characters cards were exchanged. When Shen Yu knew of the matter, she naturally kicked up a fuss. But the normally gentle Chen Ruchu seemed to have ironed her heart this time to get her married, and the always doting Shen Wan did not need to Shen Yu's request at all. Old Shen Furen was more than happy to see this, as to her an unmarried Shen Yu was an additional mouth to feed in the Shen residence, and currently the days were difficult in the residence. Shen Yu had made a tremendous din, so much so that despite Shen Wan, who never disciplined his own daughter, also felt that Shen Yu was too much this time, and in a fit of anger locked Shen Yu in the ancestral hall so that she could reflect upon herself. On this night, Shen Yu sat in the ancestral hall alone and wept. There were traces of a large fire in the ancestral hall. Ironically, the last time Shen Miao was locked in the ancestral hall, Ren Wanyan attempted to use the opportunity of Shen Miao's marriage to exchange it with Shen Qing. Who knew that in the middle of that there would be a big fire, and unexpectedly Shen Qin would return to the capital at that moment, thus Shen Miao escaped from that calamity. As Shen Yu looked at the tightly closed doors of the ancestral hall, it seemed that from that moment, everything started to go smoothly for Shen Miao. Because there was Shen Qin and wife and also Shen Chu behind Shen Miao to support her, so Shen Miao could do anything without the slightest scruple. Shen Yu believed that if one day Shen Miao wanted to marry to Fu Shuyi, Shen Qin and wife would never obstruct like Chen Ruchu and Shen Wan. Moreover, Shen Miao previously also admired Fu Shuyi, and if one day Shen Miao's previous love was rekindled, with Shen Qin's current comeback and with power in his hands, would Fu Shuyi reject it? Besides, Shen Miao was already not the idiot that was laughed by the entire capital 2 years ago. Thinking of the possibility that Shen Miao might be together with Fu Shuyi, Shen Yu's heart was particularly troubled. She had even thought about the big fire in this ancestral hall. Why had it not burned Shen Miao to death? Just as she was thinking about it, she heard the movement of the door from the outside. Shen Yu thought it was Chen Ruchu who sent people over to serve her food and went off in a fit of pique. I do not want anything. Go out. The sound still continued, and Shen Yu said angrily, get lost. The door opened with a ziya and a head emerged at the door. It was Shen Dongling. Seeing Shen Dongling at the moment, Shen Yu was also surprised. Shen Dongling took a look outside before abruptly closing the doors again. She walked over to Shen Yu and after some thought, sat down on the floor and handed the basket over to Shen Yu before saying lightly, the old women outside guarding went to drink, so I sneaked in. Knowing that you have not eaten for a day and fearing that you are hungry, I have brought you food. Second older sister, you must not make much noise. Shen Yu was slightly startled and saw that Shen Dongling had already opened the bamboo basket and took out plates of snacks. Although Shen Yu treated Shen Dongling just for show on normal days, at the moment she was touched. Thinking that she had not eaten for a day and Chen Ruchu and Shen Wan did not care or paid any attention, but it was the Shu younger sister with lukewarm relations that remembered. Immediately, her facial expression towards Shen Dongling got much warmer. It was just that she could not eat those snacks no matter what. She said, do not waste your effort. I just cannot eat it. Shen Dongling looked at her. Why is second older sister unwilling to marry to Gentleman Wang? Gentleman Wang is a good person. One heard that his family background is excellent, and if second older sister go over, then it would be the fortune of a family matriarch. Is it because one did not want to leave the Shen family? Shen Yu took a glance at Shen Dongling. Most probably it was because Shen Dongling stayed in the residence all day and did not go out, so even though she was around the same age as Shen Yu, she still had the innocence of a child on the surface. Shen Yu's heart was at one side despising and at the other side envious. She despised Shen Dongling's view of the sky from the bottom of the well and not knowing that there were people beyond people, and heavens belong heavens and just a Wang Bai could not move her. At the other end she was envious of Shen Dongling's simple thoughts as she was more relaxed and happy. Seeing Shen Dongling's appearance, Shen Yu had an impulse to pour out what was on her mind and she smiled bitterly. What does it got to do with me if he is a good person or not? After all, he is not that person in my heart. Shen Dongling thought for a while before she understood something in a flash. Could it be that there is someone in second older sister's heart? So what if there is? So what if there is not? Shen Yu smiled bitterly. Who let me be born in the Shen family, where I have no power to choose my future husband? Father and mother only care about career prospects and do not even care about how I think. Sometimes one feels that it is better off being dead. Shen Dongling jumped in shock and quickly waved her hands. Second older sister must not think like this. One have to know that in all matters of this world, it is the easiest to die but there is nothing if one dies. Why second old sister not change the mindset? One knows that the Wang family is a good family so third Shu and third Shen would not harm you after all. Perhaps that gentleman Wang is also the ideal person in many young females' hearts and many young ladies are envious of second older sister's fortune. Take me for example, if I could be married into the Wang family, one fear that my yin yang would go to the temple every day to thank Buddha for giving me such a good marriage like this. Shen Yu shook her head with a smile and she discovered that Shen Dongling was somewhat stupid, as she could not understand Shen Dongling when talking to her. Especially when she saw Shen Dongling's envious look, she even felt that Shen Dongling could not be seen in public. Thinking of that, it was true. For a Shu daughter, it was already rather good to be an official wife, let alone an official wife in the family of the Minister of Land. Shen Dongling saw that Shen Yu was still moody and changed the general idea of things. When the carriage girts to the mountain, there will be a way through. Second older sister need not be that broken-hearted and worried at the moment due to the matter and harm one's health. Just like fifth younger sister's engagement, one heard that fifth younger sister also made a fuss and it seemed that it was a situation where there was no room for change, but who knew that eldest Bo and eldest Shen would return, and afterwards nothing happened to fifth younger sister. Shen Dongling said it rather muddled but Shen Yu's heart moved when she listened to it. At first, one saw that Shen Miao was about to marry off but because of Shen Shen's and wife's return, she escaped the calamity. At that time Shen Yu was eavesdropping at the door when Chen Ruchu was talking to the servants, and came to know that Ren Wanyan had planned to exchange Shen Qing's and Shen Miao's marriage. Since Shen Qing and Shen Miao could exchange, then why could not she? Shen Yu's heart started beating furiously and an idea that had long formed came to mind. Her gaze turned towards Shen Dongling, who was beside her. As for the person of choice, was not there a ready-made one in front? Shen Dongling was a Shu daughter. Shen Dongling felt that the Wang family's gentleman was very good. Shen Dongling's character was weak and she was easy to deceive. No one is more suitable than Shen Dongling. Shen Yu looked at Shen Dongling and suddenly grabbed her hands before saying lightly, "Third younger sister, how do you think of my treatment of you?" Shen Dongling was startled before lowering her head and spoke somewhat blushingly. Second older sister is not repulsed by birth and treat me extremely well. Among the sisters in entire Shen residence, only second older sister was willing to speak to me. Shen Yu all along wanted to have a noble and magnanimous appearance that even though she despised Shen Dongling in her heart, she would not reveal a single thing on her face and instead look like she treated Shen Dongling well. Especially after the previous time, Shen Yu would go look for Shen Dongling to speak every 3 to 5 days, thus from the outsider's point of view, the relationship between the two of them was not bad. Hearing that, Shen Yu smiled, then third younger sister, now that I have difficulties, are you willing to help me out? Shen Dongling smiled effortless, no problem. As so I can do it, one will definitely do my best for second older sister. Shen Yu smiled, I feel relief after hearing your words. She then tightened her hands around Shen Dongling's hands, can you help me by marrying Wang Bai? After listening to that, Shen Dongling was stunned in shock. After being in a daze for a while, she then wanted to withdraw her hands from Shen Yu as she said frantically, this is not possible. Second older sister, one can help you in other matters. I cannot help you in this matter. You can. Shen Yu did not let go and said in a hurry, did not you also find that gentleman Wang is also very good? Did you not say that if it was you who had this marriage, your yin yang would be happy about it? Third younger sister, I beg of you. Be that as it may, Shen Dongling continued to retreat, but this is too risky. If this is discovered, I will be beaten to death and second older sister, you will be punished. This is too risky. Moreover second older sister, you need not need to take such a big risk like this. Why cannot you just marry gentleman Wang? As Shen Yu looked at Shen Dongling, tears started to flow down in 2 lines. She naturally looked delicate and cultured so such tears actually made others feel sad. And Shen Yu's voice was also in desperation, if you do not agree, it would be ending my life. Third younger sister, taking into consideration that we are sisters and taking into consideration, like you said that in the entire Shen residence only I treated you well, I beg you to save my life. Shen Dongling was instantly stupefied when she saw Shen Yu knelt down and after hearing Shen Yu's words, she panicked even more that she did not know what to do. She pulled Shen Yu up, second older sister, do not be like this. Do not scare me. Shen Yu tugged Shen Dongling's hands, third younger sister, second older sister beg you this time. Do you want to see me become a bag of bones? Shen Dongling bit her lips as she looked at her. Shen Yu's hair was loose and her eyes were hazy with tears. She indeed was forced to such a desperate state, thus she had no choice but to forcefully nod her head, I agree. Second older sister, get up first. Shen Yu's eyes brightened before she threw herself up to hug Shen Dongling and hurriedly thank her continuously, as if she was grateful to the bones. However with her back facing Shen Dongling's face, she revealed a pleased smile. It is just that second older sister, it is better to take one's time to consider about this matter. Shen Dongling said, after all, changing the marriage is not a small matter and once the matter comes to light, it would not be good for us at all. Third Shu and third Shen will oversee it, it has to be discussed in detail. Shen Yu released Shen Dongling and said excitedly, that is natural. She looked at Shen Dongling and held her hands, rest assured third younger sister, since you did it for me, I will definitely explain it clearly that it was me who forced you. I will not let father or mother blame you and will not let you be implicated. Shen Dongling smiled, I trust second older sister. The night skies was like black ink and when Shen Dongling returned to her own sleeping chambers in Kai Yuan, Wan Yinyang was already asleep. Shen Dongling sneaked out behind Wan Yinyang's back and Wan Yinyang thought that Shen Dongling had long rested. Shen Dongling's maid, Xinghua, asked, young lady is really helping second young lady to marry. Marry? Why not marry? Shen Dongling watched as Xinghua locked the door and she sat on the couch before picking up the teacup to take a sip, and revealed a completely different smile than before. The Wang family is an official family, Wang Bai's official's career is infinite and his inner courtyard is clean. With my birth background, it is not possible to marry into the Wang family in this lifetime. Since there is such an opportunity like this, only a fool would not firmly hold onto it. So that is to say, Xinghua smiled, that second young lady is also considered to be doing a good deed. Good deed. Shen Dongling laughed with some ridicule. Could it be that you think that there are good-hearted and good-natured people in this Shen residence? The maid was startled and was somewhat confused. Young lady means. I spared all effort to help her like this, but you have to know that once the marriage is changed and the matter is exposed, the first thing Shen Yu will do is to throw all the dirty water on me. It would definitely be me who thought of a plan to steal her marriage, and it is her, Shen Yu, that is gravely wronged. Even if the second household knew the reasons behind, in order not to let the Wang family become their enemies, they will say it is my fault. As for old Furin, Shen Dongling laughed coldly. A Shu daughter naturally would not be as important as a D daughter. In any case, it would be me who will be sacrificed. Xinghua had a look of incredulity on her face, but second young lady previously said that she will clarify for young lady and not let young lady be held responsible. Is Shen Yu such a good-hearted person? Shen Dongling shook her head with a smile. Everyone in this residence is selfish. Why do you think that Shen Yu put herself in place of others like this? If she was really this selfless, then she would not let me marry on her behalf. That being the case, Xinghua questioned, then why does young lady still want to marry on behalf? If the dirty water will be poured onto young lady, then what can be done? Shen Dongling smiled without a care. Do not worry. Since I can marry on her behalf, then I will definitely do it through preparation. Xinghua, you must remember that everyone in this Shen residence are wolves, tigers and leopards. Everything that one wants, it is better to do it oneself instead of begging others, and what fifth younger sister did was very good. So once there is an opportunity to leave the Shen residence, I would not be reluctant. Xinghua nodded her head to some extent, before she suddenly remembered something and asked, should this matter be told to Yin Yang? It is not necessary. Shen Dongling refused resolutely. Yin Yang is timid and would definitely not agree for me to marry on Shen Yu's behalf. One will just explain to her clearly after the matter is successful. Xinghua retreated only then. Coincidentally, in the Shen residence's Chu Shui Yuan, there were people who were talking about Shen Yu's marriage. Yu had not eaten for the whole day today and her body could not withstand it. The one talking was Shen Wan. He had doted on Shen Yu for so many years, and if Shen Yu did not keep thinking of the person that should not be thought of, Shen Wan would not have punished her like this. The things that I sent people to deliver, she would not eat. Chen Ruchu sighed. I have let third lady to send some to her, most probably she had eaten it. Third lady, Shen Wan frowned. Since when did you got along so well with her? In Shen Wan's eyes, Shen Dongling was a Shu daughter and Shen Yu would lose some of her identity if she was too close with her, thus he was not very happy to hear about it. Chen Ruchu said with a smile, it is only these few days that she gotten along well. Initially there was still eldest lady to talk to Yu but afterwards eldest lady was gone. There were no other sisters in the residence, so Yu is rather lonely on normal days. I see that third lady is honest and since Yu likes playing with her, I did not obstruct to it. Shen Wan no longer spoke and only listened to Chen Ruchu speaking. It is just that I worry that if Yu keep on making trouble, what if she created such a din like now during the day of marriage? Locking her up for a few days will do. You are her mother, at that time you then speak some tender words to Yu. Shen Wan said, if it is really not enough and she still create a nuisance during the day of marriage, then one will think of something then. When Chen Ruchu heard this, her heart jumped. In front of her, Shen Wan was always gentle and it was rare for him to be this tough. Chen Ruchu was after all a female and could hear the impatience in Shen Wan's words. She thought about old Shen Furin's continuous mention of getting Shen Wan to bring in concubines, she felt somewhat restless. She then embraced Shen Wan's waist. After you marry off, master then can relax with this key for a few days. These days master is probably not happy in the matters of court and did not really talk to this key. This key feels restless in one's heart. Even though Chen Ruchu's age was not young, but because of proper maintenance and her knowledge of exactly what men's heart was thinking, Shen Wan would eat it up when she acted coquettishly. Who knew that today Shen Wan would only pat her hands and smile, let us wait and talk about it when your marriage is completed. There was some sense of perfunctory in the tone of voice. Chen Ruchu's heart gradually sank and the hands that was embracing Shen Wan's waist gradually tightened. Shen Miao received Pei Lang's letter. With the lamplight shining, Shen Miao read the entire letter. The letter mentioned that Fu Shuyi seemed to have found some inkling between Shen Miao and Prince Rui thus in order to feel it out, he had purposely pushed the matter of Princess Ming into Shen Miao in front of the Qin Crown Prince. In the future if Huang Fu Hao take action towards Shen Miao, one would only need to watch Prince Rui's action to determine his suspicion. On the contrary, Shen Miao did not expect that Fu Shuyi would thought of this stratum this quickly and after much thinking, she then understood. After being husband and wife with Fu Shuyi for so many years, it was not the first time for Fu Shuyi to find evidence with the smallest of clues. Besides, if Fu Shuyi was really incompetent and could not discover anything, then he would not have been standing till the end of the game of the heir apparent among the princes. However, Shen Miao was not very worried as Huang Fu Hao was one who was not impulsive. Moreover, it involved the Shen family, thus Huang Fu Hao would not take rash action and at least would investigate it properly. At the end of the letter, it said that if Shen Miao really have any friendship with the Great Liang's Prince Rui, if she met any trouble, one should request help from him. Prince Rui of the Great Liang have many talented people and would encounter less difficulties when taking action. Shen Miao felt the last paragraph was somewhat odd. There was no connection between Pei Lang and Xie Jingxing, and the most important thing was that with Pei Lang's cautious nature, it was somewhat strange for him to mention to request help from others. However, there was no doubt that this was Pei Lang's letter, so Shen Miao did not think of anything else and she did not take these words for real. She then cast the letter to the warm flame. The flame engulfed the letter and instantly became ashes. There was a large red wooden roll of bamboo strips on the table. That was an invitation sent from the Shen residence, as Shen Yu would be married to the young master from the residence of the Minister of Land, Wang Bai. One did not know what the Shen residence people were thinking, to actually send this banquet invitation to the Shen mansion. Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan took a glance at it and did not bother, and naturally Shen Miao would not even go up to touch that. However, Shen Miao did not think that Shen Yu would be able to marry to Wang Bai at the end. The Shen Yu of the previous life was deeply obsessed with Fu Shuyi and did not hesitate to endure so many years, so how would Shen Yu be willing to marry others in this lifetime? As she was thinking, she heard someone knocking on the windows. When she turned around to look, Xie Jingxing was already entering without invited. He lazily looked at the red bamboo strips and raised an eyebrow. You want to go? It was assumed that Xie Jingxing also knew about the matter of the marriage between Shen Yu and Wang Bai. It ought to be true that when Chen Ruchu and Shen Wan did things, it would be done in full complement. This was to show that their daughter was also precious and would definitely invite lots of guests for a big banquet. In addition, the Minister of Land was acquainted with numerous officials in court and many high-ranking officials were close to him, thus it was also appropriate to send more red bamboo strips. One could not say for sure but almost the entire Ding capital was aware of it. Not going, Shen Miao casually threw the red bamboo strips on the table. Xie Jingxing seemed to have long expected that she would say that and in a flash entered the room. Shen Miao sat in front of the table as Xie Jingxing crossed his arms and stood at the side. Shen Yu was locked up in the ancestral hall and Shen Dongling just went over to take a look. Shen Miao looked at Xie Jingxing somewhat astounded and hesitated before asking, you even go to the Shen residence? Xie Jingxing was the Prince Rui of the Great Liang, why did he need to do things unsolicited like a thief? Never mind about coming off into the Shen mansion's courtyard to roam around, he actually secretly went to peep at the movements of the people in the Shen residence. Xie Jingxing choked on Shen Miao's words for a while. Of course it was not me who went. Shen Miao understood clearly. It was most probably Xie Jingxing sent the subordinates over, but she still found it a little strange in her heart. The people in the Shen residence did not have half a shred of relations with Xie Jingxing, so why did Xie Jingxing instruct people to monitor the movements in the Shen residence? Could it be for herself? You are not happy that Shen Yu is getting married? Xie Jingxing questioned. The people in the Shen residence have nothing to do with me. Could it be that I still have to rejoice for her? Shen Miao said. Furthermore, there is still the matter if this marriage can be completed or not, so what is there to be happy about? Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up and he sat down opposite of Shen Miao before he stared at her. You seem to understand it. You specifically came over to tell me that Shen Dongling and Shen Yu are at the same place. Are not you referring this the matter to me? Shen Miao smiled mindlessly. Shen Dongling and Shen Yu would at the end exchange the marriage. Fortunately Shen Yu looked for Shen Dongling. With Shen Dongling present, there will not be an error in the exchange. In the Shen residence, Shen Miao had never knew what kind of role Shen Dongling played. In the last lifetime, Shen Miao had not paid much attention to this Shu sister. After her rebirth, she however seen clearly in quite a lot of things. Shen Dongling was actually very similar to a person. Shen Dongling was very similar to Fu Shuyi, both had the ability to endure. Shen Dongling had endured for so many years that now when Shen Dongling was brought up in Shen residence, anyone would felt that she was easy to grasp as one wishes, a Shu daughter without characteristics and also had a good temper. Then it was such a person like this who lived safely under Ren Wanyun's control till now, and from what it seemed, in the entire second household, it seemed that Shen Dongling and Wan Yinyang were the winners. Shen Miao dared not underestimate such people like this. Xie Jingxing smiled. How did you know about the exchanging of marriage? Because Shen Yu is unwilling. Shen Miao said. Shen Yu is not willing to marry to Wang Bai, but unfortunately Chen Ruchu and Shen Wan had exchanged the 8 character cards and the marriage is firmed up. To Shen Yu, this kind of person, this is a forced marriage. Shen Yu has always been proud and arrogant, and for so many years, everything was smooth for her, so how could she accept this arrangement? Shen Dongling appearance was not at all accidental. Most probably, one had the heart to escape, one had the intention to stand in. Coincidentally it is an excellent transaction. Xie Jingxing was listening as Shen Miao spoke. Even though there was a lazy smile on his face, he seemed to like hearing Shen Miao analyzing the opponent, and felt that Shen Miao's serious appearance was somewhat interesting. He said, forced marriage. Wang Bai is compatible enough for Shen Yu. Unfortunately he is not the person Shen Yu keeps in her heart. Shen Miao lightly sneered. People who has a one-track mind like Shen Yu will never change their original aspiration. In order to marry to the person one like, in order to not be forced into marriage, she would always think of a method out. What about you? Xie Jingxing suddenly asked. Shen Miao frowned. Xie Jingxing said carelessly, if there is a day where you are also forced into marriage by others, what would you do? If there is a day where you are also forced into marriage by others, what would you do? Shen Miao was slightly startled. She being forced into marriage by others. In the past life she was forced to marry, but she actively forced to marry to Fu Shuyi. She was the one forcing the marriage, and had never think about being forced into marriage. At this moment when Xie Jingxing asked, it made Shen Miao recall about a matter. With the Shen family returning to the Ding capital once again, leaving aside that Emperor Wenwei returned the Shen family's army to Shenzhen, even the Luo family's army in the faraway Shaochun city was no longer that army in dire straits that they could not afford to keep. The first household of the Shen family did not end up the way everyone had expected, gradually declining as they were away from the Ding capital but instead became even stronger. The Shen family was like a big piece of fatty meat, and in the prince's fight for the heir position, whoever was tied with the Shen family would have a winning leverage. How to tie them together? In the clans and aristocratic families, being connected by marriage was the correct method. Shen Chu's and Shen Miao's marriages had become a channel where everyone could climb up. The only difference was that Shen Chu was a male and could afford to wait for some time, whereas Shen Miao was a female. If her marriage was delayed for too long, a female's age was like flowers that would pass away, and it would be difficult to escape from the censure of others. If there was such a day, she would become the country's leverage in the fight of the heir apparent and would be snatched and be forced to marry by others. What could be done? Xie Jingxing stared at her with a gaze as sharp as blades. There will not be such a day, Shen Miao said. If there is, what would you do? Xie Jingxing did not let her go and insisted on asking Shen Miao this question. Shen Miao pondered about it carefully before speaking, then fight. If one is able to fight, then naturally one would think of ways to let him sound out the difficulties and retreat to avoid defeat. If one is unable to fight, then there is no harm to be married over. Xie Jingxing's eyebrow raised. No harm. One have to still live right. Shen Miao said blandly. After marrying over then think of opportunities to retaliate. In this world there are many matters that one do not have a choice, and I cannot always be a virulent female and die by a long piece of silk with clear determination. Why not save one's life? There would always be an opportunity to reverse the situation. After the bitter experience in the palace in her previous life, it had made Shen Miao understand that death was the most desperate matter. Once one dies, it meant that every single matter had settled and one would not know who would emerge victorious. She often thought that if in her previous life she did not die like that and continue fighting with Mei Fern in the palace for a few decades, at the end who would emerge as the victor? Perhaps she would still lose, or perhaps she would win and would recover the debt of life for the entire eldest household of the Shen family, Wan Yu and Fu Ming. Anyhow, life would not go on in vain. Xie Jingxing stared at Shen Miao. She was just like a vibrant plant. The weeds that grew in the bitter cold, that even if it was in the worst and harshest of condition, it would never lose hope. Even if its position was not the currently dominant position, it would climb up a little by little to the position that it wanted. Her goal was clear but was still a mysterious secret. She was not like an unmarried 16-year-old young female. Xie Jingxing smiled lightly. You are like the Shen family. Shen Miao was silent and heard Xie Jingxing speaking again. These days I will be out of the city for a trip. Be careful yourself. If there is any problems, go to Feng Xian pawn shop and look for Ji Yushu. Gao Yang is my people, you can trust him. Shen Miao was dumbfounded for a moment. Because of her past lifetime's experience, Shen Miao naturally knew that Gao Yang was Xie Jingxing's people, and could be even called Xie Jingxing's confidant. However, even though she had the knowledge, she did not reveal it. Even on the day when Luo Tan was saved by Gao Yang, it was instructed by Xie Jingxing, and Shen Miao could only pretend to be ignorant of it, as she knew that there was a bottom line on some matters. Even if Xie Jingxing was not hostile to her today, it did not mean that a person was willing to let others see clearly all of their bottom lines. But now Xie Jingxing had taken the initiative to tell her that Gao Yang was his people. This meant that he truly treated Shen Miao as one of his own. Just only because on the alleged alliance and one could be treated that honestly. On what basis did Xie Jingxing thought that she would not betray him? Shen Miao was thinking like that and did not notice that she was noticed by Xie Jingxing. Huang Fu Hao would perhaps find trouble with you. With regards to matters that you cannot solve at your end, just pass them to Gao Yang. Shen Miao felt an inexplicable strange feeling. This appearance was just like a husband repeatedly telling the wife of what to pay attention to before departing on a journey. Shen Miao jumped in shock at her own thoughts and was somewhat flustered. Understood. Xie Jingxing was somewhat puzzled by Shen Miao's unexpected fluster, but he did not say anything about it, and again brought up a few more matters for her to pay attention to before leaving. After Xie Jingxing left, Shen Miao sat down under the light of the lamp and unfathomably felt that her cheeks were somewhat hot. Every time she spoke with Xie Jingxing these days, she would always feel that something was not normal. Shen Miao was thinking that she would let Gu Yu bring the calming tea for her tomorrow to drink, so that she would not let her imagination run wild the whole day. After Xie Jingxing left the Shen mansion and returned to the residence of Prince Rui, he happened to see that Gao Yang and Ji Yushu were present, and Ji Yushu was feeding the white tiger at that moment. Xie Jingxing shot a glance at him and said in annoyance, "Do not feed. Zhao Zhao likes to eat." Ji Yushu said. Xie Jingxing's green vein was throbbing on his forehead. "Do not call her name." Ji Yushu immediately felt grievance and stood up before quietly retreating to the side. 145 to 150. Gao Yan was accustomed to it. Xie Jingxing looked like he doted on this white tiger a lot, but only Ji Yushu had the guts to tease the tiger all day long. The beautiful and imposing white tiger had been fed into a meat dumpling, and whoever that sees this would feel heartache. He walked to Xie Jingxing's side and asked, "Everything is ready. Set off tomorrow." Xie Jingxing looked at him. "During this days, pay more attention to the Ding capital." Gao Yang stared at him. "You can rest assured. I will definitely help you to pay attention to 5th Shen young lady. Do not need to pay too much attention," Xie Jingxing said blandly. Gao Yang almost vomited blood as Xie Jingxing was really just too moody. Take yesterday for example, Pei Lang wrote a letter to Shen Miao and the gist of it was to be vigilant against Huang Fuhao and Fu Shuyi and at the end reminded Shen Miao to keep away from Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing got Gao Yan to make a copy of the letter. Gao Yang was a master in painting and calligraphy but it was his first time to copy and produce a fake letter. The most exasperating thing was that Xie Jingxing erased the last sentence and instead had Gao Yan to add some unwarranted words, indicating if there was trouble, one could look for Prince Rui for help. Even though he long knew that the person he assisted was a black-hearted master, but this time Gao Yang had a new level of understanding of Xie Jingxing's shamelessness. "I understand." Gao Yang waved his fan. "That is to say that when she cause trouble, I will bring up the rear and when she kill others, I will deliver the blade right. Not that troublesome." Xie Jingxing hooked his lips up. She is very busy for the time being due to the Shen family marriage and will not manage to kill others. Ever since that night, Xie Jingxing indeed did not appear again. Shen Miao knew that it was not possible for Prince Rui of the Great Liang to stay in the Ding capital and idle one's time away. If one were to say that Huang Fuhao stayed till now was because, 1. To investigate the cause of Princess Ming An's death and 2. To form an alliance with the Ming Qi, then Xie Jingxing's stay was rather meaningless. He definitely have other plans and strategies. The days passed quickly and soon it was the day of Shen Yu's marriage. The 8th day of the 12th lunar month was an ecliptic good day as the time was right, geographical and social conditions were favorable. The eldest gentleman of the family of Minister of Land would be marrying a wife and it was a daughter of the Shen family, the second young lady, Shen Yu. It was an exceptional union that was extremely revered. Even though 2 years ago the eldest household of the Shen family was separated and with the matter of Shen Yuan and Shen Gui, the Shen family was no longer like before. But the Minister of Land made numerous friends and in addition, Shen Yulong had the reputation of a female talent in all of the Ding capital, so this marriage was considered bustling. Shen Yu was after all an honorable daughter. Shen Wan also quite cherished one's reputation and Wang Bai had profound knowledge, so from the outside, others would say that they were a perfect match of a talented man and beautiful woman. In the Shen residence, Shen Yu was already dressed up but chased everyone out, leaving only Shen Dongling with her. If one were to look carefully, one would be able to see that Shen Dongling was also carefully dressed up. Shen Dongling was also a beautiful female, but it was just that on normal days she was often covered up but now with a bride's makeup, she had become increasingly beautiful. It was just that currently Shen Yu had no mood to appreciate it or be jealous of it. When she saw Shen Dongling come she said, quickly change clothes with me. Before that, the matron of honor and Chen Ruchu had left. Ever since those days, Shen Yu on surface seemed to have caved to Chen Ruchu's pressure regarding to this marriage. But in secret she was planning with Shen Dongling to exchange the marriage. The more she came in contact with Shen Dongling, Shen Yu felt that it was easy to swindle Shen Dongling, she was even more stupid than the previous Shen Miao. As Shen Dongling was rushing to change clothes, she said softly, second older sister, I am very scared. Do not be afraid. Shen Yu was afraid that Shen Dongling would go back on her words at this crucial moment and appease her. Do not worry, I will explain it to father and mother that everything was caused by me alone and you will not be implicated. Once this day has passed, you will be the young mistress of the family of the Minister of Land. No one will dare to underestimate you. Shen Yu used the status to entice Shen Dongling and as expected Shen Dongling's scared expression started to fade away and her face started to blush but Shen Yu started to feel despise for her. If she had other choices, she would not be willing to let Shen Dongling gain an unwarranted advantage. It was just that currently this was the last resort, thus she treated giving Shen Dongling a foreign identity as giving alms. Just as they were dressed, they then heard people's movement outside. Shen Yu quickly hid behind the dividing screen in the room, and Shen Dongling rushed to cover her head with the veil. Shen Yu's maids came in from outside and seeing that there was no other sisters in the Shen family, they then supported her out. Shen Dongling had taken the excuse to help out in the kitchens and long disappeared, thus no one took it to mind. Chen Ruchu initially wanted to say some words to Shen Yu before she got up the sedan but upon seeing the maids supporting and heading towards the sedan, they did not even turn their head over to Chen Ruchu's side. When Chen Ruchu saw this, she was rather upset in her heart, as she thought that Shen Yu was still blaming her about the marriage matters but nothing could be done. Under the eyes of the public, one feared about any twist of thorns thus she followed the instructions of the matron of honor to complete the process. The sedan had gone far away and was just about to be lifted into the residence of the Minister of Land. Chen Ruchu had tidied up and wanted to follow it to the residence of the Minister of Land, when coincidentally Chong Ziqing walked over. Perhaps of the atmosphere of today's marriage, Chong Ziqing was also wearing a light peach-colored embroidered cotton skirt. Because she always wore light refreshing green colors, it was rather graceful. Chong Ziqing smiled, second young lady has married off. She will have a good future. When Chen Ruchu saw Chong Ziqing, she then remembered that she had not seen Chong Ziqing for quite some time. Ever since she spoke to Chong Ziqing the last time, one did not know what Chong Ziqing was busy with, and she was concerned of Shen Yu's marriage thus she did not go and chat with Chong Ziqing. At this moment she saw that Chong Ziqing's eyes were moving like flowing water and had a bit more color than before. Her heart moved and she smiled. Does younger sister Qing still go to eldest Sao's residence these days? Chong Ziqing smiled as she shook her head, not often. Eldest Fern and the general are very busy and do not have much time to chat. Chen Ruchu was certain that Chong Ziqing was lying. Thinking that she was embarrassed, she then patted her hands. Since younger sister Qing is so likable, then one will find time to chat with you no matter what. Chen Ruchu thought that once Shen Yu's matter was over, she would ask Chong Ziqing about the progress at her end. Shen Yu had no choice but to marry Wang Bai, and even though the Wang family was not bad, thinking that her daughter was after all unable to marry the person she felt for and even have a rift with her over it, Chen Ruchu's was disheartened. On the other hand, Shen was currently the popular person in the Ding capital, and she thought that Shen Miao would be miserable since she was kidnapped. One did not think that Shen Miao would come back alive, and because of Princess Rongshan involvement, the rumors died down. In the entire Ding capital, if Shen Miao wanted to marry to a prince, that would be possible. Once she thought about how the thing that her daughter wanted so much could end up on Shen Miao's hands, Chen Ruchu's heart could not be reconciled. Then she thought about how Luo Shuiyan, such a coarse woman, could have both a daughter and a son. Chen Ruchu could not wait to destroy her. She took a look at Chong Ziqing in front of her. Chong Ziqing had already gained Luo Shuiyan's favor, and from what she saw today, Chong Ziqing seemed to have gotten along well with Shen. As long as some time had passed, she would think of a way to get Chong Ziqing to enter the Shen mansion. Then in the future, Luo Shuiyan's and Shen Miao's future days would not go by pleasantly. Humans most likely could not see others doing well, especially when they were not living well, as Chen Ruchu, who was currently having these thoughts. She could not wait to see Luo Shuiyan losing everything and burst into tears, and in a short moment, she felt even more cordial with Chong Ziqing. She pulled Chong Ziqing's hands and smiled. Let us go. Younger sister should also follow me to the residence of the Minister of Land. I often tell you to learn from you, but one did not know what she would have gotten married without learning anything. This is regrettable. Chong Ziqing followed with a smile. After marriage, there will be a husband doting. Second young lady has good fortune. You can talk well. Chen Ruchu smiled, until one's heart feels settled. She saw that Chong Ziqing's waist had a 5-colored fragrant sachet and mentioned it. This sachet is made very exquisitely. Chong Ziqing took the sachet off and passed it to Chen Ruchu. If Fern likes it, then one will gift it to Fern. Chen Ruchu had always been fond of exquisite things, and seeing that the embroidery on the sachet was indeed exquisite, she could not bear to part with it, thus she did not reject. She placed it below her nose to take a light whiff and said in pleasant surprise, this scent smells very nice. One did not know what kind of fragrance it is. Chong Ziqing smiled gently. I do not have knowledge of fragrance and only know about tea. Thus one placed some tea leaves inside, thinking that it would be able to bring one's spirits up and elevate boredom. One has let Fern see a joke. Younger sister is quick-witted and nimble-fingered. I would not dare to laugh. Chen Ruchu accepted the sachet and laughed. One really like it very much. The two of them chatted and laughed as they headed out. Shen Yu's and Wang Bai's marriage was undoubtedly a great surprising and joyous news in the slightly quiet Ding capital. One did not know how the Wang family thought, as it seemed that they valued this marriage and carried the bridal sedan one round of the Ding capital. Coincidentally, it went by the Fengxian pawn shop. Upstairs, Ji Yushu was eating pastries while talking. This marriage of Wang families is sure bustling. Opposite him, Gao Yang lightly waved the fan and looked downwards. The strikes of the gong and beating of the drums were as loud as though it was thunder. He was somewhat annoyed and closed the windows. The bride marrying has already changed, so what is the use of having such bustle? It is just a farce. I am rather interested in this play. Best for it to last 3 nights and days. Ji Yushu often desired to see the world plunged into chaos, as an onlooker would not dislike the bigger the commotion. He said, speaking of which, why is there no movements from young lady Shen? Before Xie Jingxing left, he wanted Gao Yang to watch Shen Miao. If Shen Miao wanted to do anything, he had to think of ways to help. After knowing Shen Miao for 2 years, Ji Yushu more or less knew Shen Miao's temperament. She looked warm and had a gentle appearance, but actually was not good to provoke. The Shen family treated the eldest household completely lacking of any feeling, and now with such a farce playing, if Shen Miao did not throw stones while they were down, it would not make sense. Gao Yang smiled coldly. It is just that there is not any at present, but in the future there will be. Ji Yushu wiped his mouth. Actually, you should not have such a big preconception of young lady Shen. Young lady Shen is still not bad and has a generous hand. She also looked very pretty, so why are you always onto her? Moreover, the Shen family did not give you any trouble. No trouble. When that topic was mentioned, Gao Yang felt away on his chest. Not mentioning Shen Miao, Xie Jingxing moody appearance had made the people beside him unhappy. Even that Biao, older sister of Shen Miao, was also not oil-saving lamp. Gao Yang had never seen a patient that could torment. She was unmoved by force or persuasion, and kept on thinking that he was the same level as the sitting doctors in the medical halls. Gao Yang was a young and promising official in the Great Liang, and was an imperial physician that was specially used by the emperor, but when it came to Luo Tan, he had become a visiting doctor. Gao Yang was indeed unhappy. Ji Yushu did not notice Gao Yang's expression and tidied his clothes before saying leisurely, no matter what, one will wait till tomorrow to watch a good show. The bigger the row, the better it is. Like this, when third older brother returned, he would not be bored. Not a single person from the eldest household of the Shen family came to the Wang family's marriage. In fact, Shen Wan had given an invitation to the Shen mansion. No matter what, one must take care of things on surface. However, Shen was one who shamed gestures of politeness, and the things that the Shen family did in the beginning had made Luo Shuiyan disgusted, thus they did not even accept the invitation, much less send a gift. Some people who were sitting back to watch the developments also understood the attitude of the eldest household of the Shen family. It seemed that they were really firm on severing the relations with the Shen family, and there would not be any room for it to be turned around. In any case, the marriage was successfully carried out. On the second day morning, Wang Yiniang woke up. Yesterday when Shen Yu was getting married, Shen Dongling was helping out till she did not see her figure for the entire day. Afterwards, upon returning to the residence, the maid had said that Shen Dongling was so tired that she fell asleep immediately, thus Wang Yiniang did not disturb her. Now she deliberately made a sweet broth for Shen Dongling to drink as tonic, thus she stood outside Shen Dongling's bedchambers and knocked on the doors. No one answered from the room, so Wang Yiniang said, Dongling, Yiniang is entering. Finishing, she pushed the doors open. One then saw someone laying on Shen Dongling's bed with the quilt covering. Upon hearing the commotion, the person quietly sat up. Wang Yiniang was first startled and had an unbelievable look. Second, young lady, why are you here? The person who was lying on Shen Dongling's bed was none other than Shen Yu. Shen Yu was obviously married into the residence of the Minister of Land, and that was saying that Shen Yu was not supposed to be in the Shen residence, but instead in the residence of the Minister of Land. How would she appear on Shen Dongling's bed without rhyme or reason? Wang Yuniang looked all around and did not see Shen Dongling's figure at all. Even though she was not considered intelligent normally, at this moment she roughly understood something and asked with a trembling voice, second young lady, Dongling. What about Dongling? Where did Dongling go? Shen Yu quickly lowered her head and her eyes turned. When she lifted her head up again, her eyes were already full of tears. When Wang Yiniang saw Shen Yu's tears, the scene in front of her became dark and she heard Shen Yu crying, do not know. I do not know too. Third younger sister came to give me a toast and then, I do not know anything at all. The Shen family exploded. In Rongjingtang, everyone were standing in place as old Shen Furen was so angry that her mouth was twitching. She looked at Wang Yiniang and said angrily, you have taught a very good daughter. Shen Gui was standing at the side and initially wanted to say something. Currently Wang Yiniang was the only woman left that have given birth to his children, and on normal days, Wang Yiniang was gentle and obedient. Even though Shen Gui lingered in the cluster of flowers, he had some affections for Wan Yiniang. However, upon seeing his third younger brothers and third Demei's furious expressions, he swallowed his beseeching words. Shen Dongling actually schemed against Shen Yu and married herself off on behalf of Shen Yu. Now Shen Yu was left in the Shen residence, but Shen Dongling was married into the family of the Minister of Land. Even if this was done to anyone, they would all not be happy. Shen Gui did not expect that the usually timid and obedient Shen Dongling would have such a courage to exchange the bride. Shen Gui would never offend his third younger brother just because of a daughter, even if that was his only bloodline left. Wan Yiniang cried as she kowtowed to old Shen Furen. May old Furen inspect wisely. Third young lady is timid normally, so how would she have such a guts to exchange marriage? Old Furen, is there any misunderstanding in between? Even if third young lady were to borrow 10 of thousands of guts, third young lady will definitely not dare to do such treacherous things. Do you mean that it is you or that is slandering third lady? Chen Ruchu's face turned ashen. Wan Yiniang, these words are devastating criticisms. Even if old Shen Furen did not like seeing Chen Ruchu on normal days and was not sentimental towards Shen Yu was after all the granddaughter of the Shen family and to be snatched of marriage by a Shu granddaughter, it was not good to hear about it. Immediately after Chen Ruchu spoke, she said, what kind of mother will give birth to what kind of daughter? Really are things that cannot be seen in public. Wan Yiniang cried as she looked at Shen Yu. Second young lady, was not your relationship with third young lady extremely good? Help to speak for third young lady. Third young lady is not that type of person, correct? Wan Yiniang would not believe Shen Dongling would do such a thing no matter what. Ever since young Shen Dongling was one who had plans, and many a times when Wan Yiniang did not understand some things, Shen Dongling would always give Wan Yiniang advice. Wan Yiniang had always think that if this daughter that crawled out of her stomach did not have an issue with her identity, she would not be worse off than any daughter of the Shen residence. Shen Dongling looked timid and shy on the outside, but everything she did had a scheme to it. Even though previously she had heard Shen Dongling saying that Shen Yu's marriage was an opportunity, but Wan Yiniang had never thought that it would be such a situation. Wan Yiniang believed that even if Shen Dongling was so stupid, she would never use such a ruthless method to exchange the marriage. After all, with all this, no matter if Shen Dongling was in the Wang family or in the Shen family, there would not be any foothold for her. One had originally expected that the demure Shen Yu would say a word or two for Shen Dongling, but one did not expect that Shen Yu would turn her face faster than one turn a page. Once she heard Wan Yiniang's words, Shen Yu cried as she spoke. Wan Yiniang, I really do not know what is going on. Third younger sister said I will be leaving the residence and being sisters. She gave me a goodbye toast and I drank the cup of wine. When I woke up, it was already the second day morning. I also believe that third younger sister did not do it on purpose. But how could things become like this? I really do not know anything. Shen Yu's words were superficially indicating her belief in Shen Dongling, but in her words, she had untraceably said that she was schemed by Shen Dongling and undoubtedly fueled the fire. Sure enough, when Chen Ruchu and Shen Wan heard those words, their facial expression became even more gloomy. Shen Gui also frowned and Wan Yuniang could see that everyone was standing on Shen Yu's side, and a trace of despair appeared in her heart. The top priority is to think of how to resolve it first. Chang Ziqing said softly. She was not a person of the Shen residence and it was not good to comment on the words before, but she had reminded everyone now that the bride had been changed, so how would they give the Wang family an explanation? To let them send Shen Dongling back? Or was it to send Shen Dongling to a house elsewhere for the rest of her life? Anyways, Shen Dongling was only a Shu daughter. However she was sent away, the most important thing was that one could not let the Wang family be displeased. Old Shen Furen made a prompt decision. First go to the Wang family to discuss about this matter and let them send third girl back. What kind of things Wan Yiniang teach? Needless to say, lock Wan Yiniang in the woodshed. Since the thing that you birthed had done something wrong than his mother, you deserve to be taught a lesson. On the contrary, when Shen Yu heard this she became anxious. She did not expect that it was possible for Shen Dongling to be sent back. If Shen Dongling was sent back, did she still have to be sent to the Wang family? After working every possible means, was it just a waste of effort? How could this be? Chen Ruchu and Shen Wan were however satisfied with old Shen Furen's words. Chen Ruchu glanced at Wan Yiniang and her heart was filled with resentfulness. She kept thinking that in the future she must definitely torture Wan Yiniang, sell her off as servant to be a plaything. When Wan Yiniang heard that, her eyes became black. One had to know that when Shen Dongling was sent back. She was already one who had married before and Shen Dongling was after all a Shu daughter. The Shen family would definitely protect Shen Yu and sacrifice Shen Dongling. Like that, the next half of Shen Dongling's life would be destroyed. Just as they were thinking of all this, a servant came from outside to report that someone from the Wang Minister of Land's family had arrived. Once Wan Yiniang heard that someone from the family of the Minister of Land came, she trembled as she looked outside. Even though she knew that this matter was not of Shen Dongling's doing, but now all the dirty water was poured onto her. If the Wang family want to pursue the matter, they would definitely start from Shen Dongling. Wan Yiniang had only Shen Dongling as daughter, so how could her heart not ache, but her words were lowly and carried little weight. Even though she wanted to save Shen Dongling from the fire and water, she could not do anything. Everyone looked at one another before old Shen Furen said, invite the people from the Wang family in. The Wang family's people who came were a dark strong woman and a few maids that were of rather high status. That dark strong woman's face was originally dark and when she entered through the door, her face was solemn, she had a wide and round waist and made others tremble in fear. It seemed that she was here to attack with condemnations. Upon seeing Wan Yiniang crying on the floor in the Shen residence, she was not even moved by it and everyone had been made aware of that. Old Shen Furen frowned and just as she wanted to speak, one heard that dark strong woman saying, one dared to ask where is Wan Yiniang of the second household. Wan Yiniang's heart jumped in shock and the more despair she felt, the more Chen Ruchu on the other hand was relieved. If the other party took it out on Wan Yiniang then the Shen family would definitely not protect her. Chen Ruchu's heart kept thinking to torture this pair of mother and daughter to death, as they dared to set their crooked minds on Shen Yu. This was simply intolerable. Thinking about this, Chen Ruchu went forward with a smile, not hiding from Mama. When one heard about the yesterday's residence matter, we were extremely terrified. It is just that our family's viewer was wrong for nothing, and your residence's eldest young master must be extremely shocked and angry. With regards to this matter, it is our Shen residence that did not properly discipline and caused such a big scandal. One wished that after the master and Furen of the in-laws got angry, they would calmly think about it. I have already scolded you for being too trusting. This matter is truly very. That dark strong woman did not care for Chen Ruchu's words and asked again with a dark expression, one dared to ask where is Wan Yiniang of the second household. Everyone was startled. Chen Ruchu did not expect that this woman would actually give her such a face. But upon seeing everyone's expression, she still had to maintain the gentle and demurred everyday look. Moreover, the Wang family were the victims, so it was hard for one to say anything. Old Shen Furen said, the one kneeling on the floor is Madame Wan. Wan Yiniang's face was filled with grief and tears, but that dark strong woman surprised everyone by reaching out her hand to help Wan Yiniang up. Not only was she not impertinent or blaming, she was instead rather respectful. Eldest young mistress misses her mother, so eldest master let this servant fetch Wan Yiniang to the residence of the Minister of Land to stay. This servant especially made this trip, hoping that old Furen would allow it. When the words were said, everyone in Rongjingtang was stunned. What eldest young mistress misses her mother, so eldest master let this servant fetch Wan Yiniang to the residence of the Minister of Land to stay. Who is eldest young mistress? Who is the mother of eldest young mistress? Shen Dongling, Madam Wan. Chen Ruchu already felt something was not encouraging when the dark strong woman held Wan Yiniang up, and when she heard those words, she almost lost consciousness. Shen Wan's face sank. What is the meaning of the in-law's actions? That dark strong woman was smart to get what she desired and looked at Shen Wan's face before saying, puzzled, this servant do not understand third Shen master's words. Could one speak more clearly? Shen Wan and Chen Ruchu were somewhat irritated at the same time. This woman clearly understood but feigned ignorance. She clearly was aware of everything but acted confused. Could it be that she wanted them to speak about the exchanging of marriage? Shen Wan and Chen Ruchu could not say it out loud, but old Shen Furen did not have such a concern. She was not originally from a big and noble family, thus she did not know how to be embarrassed. Thus she stuck out her neck and said, the in-laws are not correct with the words. Regarding yesterday's marriage, the third young lady and second young lady of our residence were exchanged, and since the bride was exchanged, this is the time to discuss how to resolve the matter. How dare a servant like you pretend to be confused? When Chen Ruchu and Shen Wan wanted to stop old Shen Furen, it had been too late. Old Shen Furen always had this ability to always think that she is superior than others, and that everyone had to fawn her. Actually, old Shen Furen was somewhat looked down on the family of the Minister of Land in Shen Yu's marriage, as she wanted Shen Yu to marry even higher. But in actual fact, the Wang family's position in court and network were all higher than what Shen Wan currently had. That dark strong woman was a servant on the surface, but without the agreement of the Wang family, how would she dare to speak such things to the Shen family? Old Shen Furen scolding this servant meant that she was clearly scolding the Wang family. The Wang family would only feel that the Shen family had no eyes and relied on force to bully others. When the dark strong woman heard the words, indeed she laughed. However, that laugh was rather piercing when it fell into Chen Ruchu's and Shen Wan's ears. The dark strong woman said in doubt, what does old Furen mean by that? Where do one start on the changing of marriage? Yesterday eldest young master married a wife, and the new bride is considerate and sensible, thus gaining the adoration of the entire Wang residence. One wonder why old Furen joke about it. Gained the adoration of the entire Wang residence. Wan Yiniang was originally somewhat stunned, but after she listened to those words, there was an excitement in her heart. All of a sudden there was a birth of exuberant delight. Her Dongling was extremely smart and she had a good temperament and appearance. If she was able to firmly hold on to Wang Bai and one night had his protection, so what if Shen Yu enter? Being a concubine was better than being a nun in a nunnery. Moreover, Wan Yiniang believed that Shen Dongling would one day make her mark. Chen Ruchu almost got mad with anger when she heard that. This time she did not care if old Shen Furen words were ruled, and said to the dark strong woman, what is the exact meaning of the Wang family? If one is angry then just say it directly, why the need of being eccentric? Could it be that one will really treat third young lady as you were? Shen Wan frowned and took a look at Chen Ruchu in somewhat of a surprise. Chen Ruchu's words were nowhere better than old Shen Furen at all. Unless it was only absolutely essential, Shen Wan did not want to offend the Wang family, especially when it was the Shen family that made a mistake in this matter. That dark strong woman turned towards Chen Ruchu. Third Shen Furen words are strange. What second young lady and third young lady? Yesterday eldest young master married a wife, and the person he married is this residence's second young lady. Second young lady is doing very well, and there is no saying of any third young lady. Chen Ruchu stood dumbly on the spot. The meaning of those words was that the Wang residence recognized Shen Yu's status and identity, but the person was instead Shen Dongling. Let Shen Dongling live using Shen Yu's identity. What was this? Chen Ruchu had almost gone crazy. Shen Yu, who was standing at the side and dared not speak, finally gave a sigh of relief when she heard those words. What she kept thinking in her heart was to let Shen Dongling marry into the Wang family on her behalf, and then paint herself as the victim party and cleanly get off. At the end, the one who would be blamed would be Shen Dongling, and the one who was at the disadvantage was Wang Bai. She, Shen Yu, would be a free person and perhaps could gain sympathy. Although the Wang family did not make a ruckus, Shen Yu was somewhat unhappy that Shen Dongling did not suffer losses, but Shen Yu was already satisfied that she had completely got rid of this marriage. Shen Wan's brows wrinkled tightly, as this dark strong woman's attitude obviously represented the Wang family's attitude. The Wang family now wanted Shen Dongling to live with Shen Yu's identity, but what about Shen Yu? The Wang family were not such harsh people normally. Could it be that Shen Dongling told Wang Bai something? Chen Ruchu laughed coldly. All right then. As you said, the one married into the residence is second young lady, then I would be second young lady's mother. Then why would Wan Yiniang be sent over without any rhyme or reason? Do not you think it is somewhat funny to send a Yiniang over? Wan Yiniang looked towards the woman somewhat fearfully. That woman instead smiled. It is like this. Eldest young mistress said that even though Wan Yiniang did not have any blood relations, she has always been very close with her. Now that one had married over to another family, one was not used to it, thus wanted to bring Wan Yiniang over for a short stay. Eldest young master's heart ached for eldest young mistress, thus it was allowed. So many lies that were said without change of expression, and also they managed to slap viciously onto the face of the third household, especially on Shen Yu. She initially thought that after Shen Dongling married over, the Wang family would despise and make life difficult for Shen Dongling as she was a shoe daughter, but one had not expected that Shen Dongling would thrive so well in the Wang family. To her, this was like a great big satire. You did not want to marry into the Wang family, right? Sorry. The one that our eldest young master liked was also not you. Eldest young mistress was loved and respected, and without you, the Wang residence also lived on well. Shen Yu bit her teeth and was somewhat irreconcilable. Originally she tried thousands and hundreds of ways to let Shen Dongling replace her, but upon seeing that Shen Dongling had perhaps gained the Wang family's favor, Shen Yu was not happy. Humans most likely had a queer heart. Even if one did not want something, one would not want others to obtain it easily. Everyone in the Shen family was stunned. Today they had expected that the Wang family would be furious upon discovering the matter and would look for the Shen residence to flip out, but they did not expect that the Wang family would have such attitude. Not only did the Wang family not hate Shen Dongling, from the looks of it, they were not happy with the third household of the Shen family. There was nothing but mocking in the open and in between words. Chen Ruchu still wanted to speak more but was stopped by Shen Wan. Since that being the case, I will pay a visit personally tomorrow. Before that, one hoped that the in-laws would be rational and not be dizzy with anger. The dark stone woman laughed. What is third master saying? Currently the residence is bustling and filled with sweetness. Master and Furen are both happy and said that your noble residence raised an extremely good daughter. How would one be angry? One fear that third master have overthink. This dark strong woman was also a talent, as she could make Shen Wan choke on one sentence. She then patted Wan Yiniang's hands and smiled as she looked towards old Shen Furen. This servants will now bring Wan Yiniang back and hope to have old Furen's approval. Eldest young master is in the residence waiting for this servant to return and report. She actually brought out Wang Bai's name to use. Old Shen Furen frowned as she looked towards Shen Wan and Shen Gui. She had also faintly noticed that what happened today was indeed queer, but Shen Wan was Shen Yu's father and Wan Yiniang was the second household people, thus she can only get the opinion of her sons. Shen Gui could not make any decision, whereas Shen Wan's complexion turned solemn, but he said, since that is the case, then Wan Niang should follow. It is rare for a child to have such sincere thoughts. His words were not positive or negative but made one's back turn cold. Wan Niang was half overjoyed and half in fear. Overjoyed as the Wang family seemed not to pursue Shen Dongling's fault, and fear because she did not know if the current situation was deliberately played out by the Wang family, or could it be in order to express one's dissatisfaction over the third household intentionally, and at the end Shen Dongling was still the one that will be sacrificed. The dark strong woman did as she said and brought Wan Niang away under the Shen family's eyes. Rong Jingtang fell into silence, and after a moment old Shen Furen said coldly, what is going on exactly? This weird and strange attitude of the Wang family was more disturbing than if they dropped all pretenses. Chang Ziqing moved her lips, seeming wanting to say something, but after seeing Shen Wan's face, she swallowed the words on her lips. Shen Gui was a little awkward. Initially it was Shen Dongling that snatched Shen Yu's marriage, and he also wanted to hand Shen Dongling and mother to the Wang family so that the third household and Wang family would cool down, but he did not expect that the situation would be as such now. Shen Gui lightly coughed twice. I will later write a letter to Dongling and ask her what kind of things she had done. Shen Wan smiled and looked towards Shen Yu before lightly speaking. Return with me to the room first. He then turned around and looked towards old Shen Furen. Mother, this matter cannot be rushed. Tomorrow this son will personally go to the residence and apologize. One thinks that there are still ways to resolve it. It is this son's fault for disturbing you. How can one blame you for this? Old Shen Furen sighed and her tone became displeased. It is all this third girl. Follow that slut and learn all those things that cannot be shown in public. She then reproached Chen Ruchu. If you were serious in managing the matters of the house, then third girl would not have been able to exploit them. Chen Ruchu was filled with a stomach full of anger because of Shen Yu's matter and felt aggrieved. Thus when old Shen Furen criticized her, she retorted, how could mother blame me? I also did not think that third lady would have such thoughts. For mother to blame the entire matter to me, is not it overly muddled? You say I am muddled. Old Shen Furen became very furious. Chen Ruchu still wanted to speak but Shen Wan yelled, enough. She was slightly stunned. For so many years, Shen Wan had never said such harsh words to her, and it was the first time he shouted at her. Shen Wan said, follow me to the room. Shen Yu mumbled her comply. An unreadable smile unknowingly floated on the lips of Chang Ziqing, who was at the side looking at the entire scene. Shen Yu followed Shen Wan into the room. Shen Wan's back was towards her and he did not speak, thus Shen Yu thought that Shen Wan was unhappy with the Wang family matter. Recalling the Wang family's attitude today, and also thinking that Shen Dongling had perhaps gained the Wang family's favor and that currently her identity was also on the rocks, Shen Yu was extremely unsatisfied. She said, Father, that Wang family is obviously relying on force to bully others and is looking down on you. What kind of words were those? In the future if third younger sister used my identity to live, then what do I do? Third younger sister robbed me of my marriage and now want to rob me of my identity. Father, you cannot do not care about me. Shen Yu said those words like it was inevitable and right. Perhaps after saying so much lies, she also believed in them. Currently Shen Yu almost believed it herself, and this matter all started from Shen Dongling. It was Shen Dongling that harmed her quietly. She robbed you of your marriage. Without turning his head, Shen Wan asked slowly. Shen Yu did not hear that Shen Wan's tone was not right and nodded her head, exactly so. With a crisp paw sound, a slap landed on Shen Yu's face like lightning. Chen Ruchu, who just entered the room, saw this scene and cried out, She went forward to hold on to Shen Yu and yelled at Shen Wan, what are you doing? What am I doing? Shen Wan did not get angry but laughed instead, you might as well ask what your good daughter did. Shen Yu held her face as she got up trembling. Even though the slap on her face was very painful, it could not compare to the fear she had at the bottom of her heart. You dare to say you are ignorant in the matter. Was it really Shen Dongling that harmed you and robbed your marriage? Do you think that your little plans could fool everyone? You let Shen Dongling marry on your behalf as you only think about marrying to Prince Ding, but did you ever thought that when the Wang family is offended, how would your father, me, be? Without this marriage, how will you be able to marry off in the future? It is really one's past life good fortune for me, Shen Wan, to have such a smart and wonderful daughter like you. Shen Wan was a civil official and had a good appearance. Normally he would have a cultured, refined and elegant appearance, and all the while he had doted on Shen Yu a lot. It was actually the first time he had shown such a sinister face to Shen Yu. Chen Ruchu trembled as she looked at Shen Yu in her arms and asked, is what your father said true? I only wanted freedom. Shen Yu whispered in fear when she suddenly remembered something and raised her head, but Shen Dongling also tempted me. The current attitude that the Wang family showed to us was obviously provoked by Shen Dongling. It was all because of Shen Dongling, that slut. Shut up. The more Shen Wan listened, the more furious he got. You yourself is stupid and you still blame on another. All the books you have studied had gone to the dog's stomach. Suddenly Shen Yu's grievance eyes turned red, as she had never encountered such a fierce Shen Wan before. Ever since Chen Ruchu heard Shen Yu admitting that it was her who wanted to change the marriage, she closed her eyes in disappointment as she had never expected that Shen Yu would have such guts to do such a thing. But Shen Yu was still her daughter that crawled out of her stomach and had been disciplined for so many years. Chen Ruchu only had this one daughter, so when she heard Shen Wan placing the blame, she at the end could not help but said, even though you is at fault, she is because she is not sensible. I think that what you said was not wrong. Shen Dongling deliberately lured you in one fear that everything today was masterminded by her. Shen Wan pressed on his forehead and the gaze that he had when he was looking at Chen Ruki was filled with disappointment. Since when have you become unable to distinguish right from wrong? Chen Ruchu was startled and only heard Shen Wan continue speaking, never mind. Tomorrow I will personally pay the Wang family a visit to apologize. But I also do not know if this matter would be successful or not, as it is our Shen family who is at fault first and if it fails then it is your own creation. Finishing his words, he took a glance at Shen Yu before turning around and brushing his sleeves before leaving. Chen Ruchu was in fear and trepidation with Shen Wan's look of disappointment with her, and wanted to say something but Shen Wan had already left the room. Looking at the weeping Shen Yu, she then turned around to comfort her daughter first. Shen Wan left the room and the servant beside him saw that he had an exhausted expression and asked, does master want to take a walk outside to relax? It is not necessary. Shen Wan waved his hands. After some thoughts, he then said, go to the western courtyard. The western courtyard. Currently it was the courtyard that Chang Ziqing was staying at.